Hey, I'm ZSH Plays. Welcome to the final 50 years of building in San Bernardino Zoo. This zoo is so close to completion, and we're going to start completing it with the perfect sea lion habitat. This is Penguin Cove, and behind it is where we're going to be building today. The habitat is based on the Galapagos Islands at Houston Zoo, which is, in my opinion, the best sea lion habitat in the world. It features multiple viewpoints, a cave for guests, and an underwater tunnel. Here's the building site. Let's go. This habitat is probably the most complex that we've ever tried on this channel, so it's probably best that I explain how it works in Houston and then how it's going to work here. So the sea lion part of the Galapagos Islands habitat at Houston Zoo features a plaza with both under and overwater viewing of the sea lions. It's got amphitheater style seating where you can see them above the water. It's got a cave that the guests can go into where you can see them above water, underwater and on land, and it's got an underwater tunnel as well, and we're going to be replicating the majority of that here. The most important thing in this build is what we're doing here, which is getting the barriers right. So the big pool for the sea lions, which we're building here, is kind of split into two parts. And the way it works is that there's some fairly low glass, I think it's about 2 meters tall, with the water coming right up to the top of the glass almost. That keeps the sea lions in. Beyond that is an area of concrete, and then there's a second set of glass barriers which are much taller, and then there's a raised path behind them so the guests can see over the second set of barriers, which is what keeps them out of the habitat, and then the drop down from there to the concrete is what stops the sea lions from jumping out of the pool. They're pretty intelligent, and they can obviously see that if they jump out they're going to end up stranded in a little ditch of concrete, so they just stay in the pool even though the water's only a few inches below the top of the glass. This is the first set of glass barriers done. You can see it's just above the water level there. Now we're going to dig out the terrain so it's much deeper in the second part of the pool than it is the first, because this is where the underwater tunnel goes, and then we'll dig out the first part of the pool and join it up through this channel here. Now whilst there's an underwater tunnel at the Houston Zoo, when you try and build an underwater tunnel in Planet Zoo, you end up with this. Now we can probably cover up those crazy edges on the paths, but the real problem for me with underwater tunnels, when you walk through it, you basically get the underwater effect, even though you're supposedly on dry land, and that happens at head height. The only way to stop it is to have the camera down by the floor. That's not going to be how we view the zoo. So in our sea lion shores, what we're going to have is an underwater viewing dome instead. What we're doing here is building the concrete drop in between the first and the second set of barriers. So we're just going to spin these big concrete bricks around the barriers that we've already placed in, do a little bit of tidying up where they meet, and then we get a nice smooth circle that surrounds the first set of barriers, and then we can start putting in the second set of barriers. So these are the barriers that keep the guests out of the habitat. So we're just going to place them in pretty much the same as the first barriers, and then later on we're going to make them much taller so we can get all the paths in. We also need to add in the entrance to the underwater viewing dome, and we can't attach that to the glass on the left, which is where it's going to go, because that barrier is holding in water. So what we need to do is build some null barriers around the outside of the glass to give us the room to get the entrance in. In order to get this to work, we're going to have to set all the glass barriers that are no longer on the outside to not be habitat barriers, so the game will still recognize the habitat. So we need to make that a little bit bigger. And there we go, there's the entrance. And then we're going to use more null barriers so that we can get a habitat gate in, because again, that can't be attached to anything that's holding in water. And we also need a little off-show area where the sea lions can go and where the keepers can get into as well. All right, I think we are done with the barriers now. Let's move on to the fun bit, the decorating. So there's going to be an enormous amount of rock work in this habitat. It's basically going to be all the walls of the habitat. It's either going to be glass or it's going to be rocks. And the first thing that we're going to make is the combination of cliff and cave that forms the backdrop to the habitat. So the rock work goes from the floor up and over the water and then down the other side, which is what forms the cave. And then the guests are able to actually go into the cave and view the sea lions from there, as well as from the big plaza on the outside and the seating and the underwater dome as well. There is a lot of variety in this habitat. So we're going to use the faux rocks, kind of similar to the little penguin beach that we built. I really like the rock work in that habitat. I don't want to reuse it because we've got a completely different shape going on here. So we're going to make something fairly similar to create all the different shapes that we need and get this cave started. The key to good rock work in Planet Zoo, as far as I'm concerned, is to make one really nice piece that you're really happy with just a few rocks, and then use modified version of that piece all the way throughout the habitat, rather than just trying to build one giant wall all in one go. As long as you're careful about moving elements and adding one here and taking one away there, you can normally use basically one piece to create the entire thing. This is our one piece that we're basically going to be using. So we'll move this into position where the cave is going to start, and then we'll copy it and start getting the height that we need. And then we'll start making little changes to this second one so that it doesn't look exactly the same as the first. So that this rock here, we'll just spin this round, move it back in to the larger rocks behind it, and then it will give us a completely different look. There we go, no longer looks copy pasted. And then we'll get some smaller rocks on the top so we don't have that sort of flat top to it, which looks kind of weird. We'll make the color of the cracks in the rocks much lighter as well to get rid of that really harsh look that they have here. That looks a lot more natural. And then with that piece, we will copy it again. And you can see where the cave is forming now. We're going to use one of these longer pieces here to make the underside of the cave a bit smoother. And then one final piece of these rocks, and that is the cave. You can see how the water goes underneath it. And then on the other side of it, if you stand there, you'll be able to see both above and below the water and down into the depth below. Then we're going to take that entire piece that we used and copy that to form the entrance. So the guests can go in and out of the cave through two different entrances. The one on the left will join up with the African area, and the one on the right will join up to the main plaza for this habitat. And then after that through to the Night House and Penguin Cove. Looking good. Probably the most rocks we've ever used in a habitat, this one. There is a lot more to go. What I'm going to do now is introduce another animal to the area. So we're going to have the diamondback terrapins in here as well, seeing as they live in coastal environments in the US as well. Not in the sea, obviously, but they're like brackish waters near the coast. So I thought they'd fit in really nicely here, and they're one of my favourite exhibit animals. They're pretty sizable by exhibit animal standards, and they actually move, which is nice. And then we're going to create the first of the beaches for the sea lions. So there's going to be a beach here and then a beach on the other side of this rear pool. And then there's going to be loads of rocks that they can get up onto as well. So we're using some concrete and even more rocks just to create this little beach here. And once these rocks are in, we'll move back to the interior and start doing some more work there. So we're going to cover up this default glass divider with some wood. And then I've used art pieces and lights to make the terrapin habitat much smaller than it is by default. These guys need a fairly sizable habitat, I'd say, because they're quite big and we'll have a few of them. But I think this is a much nicer size. We're going to drop some mangrove roots and things like that in here as well, and some more plants just to make it a bit more interesting looking. There's one of the terrapins now. I think that sits in nicely. And now it's time for the seating. So we're going to have raised seating here so the guests get a really good view of the sea lions. We'll have an animal talk point here as well. So there's like a show going on, not that we'll be having any tricks or anything like that in this zoo. So we're going to use some gridded paths raised off the floor here to create a base for the seats, and then we'll put some steps in to get the guests up here. Yes, I know these should be ramps really, but trying to build ramps in Planet Zoo is such a nightmare. I tend to go with stairs in a smaller area like this, and then put ramps in when we've got bigger areas. Then we're going to drop the guest seating in at the back, so we end up with a two-tiered effect. And then we're going to use plaster to cover up pretty much all of the paths and the steps so we can get everything to look exactly the same. I'm going to keep the wooden sort of bleacher style seating, I like that. Everything else is going to be covered up in plaster. The first job is to cover up the path steps with this plaster trim. We're going to be using the same colour scheme that we used in the water terrace and we used throughout the zoo. I really like that consistency. And then we'll keep copying these down here to get all of the stairs covered up. And then what we're going to do is put more wood into the guest seating so that we can get a really consistent look going from the top of the seats down to the bottom. And then we're going to put smaller pieces of wood in to extend the stairs on either side, and some concrete as well, so that we get a completely seamless join between all of the seats so they don't just look like separate items anymore. Just makes it look so much more realistic when you do this. Definitely worth the time. We'll cover up the joins between these paths with yet more plaster, and then we'll cover up the path in the middle of them with even more plaster and put some railings in. And there we go, we've got a really seamless looking set of seating there, which I really like. Back to the interior, I've put a floor in, and later on we're going to colour match that exactly to the volcanic path, which is what we're going to be using to get people in and out of this area. Next up, the plaza. We're going to bring in some of the circular elements, which are a motif that we use throughout this zoo. So we've got this cream one here, and then we're going to bring in a larger kind of peach coloured one. We're going to build these up to get the plaza for the guests going. Cannot have enough circles in this zoo. I'll use them wherever possible, and these kind of ultra modern builds are really good for this kind of design. We're going to use more plaster panels to fill out this circle here so that it meets up with the lighter colour circle in the middle. and just get everything nice and smooth and seamless the way we like it. And then we're going to finish off this seating. So I've got some more concrete here, which we're going to paste across the top. With the rock work at the back, this is looking really good. Let's check out our drone cam and see how we're getting on. That is a lot of rocks. If you're thinking it's looking a little bare, don't worry, there's a whole world of foliage that's going to go on top of this. But for now, I want to make sure that the glass is looking good. So we're going to cover up these dividers with some of these metal poles, and then possibly the hardest part of the build, which is getting the paths in. So getting raised paths around here seems pretty simple. You can just link them to the barriers. The problem is, because they're raised, that's giving us these curbs, and I really don't want those curbs to be visible. So I'm just putting these in so that I know roughly where the guests are going to be standing, and we can get the glass to the correct height. And then I'm going to delete these paths and actually raise the terrain to the same level so that we can put in paths that don't count as being raised and don't have curbs on. That's going to make it much easier to then cover everything up with the plaster that we want to get a super smooth look to this plaza. Time for some more plaster. So we're going to use the same bricks as before, just a different colour, and we use these to join the raised plaza to the lowered concrete area for the sea lions. Next up, we're going to use plaster panels to start covering up the paths that we just created. And these need to go from here all the way back to where the plaza is going to end, and basically cover everything up so it looks nice and smooth and flat, even though we've got loads of different height changes going on here. I'll spare you the hour or so it took me to put these in. This was an absolute nightmare. But basically, we're just trying to join high bits to low bits as smoothly as possible and get something that looks really uniform when it's done. So just loads of different plaster panels, loads of different sizes, loads of different angles, working on it until eventually it starts to look smooth. So we've got another big circle at the back here. That is the back of the plaza. We'll have some seating up there. And then we can move on to the roof and the planting. I want this to look really realistic, and we're going to exactly replicate what they have at Houston. So we're going to use the terrain stamp to put actual terrain at the top of the rocks here, just below the level of where the rocks are, so we can then plant that up with all sorts of trees and bushes and shrubs, etc. That's what they have at Houston. I really like the way it looks, so we're going to do that here. Just need to be mindful of making sure the terrain is in the right place so that it's always below the rocks. And we need it to be nice and thin as well, so that it's not intruding into the interior below. And then later on, we're going to use some more rocks to line the bottom of this terrain so the interior looks like a cave. One more little bit to do just here, and then we can move on to the plants. So what I'm going to do is try and combine the planting that I saw in the reference images and videos with a slightly more Californian feel to it. So we're going to have a few more temperate trees here, and then some more palms and things like that as well. And just concentrate mainly on how it looks. We've got some cactus in here as well, seeing as we're in California, and some of the dry buffalo grass. And we'll just use this to cover up pretty much all of the terrain that we've just put in, really. And then I did something with the hosta plants that I really liked. Is it hosta? Hosta? I don't know how it's pronounced. But if you put a little bundle of them together and then group it, and then you can kind of use it to simulate a climbing plant. I really like the way this looks. I put this in lots of the different parts where the soil is sort of spilling down the rocks, so it's growing down the sides of the rocks. I think this looks really nice. I'm going to be doing this a lot more in builds going forward, I think. Makes a change from using ivy everywhere anyway. Let's move on to the inside of the cave. We're going to put the final touches on here with some rocks on the underside of that terrain to get the cave feel in. This is how the garden's coming along. Just want to make sure that the rocks don't poke through there. And then we're going to add a canopy to the seating area. We are not going to be making the canopy though. This was made by Toves. This is one of his workshop items, which I've just copied. And then we're going to heavily modify this so it perfectly fits over this seating area here. The way he's used the art shapes to make this canopy that hangs down, it looks so good. Would take a very long time, possibly infinity, to make something looking this good myself. So I'm going to use his blueprint. We're going to add loads more art pieces to it to get them to join together. So we end up with one big kind of canopy that covers up this seating area. There we go. Love how that looks. I think it suits this area really nicely. Now, something I really liked in the exhibit I was looking at, which you see a lot of in zoos, and we haven't done it yet, is a little set of boards where you name it and have a photograph of each of the animals in the habitat. So I want a little poster for each one of our sea lions. We're using the smallest poster size here, the 0.5 meter billboards. And if you've ever tried to use these yourself, you might have noticed that the images tend to look awful when you put them on here. I have the solution, and that means it's time for Franchise Masters. So for some reason, the 0.5 meter billboard billboard is at a different aspect ratio to every other billboard in the game. The square billboards are at a 1:1 ratio, i.e. they are the same width as they are tall. All the widescreen billboards like this one are at the 16:9 ratio you would expect, but these ones are actually at 3:2. Now, if 16:9, 3:2, 1:1, all of that stuff means absolutely nothing to you, don't worry about it. All you need to know is that to get an image to look good on these billboards, it needs to be 456 pixels wide by 304 pixels tall. And when you place the image on the billboard, it will look like this, not the stretchy mess it normally is. Just 2 more things to go and the build is complete. Firstly, I want to replicate one of the things they have at the real habitat, which is fake starfish, which are scattered all over the habitat. Really realistic ones. Not sure I'm going to get it as realistic as that, but we're going to use the multicolored egg piece to build some little starfish, which we can put on the rocks throughout the habitat. This is right by the cave viewing window. We'll have a few here. I'm going to put some on the rocks outside, adding a bit of variety to the habitat. So we've got random rotation on. We've got the flexi-colored egg. We're just going to drag it around, and the further we sink it into the rock, the smaller it will appear. So we can make the legs for the starfish. We use some larger parts for the body in the middle, and just keep placing them down until we get a shape that we're happy with, that looks nice and natural. Nobody's going to be getting too close to this, so when we're at the sort of guest positions, it's going to look pretty good. One last thing to do is to add a sign to both ends of the area. This is literally just one rock with a font on it, but I think it looks really effective when it's sunk into the other rocks. And that is the Sea Lion Shores complete. Let's check it out. Here's the plaza for the guests. Well worth all the concrete panels, I think. And here are the sea lions. I love this view. This is taken from the underwater viewing dome. The view from the seating with the extra path, that means the guests actually come up here. And this is the view from the cave. This is my favorite view. It was a photo of a sea lion in this part of the habitat that made me want to build this. Here's the other side of the interior with the entrance to the viewing dome and a little terrapin. Let's take a look at the whole thing. So happy with how this turned out. There should be one more viewing window on the inside where you can see the sea lions on that little spit of land on the left of the screen, but I just ran out of space to have enough land for them to get onto, but with them having enough space to actually swim into the part by the viewing gallery, that was more important to me, so I left that viewing window out. And there you go, that's Sea Lion Shores. This is where we started building today, and this is where we are now. Got a lot done in a week. Very happy with that. Today I'm going to show you how I run this massive zoo. Staff, work zones, animals, habitat design, and most importantly, making sure you don't go bankrupt. We're also going to see something that you guys request in the comments all the time, the entire zoo from above. We're going to start, appropriately enough, at the entrance. This is one of the most important parts of the zoo to make sure that the rest of the zoo runs smoothly. This is the entrance to San Bernardino Zoo, and it is really important to get the entrance right. There is a lot of money to be made here. If you get the entrance right, then the zoo should flow pretty nicely from then on. The first order of business here is amenities. You want food, drink, shops, etc. for the guests to spend their money, because as soon as they arrive at the zoo, they will already have various needs for food, drink, shops that will need filling straight away. You can see it's already pretty busy here. I like to use the shop counters for entrances because you can fit a lot of them into a small space. So we've got this pretty simple custom counter that we've built, and then underneath that we've got food, drink, gift shop, and information center all lined up, and these are going to be bringing money into the zoo straight away. It doesn't look that busy here because I've got the guest limited to keep the frame rate up, but this is normally absolutely packed in the zoo. Now, as your zoo grows, always check the guests' feelings on the ticket prices. So you just select the guest before they come in, and then they will tell you what they think, and you want them to think it is fair. If they're any happier than that, it means they'd be happy to spend more. If they're happy, put the prices up. At the other end of the entrance, we have Iguana Falls, and exhibits like this are so important for making money early on in your zoo, and we'll go into the importance of exhibits a bit more later. But right now, I want to show you this guy here. Despite being the first keeper we ever hired in this zoo, if we look at his stats, we can see he is only trained up to 3 stars. And the reason for that is that Iguana Falls is so far away from anywhere else in the zoo that this is all he has to manage. So there's no need for us to have him fully trained, because all he's got to look after is 4 iguana exhibits all right next to each other. So we'll leave him at 3 out of 5 stars in terms of training. He doesn't need any more than that to get his job done, and you can do that with any member of staff who isn't working at full capacity. And if we take a look at his statistics, you can see here he's spending 30% of his time just chilling basically, so no need to train him or pay him any more than we do. Let's move on to Amazonia and take a look at one of the most important aspects for managing your staff: work zones. So this here is the work zone setup for Amazonia. We've got a work zone for the caimans and the otters, which is these habitats around here, which just has 1 keeper assigned to it, so they can manage all of those. Then we have capybara and capuchins here. That's just 1 habitat, again just 1 keeper. Then we've got cleaning, which encompasses the whole area with just 1 caretaker. Then jaguar and insects, which is the jaguar dome and Amazonian giants, again just 1 keeper there. And finally maintenance, which is where our mechanic takes care of all the habitats. I think there's another cleaner in there as well, all set up to have as few staff as possible to keep costs down, which is so important in franchise mode. But it's not just getting the right amount of staff, it's also laying things out and attributing staff to the right places to ensure that you need as few as possible. And the best way to ensure that you need as few as possible is to think about your keeper gate placement. So these 3 habitats here have just 1 keeper managing all of them, and the way that we can do that is that we've got 1 keeper gate on this side, we've got 1 keeper gate in here on the same side again, and then the otter habitat here, we've got another keeper gate there, because they're all arranged in such a way. In this staff building here, the keeper can easily get from this building out to each of these habitats, and we can get away with just using 1 keeper for 3 habitats, which is really, really useful and saves loads of money. Now, it's not just about saving money, it's about making money as well. One of the absolute keys to that, especially in the early days of the zoo, is exhibits. So always get some exhibits in early doors in your zoo to make sure you can get guests in. They're cheap to run, and you can breed them and then sell the offspring to get some much needed cash at the start of your zoo as well. Since Frontier added the management option as well, exhibits are a lot more pleasurable to use. You can get them to exactly the way you want them in terms of how many animals you've got, and then just get the game to manage it on your behalf from then on. Plus, it's just a lot of fun building exhibits and trying to make the 4x4 boxes look more interesting than they do by default. One of our favorite things to do on this channel. On to the Palm Cafe. So restaurants, food, drink, shops, toilets, all of those amenities are absolutely vital to getting your zoo running properly. So let's take a look at how they are set up in San Bernardino Zoo. The Palm Cafe is our first restaurant, and where it's situated is really important. So it's fairly close to the entrance, but it's also where the water terraces, Africa, and the petting paddock all join, and this means it gets a lot of traffic and it makes a lot of money. The Treetop Cafe here is a great example of where not to put a restaurant. Its position at the end of the island means it's about as far away from the entrance as it's possible to get in this zoo, and that means it gets very few visitors and does not make a lot of money. We of course built it here because we wanted it to have the view over the Treetop Trail, but if you are looking for efficiency and lots of money, make sure your restaurants are within a reasonable distance of one of the entrances to the zoo. Even more important than restaurants in franchise mode is making sure you have food, drink stands, and gift shops pretty much all the way throughout your zoo. So you can use the food trucks, they're a really good way of getting them in there without having to do a lot of building. You can make generic shops like this one. There's quite a few of these around the zoo now. I just changed the names and the signage to match whichever area it's in. It's got a nice wooden metal kind of generic look, so it fits just as well into the African area as it does at Sea Lion Shores. On to Africa. This is the largest area in the zoo and is where pretty much all of the most expensive animals to feed live. So we're going to take a look at food costs, animal talks, and how to spread your guests around your zoo so it's all nice and full. These gorillas are really expensive to feed. So if we look at the zoo's expenses here, which are pretty eye-watering, our biggest costs are staff wages, which is why we're so careful with the keepers. And our second biggest cost is animal food, $139,000 last year. Now, one of the ways that you can combat that is to look at your most expensive animals. So if we go to the animals menu and then food and then sort it by cost, you can see that the elephants, lions, and gorillas are the most expensive animals to feed in the zoo. So the way that we can deal with that is to put the gorillas on grade 1 food quality. That will save us about $1,500 per feed, which is a lot of money. And you can see That only affects their happiness slightly. They're still pretty happy. We can do the exact same thing over on the other side of Africa with the elephants and also the lions. And if you put your most expensive animals down to grade 1 food quality, that can save you a hell of a lot of money. Animal talks are a great way to educate your guests, and the more educated they are, the more money they spend, so always worthwhile putting them in. I've got 2 here, one in the savannah and one at the giraffes. Set the talks 6 months apart, and that means the educator can do both of them and take a rest when needed without missing any of them. If you're really careful, you can have 3 animal talk points as long as they're close together, and set the talks to be 4 months apart, and that'll work nicely as well. The last thing we're going to look at in Africa is how to ensure your guests spread out across the whole zoo, which is pretty difficult when the zoo's as big as this. So the way to do it is to have more than one entrance. So in our zoo's exits, which is directly opposite the entrance right on the other side of the map, there's another guest spawner in here. I've hidden the actual pad behind a wall so that you don't see loads of people just appearing, and that means that even this far from the zoo's main entrance, you can still see guests walking around in the African area. Onto the Indian forest to learn about guest flow, which is making sure that your guests can get around the zoo with as few dead ends as possible and without having to retrace their steps through areas they've already been. It's a much more pleasant experience in real life, and in Planet Zoo it enables them to get to all the places they're going to spend money much quicker. This is where the Indian forest meets Amazonia. You can see our giant otter habitat here. So I'll show you how I've set the pathing up in this part of the zoo. When guests arrive at this point here, they can go down this path into Amazonia. They can go up this path here into the Indian forest. They can go down this main path back towards the Palm Cafe and the Desert House. And once they've been through the Indian forest, this links them up directly to Madagascar, and they can come back through the Fossa forest and then into the Lima walkthrough and back out towards the Desert House again. And you've also got this path going to Amazonia by a different direction. So loads of different choices for the guests and nowhere that they're going to get stuck. The only dead end is at this end of the Indian forest because we haven't built anything else there yet, but we will be soon. Into Australia now for one of the most important things, I think, in making your zoo feel like your own, and that is custom signage. We've got 2 types of signs here, the big banners for the outback and then the animal information boards for the kangaroo and the emu. Now, I won't lie, the banners were not easy to make. They are 3 square billboards positioned on top of each other with a screenshot and some text, very carefully photoshopped so that it spreads over those 3 billboards and looks like a banner. But I want to talk about the habitat boards. These are so easy to make, but they make such a difference to your zoo. I've actually got a tutorial on exactly how to make these using free software. I'll link that at the end of the video. But essentially, it's just the billboards that get installed separately in a folder on your PC. And then I just replace the bit at the bottom with some text in English and Latin rather than Blanco and Latin, and then put the zoo's logo on there, but it makes such a difference. And if you want to go all out, you can always download some of the fonts on the workshop from some of the amazing people who have made them and create something more solid and 3-dimensional like this Crocodile Creek sign. We'll head to the islands now to discuss something that we should probably do more often on the channel, to be honest, but we've done it a couple of times, which is building things for the background of your zoo to set the scene. This, as you've probably noticed, is a car park. It serves absolutely no purpose in Planet Zoo, we don't need them, but it makes the zoo look so much better from aerial shots when there's somewhere for people to park their cars. I've just got this one from the workshop. This is one of the classic car parks in the workshop. It's really old. There's probably more detailed ones available now, but I've used it in every zoo I've ever built, and it always does the job for me, and I'll probably use it again. And something much more visible when you're actually in the zoo is the greenhouse at the back of the proboscis monkey's habitat. Again, this serves absolutely no purpose, but because they need very specialised food to eat, I thought it would be cool for the zoo to grow its own food for them and have a greenhouse. And just having something in the background that the guests can't access, they'll never get any closer to it than this. When you're walking around the zoo, just adds another layer to it, which I really like. I'm going to try and put some more stuff like this in, I think. Sea Lion Shores is the latest habitat at San Bernardino Zoo, and I want to go more into research and habitat design than we ever have done before on this channel and show you some behind the scenes stuff. Welcome to my desktop. This is a collection of photos and screen grabs that I've got of the Galapagos Islands habitat at Houston Zoo, which is the inspiration for Sea Lion Shores. It's pretty much a direct replica of that, and I use a program called PureRef. It's a free program you can download, which just enables you to set up mood boards like this really easily. I'll put a link to it in the description. You can place the photos in, move them around, resize them. They don't lose quality when they are shrunk and then made large again, so you can just get everything exactly where you want it. You can see how I've got it laid out here, so I've got a pretty good panoramic view of the entire habitat. What we're going to do is piece them together like a puzzle so we can get the layout of the habitat in our minds and make sure that we are going to be building it correctly. You can also use Google Earth and Google Maps to do this if there are good quality aerial photos of the zoo. I've sourced these photos mainly from ZooChat, which is a great website for researching zoo habitats and all aspects of zoos. And I got some screen grabs from a zoo tour as well. So thanks to the Most Epic Adventures with Rob Zip. And once we get these into the right position, we're going to have a really good feel for what the habitat looks like, all the different elements that go into the design, and then we can work out how to get this into San Bernardino and what changes to it we're going to make to get it to fit into our zoo. There we go, that fits together nicely. Time to get drawing. Now I'm using drawing in the loosest possible sense of the word because I cannot draw, but you don't need to be able to draw well to be able to design habitats. The important thing is to make sure you know where everything is going to go and make sure that everything makes sense. So what I'm doing here is drawing a top-down view of the habitat that we're going to be designing. And if you get things right at this stage, this prevents you from starting building and then continually making mistakes. If you make a mistake when you're doing a drawing like this and suddenly realize that you've got nowhere to put a keeper gate, or you need way more room for a second barrier or something like that, you can just rub it out and start again. If you realize that when you've just spent 3 hours building a custom fence in the game, then it is going to be a massive nightmare to change it and get it working properly. So we're starting to get the different elements in here. We've got the viewing cave for the guests at the top. We've got the water. We've got an island and some more land area for the sea lions. We've got the seating at the bottom. Now we're going to work out the guest flow and how we're going to get paths in here. If you remember in the Sea Lion Shores episode, this habitat joins Africa onto the Night House, and we'll also join it onto the Frozen North, and more on that later. So we need to make sure that we can get into this habitat from 3 different directions. We've also planned a little exhibit so that we can get the diamondback terrapin in. And at this stage, I'm planning an underwater tunnel as well, which is what the original habitat at Houston Zoo has. That ended up getting removed because they still look so janky in Planet Zoo, unfortunately, but I was able to adjust it so that we have an underwater viewing dome instead. Even the best laid plans will need changing sometimes. That's the artistic stuff done. And here is the finished habitat, pretty much exactly what we drew, minus the underwater tunnel, and made much easier by drawing it out beforehand. That is everything in the current zoo, but this is where we're going to be next week. We are finally going to be starting the Frozen North, the final huge area to go into San Bernardino. So very excited to show you the progress on that. Now I said at the beginning of the video I would show you an overview of the whole zoo. And here it is. I get asked to show this in the comments all the time, so I thought it was about time that I actually did. So this is the whole zoo. We now have over 600 animals at San Bernardino, and with a few exceptions, they all live in hot places. Well, today that changes. We are starting the Frozen North, a huge area themed around the icy north of America. This is where we're going to be building, in the space between Sea Lion Shores and Africa. And as you can see, there is a lot of space to fill, so let's get started. We're going to begin with some terraforming, lots of terraforming, and the reason we're going to be doing lots of it is to overcome probably the biggest issue with building this area, which is how do you build a frozen Arctic area in a zoo set in Southern California? It's not exactly conducive to that kind of build in this climate. So we're going to be doing a lot of terraforming and rock work to try and transform this landscape as much as possible into an Arctic-style landscape. So the concept for this area is that it is going to be representing the frozen northern wastelands of North America, so Alaska, northern Canada, those kind of places. Now, happily, those places do have summer. I've not been as far north as the Arctic, but I've spent some time in Iceland and Norway, and I was wearing a t-shirt most of the time because it was summer, and that's the look that we're going to try and go for here. That means that we don't have to put the whole thing inside, so I find it's really, really difficult to make immersive indoor habitats, especially if you're going to be on a massive area like this. It would be such an enormous building, and trying to make the whole thing like a sort of landscaped interior Arctic would just be impractical. I don't think I've seen that in a zoo anywhere. We're going to build this outside. It's also going to make it much, much nicer if it's outside, because Planet Zoo's lighting engine is incredible outdoors and less incredible indoors, shall we say. This big hill that we're building here is going to be the climax of the area and will feature 2 massive polar bear habitats. And I mean massive. These are going to be big enough to keep Planet Zoo happy in franchise mode, and big enough to keep me happy with the polar bears, because if there's one animal I see in terrible, terrible habitats quite a lot, it is polar bears. They need so much space, and I've been to quite a few zoos that keep them in very unsuitable circumstances, including some of the best zoos I've ever seen. I saw a particularly poor habitat for them at Prague Zoo recently, although to be fair to them, they are in the middle of building an absolutely enormous habitat to replace it. The best habitat I've seen for polar bears is at Yorkshire Wildlife Park here in the UK. I think they have about 8 polar bears, normally 2 or 3 to a habitat, and each habitat is essentially an enormous field. Most of them have a lake in it. The lake in itself is vastly bigger than most polar bear habitats I've seen, and then surrounding that lake is an enormous field of rocks. It's absolutely amazing, and every time I go there, the polar bears seem to be having the time of their lives, playing with their enrichment items, wandering around the habitat, swimming. I've never seen any sort of stereotypical behavior there like you get with bears when they are not kept in the correct conditions. And I want to go for something on that scale here, with a large indoor area as well to escape the worst of the Californian heat. And I'll go into how we're going to keep the animals cool in a bit more detail later. But for now, let's talk about what we're actually doing. So we're using the little transport trick that we use quite often to get some really smooth slopes going up here. And once we've got the track in the right place, we will delete it, and that will leave us with some smooth terrain that we can put paths over. The hill itself is pretty rough. I'm going to be going in and detailing it as we go. It's such a vast area. I want to get the paths and stuff done first, and then we're going to go in and adjust everything in each habitat so that we can get the perfect sight lines and everything else that we want in this area. Next up, we're going to go in and start filling this in with trees, loads of different evergreen trees to really get that northern feel here. You can see that some of the trees are actually flashing red when I try and place them down, like this one here. And the reason for that is because we have actually hit the edge of the map, something I did not think I would be doing when I started this zoo. And in terms of the particular trees that we're using, I remember when I was a kid I went to the south of France and my tiny little mind was blown by the fact that there were pine trees everywhere, because I always associated those with cold areas in nature documentaries and things like that. I didn't realise that you got them in hot climates. So I don't know if these exact species of trees would work here or not, but something along these lines you can certainly grow in hot climates as well as cold climates. And this is going to really sell the background as guests are walking around this area. Here we go, here's the tree line. I think especially with the hill in front of it, it looks pretty imposing. It's going to make a great backdrop for this area. Let's move on and get some paths in. While we place the paths, I'll tell you a little bit more about how the Frozen North area is going to work. Inspired by an amazing Amazon area I saw built by Wyatt Andrews' workshop, I want to make this the best and most immersive area in the entire zoo. And the way I'm going to do that is, instead of sticking to the usual format of having one completed habitat in every episode, what I want to do is just work on this area as much as possible through the course of the week. And then at the end of the week, whatever I have got done, I'm going to show you in the episode. That way I can spend just as long on the signage and the entrances and all the parts in between the habitats as I do on the habitats themselves, and we should have the best area in the zoo. That's the plan, and this is where the Frozen North joins on to the islands. Let's take a look at it from above. You can see we've got an entrance from Africa on the left and the entrance from the islands on the right. I'm liking how this area looks already, and what I want to get done in the rest of this episode is the entrance. In keeping with the level of detail that I want to have in this part of the zoo, I'm going to create some custom rock formations. So rather than just using the faux rocks like we do normally, I want to mix in some of the real rocks with the faux rocks and try and get some really realistic textures going on here, get a kind of Arctic vibe going on with the way the rocks look. So we're going to be chucking loads of normal rocks into one of the large faux rocks and just having them peek through in certain places. We're going to match the colour up as exactly as possible, and we'll end up with something that looks really realistic. Once I'm happy with this one piece of rock, then we can use this to build big jagged teeth of rocks to place around. We can use it to build rock walls to go at the back of habitats, and some traditional North American Arctic architecture as well, which we'll get onto a bit later. In terms of architecture, the main influence is going to be the Alaskan town of Nome, which has got a really interesting history and really interesting buildings. We'll discuss that more when we start building them. Here's the first of the rock structures. Really like these. These are going to go all over this area, along with something very rare in this zoo, a couple of workshop items. These incredible skeletons are both by the amazing Carlos, who's one of Planet Zoo's best builders. There's a mammoth, which is very appropriate for this North American area, and a Paleoloxodont, which is not appropriate at all for this area, but it looks like a mammoth, and these are the two best skeletons on the workshop, so this is what I'm going with. These are going to be some of the first things you see when you come into the area. Now, it's probably about time we did some actual building, so let's get an entrance sign built. This is going to be based on a photo I saw of the entrance sign for a different town in Alaska, which I really liked, and we're just going to modify it to suit our needs and announce the beginning of the Frozen North. So appropriate enough, we're going to use one of Wyatt's fonts to do this. I really like this font. We've used it before. My only issue with it is that the O is a little perfect for the kind of vibe that we're going for here. So I'm going to make some modifications to the O so it almost looks like it's melting. I think that will fit the vibe nicely. And then we'll finish it off and then turn it into a sign. So I've got a plank here. Can't remember exactly which plank this is. There are so many planks in the game now, but we're going to use this to make the backdrop to the sign. So we'll drop one in here, and then we'll spin it round so they don't all look the same, and position this exactly underneath the other one. And we'll do that a few more times until we've got the back of the sign complete like this. Get it centered, and then we can start doing some detailing. So what I'm going to do is take this little polar bear sign from the Arctic pack, and we'll recolor this so it snugly fits into the sign, and then we can just drop it in along here and make it look like we've just got a polar bear painted on here. We've got these sort of attachments on the side of the sign. We'll cover that up with some more wood because I want a border on the sign anyway. There's a red border on the sign I'm basing this on, so we'll just do the same thing here, and then we can move the polar bear into place and then duplicate that and get one on the other side so we get some nice symmetry. And while we do that, let's talk about the rest of the animals that we're going to have in this area. So at the moment, the plan is that we're going to have pretty much where we are here. The first habitat that you come to will be for the cougar. I have never built a cougar habitat, so looking forward to that. Nestled below the hill where the polar bears are will be a very cute little habitat for the Arctic fox. On the other side, we're going to have habitats for reindeer and potentially Dall sheep. And then finally, we're going to have the Wolverine. So many of these animals I've never built habitats for before. It was really difficult to choose which ones to go with. We might even add more. I'd quite like to get wolves in, but we will see. I've based the animal choices on animals that live in the northern part of America, but I'd love to know what animals you guys want to see in here because there are so many to choose from. I get the feeling this area might get even larger as we build it. Let's get some plants in now and start making this part of the entrance look beautiful. I'm basing this on the plants that were growing around the sign outside the town. As I've said many times on this channel, I am not a botanist, so if you see anything here that looks wildly unrealistic, like there's not even plants that look a bit like this that would grow in California, there will be sprinklers all over this area to keep them growing. Let me know in the comments, maybe I can make some changes. Let's get those statues in. These look so good already. What I'm going to do is place them down and then use the rock pile that we built as a base for them. So we're going to move this roughly into position here, and then I'm basically just going to go in and adjust each rock in this pile so that it is exactly positioned under the feet of this statue so that it's not clipping into it. Took a long time to do this, but I really wanted a kind of a natural look to it. With enough adjustments, we've got the mammoth standing exactly on the rocks, which is what we want to see, and looking good. Next up, we're going to do another sign using a very different technique. This is a photo I saw when I was doing my research. I absolutely loved the sign and the vibe that it gives off. So we're going to recreate this. The problem with putting the sign on a TV screen is that it's lit up and it looks very much like a sign on a TV screen, not an actual sign. So what we're going to do is use these billboards which aren't lit and then split the image into two so that we can have half the image on this square here, like so. And then we'll put the other half of the image on another billboard. You can see how much more realistic the sign looks when it's on these billboards. So we'll just slide this one so it's in the right place. There we go. The problem now is that their billboard behind it is too big, but I really want the rounded edges on the TV screen. So we're going to delete this large TV screen and then get the smallest TV screen. We'll put that in, and then we're going to hide this behind these two billboards so that we can get that curved edge. If we get enough of these in and we position them in the right place, we'll end up with something that really looks like a road sign rather than a TV screen. I'll do some adjustments to the darkness on the image as well so that we can get the grey bits at the side to fade into that black. But this is looking really cool already. We're going to get some planks behind it. This is what the original looked like. It's a really unique sign somewhere in Alaska warning you not to use the road unless you absolutely have to. I just love that idea. And then we're going to use the hinge piece. So you can see in the billboard image that I've used that there are some nails here keeping the sign on the planks. So I'm just going to cover those nails up with the smallest hinge piece. So we've got some actual three-dimensional nails in here. And this is the sort of level of detail that I want to go to throughout this build to get everything looking as good as possible. We've got this really gothic twilight piece, which if you sink it into just the right place, it gives us a really nice stand for the sign. So we'll copy this onto the other side as well. And then finally, we'll get some more of the hinge nails in so that everything is nailed together. And to set it into the landscape properly, we'll get some sandbags around the legs so that it stands up to the immense Arctic winds that we are not going to be seeing in Southern California. Once we've got the sandbags done, we're going to move on to some detailing on the paths. and we'll start that with the franchise masters. So you may want to line the paths in your zoo, and if you've seen the curbs on most of the paths, you probably will want to, then this is the easiest way to do it. We take the longest of the thin rock cladding pieces, and make sure the end that you're working with is the end that has the controls on it. And then you just move it down the path. You can use rotate to line it up with the path exactly. And if you make sure that you're dragging it from the end with the controls on, it is super simple to rotate it into place. And you can very quickly line the side of the path and get a much better look than you would do using the curbs. Hope that's useful. Let's move on to some real Arctic building now. This is the architecture / artwork that the Inuit make, which is called, and I'm probably gonna murder the pronunciation here, Inuksuk. It's basically a pile of rocks, which I naively thought would be very, very easy to build in Planet Zoo. Turns out it's actually incredibly difficult, and this took so much longer than it looks like it took on here. But basically what you need is rocks that have at least one, preferably two flat edges, so you can balance them on top of each other and make a big structure which they use as sort of waypoint markers, and potentially just because they look awesome. And the issue with making them in Planet Zoo is there's really only about 4 rocks that have flat edges. 2 of them are absolutely enormous and 2 of them are absolutely tiny. So it was really difficult to do, and I had to kind of cheat a bit. In lots of places these rocks wouldn't really be balanced on top of each other, but it looks pretty good in the final product. That's the first of the Inuksuks done. You'll see those properly in the end cinematics. Let's move on to the last thing that we're going to build today, which is a little picnic area just by the entrance. A figure with the flowers and the huge mammoth skeletons. This would be a great little spot to sit down and have a bite to eat. So we're going to put some picnic tables in here. I might get a food court in here, but I do want one of the monorail stations to be at the entrance to the Frozen North, so not sure if we'll have room for that. We'll also use some of these amazing pieces from the Arctic Pack to cover up the back of the sea lion habitat so they don't spoil the view. That's the first part of this massive build done. Let's take a look at it. That looks really good. Very happy with that. I want to thank Carlos again for putting that mammoth skeleton on the workshop. It looks amazing. We've got some of our new signs in as well, showing people where things are going to be. Made a little don't touch sign as well to put in front of the statues. This is the little picnic area. I'm not sure about those Arctic shades. I don't think they fit the theme, so they'll be going. We've got the slightly less geographically accurate skeleton here. And here is the sign that we made. This is one of my favorite bits of this little build so far. And here is a few of the rocks and the Inuksuk, which are sat in the middle of this area. You can see the flying fox forest in the background. Let's head up into the drone cam and see how far we've come today. This is where we started at the beginning of the episode, and this is where we are now. That is a lot of building. I know it's mostly terrain work, trees and rocks, but it's so important to get this part of it right, and I really want that level of detail in everything that we're building here. We're going to be introducing people to this area with an animal that everybody recognizes, the caribou. They range across the whole north of the world, from Scandinavia and the European Arctic, all the way through to the very north of the USA, Canada, and the American Arctic. On the American side, they're known as caribou, and on the European side they're known as reindeer, but it is the same animal. So that's the space that we need for them. And then over here, I'm just going to put in some placeholders for some guest facilities here. We're going to have like a little restaurant, some gift shops and things like that. Now, to keep the caribou in, we need a fence that's at least 1.5 meters tall. I really want to use the new fence from the Barnyard Animal Pack. It's so good to have a natural wooden fence that looks realistic, and we don't have to make it ourselves for once. So I want to use this, but it's not quite tall enough. So what we're going to do is extend the bottom of the fence using one of the fence posts that also comes in the pack, so that we can get it a little bit taller without really changing the look of it. And then we can place this all the way around the area to make sure the caribou can't escape. Wooden fences like this are really common in zoos, but it's something we've not done a lot of in this zoo because we've been going for a sort of natural look, so there's been lots of mud walls, hidden ditches and things like that. But in this Frozen North area, I want to get a lot of the kind of frontier era America, Alaskan architecture in. So we'll be using a lot of wooden fences where the animals will allow it. And then in terms of architecture, we're going to be basing it on the town of Nome in Alaska. So I mentioned it last week, but Nome was founded in 1901 by a Norwegian immigrant, and it has a lot of really beautiful Norwegian style architecture, lots of wooden houses, which were pretty common in America in those days, pretty common these days to be honest. A lot of them are painted red and blue and all sorts of interesting colours. I think in the US a lot of the houses are white, that's quite a popular colour there. But in Norway, they like a lot of different colours, and Nome in Alaska had a lot of that going on back in the early 1900s, which is where I'm taking this inspiration from. So we're going to be building some really cool American / Norwegian style buildings today to house the reindeer, and this is the first one here. We'll get stuck into that building in a second, but one of the most important parts of this area that we want to concentrate on is making sure that everything looks perfect. So we're going to do a bit of landscaping and planting here, so you can see the exit and one of the zoo's car parks in the background. We want to make sure that the pretty modern architecture of that exit and the car park aren't visible when people are in the frozen north. So we're going to do a lot of planting to make sure that most of that view is blocked. Going to be using some of the ponderosa pines and a few others to do that. Thanks for all your comments on the last episode, by the way, in terms of planting and things like that, helping me out with plant choices. Ponderosa pines apparently grow in pretty hot climates and can be found in fairly southerly parts of America, so this is definitely an appropriate choice. We've got some Korean pines as well. Korea is a fairly warm country. Not sure exactly where in Korea they grow, but they should be fine. We're going to concentrate mainly on those plants for now. We'll get rid of most of the grass in the habitat as well. We've got herbivores in here, so they're going to eat most of the grass if it's in there, so we'll get rid of the vast majority of it. And then we'll move on to the first of our buildings. I'm going to base these on a reference photo of the main street in Nome, because they've got some really unique architecture there. And the wood paneling on the side of the buildings is actually very similar to the barn that we built in the petting paddock. So I'm going to take a side of that barn, and then we're going to take all the wood planks and make them horizontal rather than vertical, but keep these vertical planks that stick out, because they are exactly what we need for this building. It's going to make it a little bit easier. So we'll get some horizontal planks in. We'll spin one of them so that we don't have a sort of repeating pattern going up the side of the wall. And once we've got 3 of these lines, so they alternate, we'll have a nice group that we can then copy up to form the entirety of the wall. Then we'll put some more of the protruding thinner planks in to get the design that I saw on the reference photos. So we're going to bring this one out a little bit more so we get a nice shadow underneath it. We'll put some concrete in for the base just to make sure that it looks like it would actually stand up. And once we get that done, we'll have a nice piece of barn wall that we can use to make the entire building. There's going to be a really interesting front on this building, which is very particular to sort of early 20th century and 19th century American buildings. We'll get onto that later. And while we finish that off, let's talk a bit more about the animals that we're going to have in this area. Thanks for all your suggestions in the comments on last week's episode. Just to reiterate, the theme for this area is going to be the north of the American continent. So we're talking from the northern states of the United States up through Canada and into Alaska and the Arctic itself. So there are so many animals that live in that area, from more southerly animals like the cougar, which get up to that sort of area, to animals that thrive in that area like the caribou, to animals that only live at the very north of the continents like the Arctic fox and the polar bear. And basically what I'm going to try and do is get as many of those animals as possible into this area. So we've got some kind of wildcard choices like raccoons. I think we should have raccoons in this zoo, seeing as we had a massive photo of one on the front of the zoo for so long. So I'd like to get those in. They do go all the way up to the northern states of the US. Even animals like the red fox, which can live up there, to the more sort of Arctic staples that we're definitely going to have, like the polar bear, which will be the climax to the area. There's just so many to choose from, and we'll try and get as many of them in as possible. One of the pieces we're going to use to build the front of the building is this enormous sign from the Barnyard Animal Pack, which I distinctly remember making a snarky comment about never using when that pack came out. But what do you know? Now we need it. A lot of the American buildings from back in the late 19th and early 20th centuries had this bizarre design. I have no idea why they did this or what sort of feature it served, but you'd have a traditional pitched roof like we've built here, and then on the front of the building you'd have a square or rectangular facade which didn't match the roof. I've got no idea why they did that, but it's a really distinctive look that is used a lot throughout Nome in the time that we're basing this build on. So I definitely want to use it here. And this sign is very fitting for that because it's got that semicircular sort of arch at the top, which those buildings all seem to have. So we're going to use that and do a lot of decorating on it to sit it in with the rest of the building and get a really authentic Alaskan look. The design on the front of the building is slightly different to it is on the sides, so we'll get rid of the pieces that we don't need, and then we're going to start building with some smaller planks because we need a big old door for those caribou to get through, and we also want some windows at the top. These will get some light into the habitat, and they're basically here because they exactly match the reference image that I'm looking at. This was a saloon, I think, originally. Not a caribou habitat. You wouldn't keep your caribou on Main Street. So instead of people coming in here for beer, we're going to have a caribou in here to escape the sun in the hottest parts of the day and then spend the night in here as well. So we'll keep putting these planks in until we've got the windows the way that we wanted it, and then we'll get some glass panes and put those in. This one here is the perfect size. We'll slide this in so it's nestled within those thinner planks, and then we've got ourselves a window that looks really nice. And with the exterior of the first building complete, we can copy it, and now we've got 2 stables for the caribou. You can see that crazy sort of frontage on the buildings. Let's move on to the next stage, which is getting a stream flowing through the habitat. I saw this in a photo of a zoo in Alaska, and to make the stream look like it serves a purpose, it's going to flow right through the habitat, past the entrance, and end in the moat for the lions. We'll come back and finish the stream in a minute, but first I want to add some more details onto this buildings in the form of this sign here. So the original buildings had different signs on the front advertising, whether they were a saloon or a bank or a shop or whatever they were. These ones are quite simply going to say Caribou. We're using one of Christina's amazing fonts here. We'll get this lined up nicely, and then we're going to use some of the thinnest planks in the game to form a border for it. We'll copy these planks around. It was a very simple sign, and we're just going to have a square, or a rectangle I guess it is, that surrounds it using these planks here, and then we'll center this so it fits nicely around the sign, get the color right until we've got something that looks really good. Now I mentioned last week that we're going to have a monorail station in the frozen north, but I've decided it's going to go at the other entrance, not this one. So we're just going to drop one in here really quickly so that we don't forget where it's going to go, and make sure that we factor this into our plans going forward, and then we can get on and finish that stream. Firstly, we're going to dig the terrain down just a tiny bit. It's going to be a very shallow stream this, so they can wade through it easily. We'll take this up to this end of the habitat. Up here, we're going to have a pipe where the water comes from, like it's from an underground water source, and then we'll fill the water in all the way down to the lion habitat in Africa here. We need a water treatment as well, so we've got another building here that is going to be used for keeper huts and water treatment. We'll put one in there, and then we'll start making the banks of the stream look good. We've got one of the rocks in here, and then we're going to replace it with a mossy rock and bring that down, and if we get the angle just right, we'll have a little sort of line of moss where the rock meets the water. That'll make it look really realistic. And as usual, once we've got one rock that we're happy with, then we can just take this and copy this down the entire length of the stream on both sides until we start sitting it into the landscape. We're going to do a lot of work on the bottom of the stream as well. It won't just be bare rock like it is here. We'll get this down the other end as well so it meets up with a fence. We're going to continue that all the way down to the lion habitat as well. And then it's time for Franchise Masters. I hope you're ready for the longest Franchise Masters ever. This almost became its own video, but I decided to keep it to a little 2-minute tip instead. So one of the problems that you face all the time when you've got a massive franchise zoo like this, especially when you build it to be realistic rather than the way Planet Zoo wants you to make it, is running out of money. You'll see how little money the zoo pretty much always has every episode, and one of the main ways to combat that is gift shops. The game wants you to place loads and loads of gift shops because that is where the guests will spend the majority of their money. But when you've got this many areas in the zoo, do you have time or even the inclination to design an Australian gift shop, an Amazonian gift shop, an African gift shop, a nocturnal gift shop, a penguin gift shop, etc, etc? There are so many places to put them. So the best way to deal with it is to build a really generic gift shop that you can place anywhere in your zoo. And we're going to do this as a little gift counter. I'm basing this on one I saw in San Diego Zoo, which is a completely wooden construction. It is super generic. You can slot this in anywhere in the zoo. It uses the gift counter rather than the shop, so it's much smaller. And we're going to build a really cute little gift counter that we can slot in very easily anywhere in the zoo and get more money in without having to leave a big space for it or come up with a new design every time or anything like that. We're going to make one perfect gift counter and drop that in anywhere we like. Now we have these pieces from the gift shop update. Things like this are so much easier to build. I love the tote bags and the t-shirts. We'll put a little shelf here and we'll get some mugs and a puzzle and some posters on it. You can just go crazy with details. We need a generic name as well, and souvenirs is pretty much the worst pun I can think of. We can put that in anywhere in the zoo. It's going to slot in nicely. We can stick one here on this path past Madagascar. Looks great here as well. And any financial problems you have can pretty much be solved with enough of these. Back to the habitat, let's get some foliage in. So this habitat is basically my own design, but I wanted to make sure it was grounded in reality. So I looked at the caribou habitat at San Diego Zoo. Obviously a very similar climate to what we would have here. And there were a few patches of nice green grass in the habitat, and then quite a lot of it on the sort of externals of the habitat where the guests would be. So we're going to replicate that here. So we've got a few patches of grass in the habitat, and then slightly more on this side of the little stream, and then loads more on the actual guest path where the caribou won't be able to get to. And one of the problems you can have when you're trying to make a habitat that doesn't have loads of grass in it is the terrain looks really boring when you've just got loads of sort of dirt texture everywhere. So we're going to use some sunken rocks to make it a lot more exciting. We're going to get loads of these rocks and have them just poking through the ground, get random rotation on, and place these so they join the stream onto the main part of the habitat, and then do the same thing at the back of the habitat with the rocks slightly higher. It just gives a really nice texture to the ground and also provides a bit of height variation as well, which makes things look more exciting. I made a little custom water feeder, but unfortunately due to the hitboxes it doesn't work, so you won't see that in the end cinematic. We just end up with the basic water tap, and we'll continue the rocks along to meet up with that gate there. That gate will be open in the final build so that the keepers and the caribou can get in and out of the habitat. Let's take a look at what we've got so far. That's starting to look really nice. We just need some final details on it now. We're going to drop this rustic floor piece into the stream and then replace the basic rock texture at the bottom with this. So we'll get this into the right position, and then we can recolor it so it looks more like it's underwater. We're going to cover the whole bottom of the stream with this, and it'll just be visible in the center of the stream and make things look a lot more interesting. And then we'll make sure it joins onto the edges really nicely with some fake rocks that are again colored to exactly the right color to match up with everything else. Now, in keeping with us wanting to make this the best area in the zoo, we're going to go in and do some tiny little details to finish this habitat off before we call it finished. So we're going to put a little nettle in this tiny gap between the rocks there. And then we're going to get some more rocks just to make this terrain even more interesting. Just a few little lines of rocks here, using some smaller rocks. We're going to sink some periwinkle leaves into the ground, just to add a tiny bit of ground cover. Get some little plants next to these trees. We've put the tree protector from the porcupine habitat in there as well. Put some hay feeders on the side of the building here, using some of the pieces from the barnyard animal pack. Then I'm going to sink some plants in to make that hay on the floor look even more realistic. And then we're going to dress up the edges of the habitat with some of the new hedges and a load more buffalo grass. You can see I've actually covered the back of the lion habitat as well with some more wood that looks like the wood in the stables. And then the final thing that we're going to do is make the source of the little stream that flows through the habitat. So we've got this, I think this is a classic tree protector from the base game, and we're going to rotate this on top of itself loads of times so we get a really interesting metal pipe that the water can come out of and flow down into the stream. So once we've created this, we're going to drag this and put it here in the join between the water and the terrain, and then we'll cover up the gaps with some small faux rocks and just keep placing these in until we've got a really realistic looking pile of rocks here that the pipe can come out from. And this is really going to make it look like the water is like an underground water source and is coming out here into the stream. And then the last thing to do is get some water effects on it so we can actually see water coming out of the pipe and flowing down the stream. And that is the habitat done. Let's take a look at it. At the entrance to the frozen north, there's a map which shows where every animal in this area lives on the planet. So we've added our first animal, the caribou. Let's check out where they live. Here's the habitat. It's really up close to the mammoth or semi-mammoth statue there. So it's the first thing that the guests are going to see. I wanted an animal that all the guests would recognize, but not one of the big heavy hitters that's going to come later on in the area. I really like how this habitat looks, especially the water feature. I think that's my favorite part. There's the stream. You can see that they can just walk across there. Provides a nice bit of enrichment for them and looks pretty cool as well. We'll get an aerial view in and you can get a better view of these buildings with the signs and the crazy frontage that we built. And here's the view from the other end. There's the gate. And they're coming to eat some food here, which the keeper's just thrown on the floor. Not sure why he's not using the feeder. I think this might be the first traditional sort of hoofstock habitat in the zoo where you're just looking at animals through a fence. It was a lot of fun to build. I really hope you guys like it. Still pretty impressive, I think, with all the buildings in the background and all the foliage and the rockwork. I am very happy with it. Let's take a look at where we started today. And this is where we are now. Great to see this area coming together already. I've been thinking about the animals I want and all the animals you guys suggested, and this is what I've come up with. Each one of these wooden boxes represents a habitat, and as you can see, there are a lot of them. In today's episode, we're going to be here, building an Arctic town, which is going to be the central hub for our guests before they head out into the wild. Let's go! Before we start building the town, there's one thing I want to take care of, and that's donation bins. So normally I just colour them to fit the area, but for this area I want to cover them up completely to make things more realistic. So we're going to build a donation bin cover. We're going to make it out of wood so it goes nicely with the theming of the rest of the area. We're going to make a circular structure so it looks more like the sort of donation bins that you'll occasionally see in zoos. They're kind of antiquated these days. You'd expect to be paying electronically rather than with cash or check, but we need something to cover these up with, so this is what we're going to do. So we're going to rotate some wood until we've got something that's the right size to cover up the donation bins. We're using the mud pillar piece so that we can get it in a perfect circle like so. And then we'll cover up the top of it with a barrel, and then just make some adjustments to some of the other pieces so it looks better. And then we're going to put one of the memorial signs on, get it up the right way, and we've just got a little bit of blurb there about some mythical Arctic foundation that you're donating to, and then we'll use a couple of brackets to make the slot where you'd put your cash in. With this being franchise mode, we have to have donation bins everywhere, and I really want to go the extra mile and get things looking a lot more realistic. This is the sort of attention to detail that I want to follow throughout this area, just to try and make it the best area in the zoo. You can see one outside the Caribou Creek here. That looks so much better than the donation bin. Let's move on now and start building our little Alaskan town. We've got this Inukshuk garden here that we already built, and behind that is where the town is going to go. We're going to start today with 4 buildings, all taken from Nome in Alaska, a kiosk and some scenery as well. We've got a lot to get done. Thanks for all your comments on these facades in the last episode, by the way. The consensus is that these facades were built simply to make the buildings look more impressive. A lot of these Alaskan towns and a lot of the frontier towns in America were thrown together very quickly, so that the poor quality of the buildings themselves were disguised by putting big impressive facades on the front, so that the main street looked a bit more like a more traditional and more expensive American main street. This first building is an amalgam of 2 different buildings that I've seen, which was, I think, a saloon with a little sort of food place next to it, and we're going to turn them into a gift shop and a bar/drinks place. We're also going to explore a lot of different colours on these buildings, but first it's time for Franchise Masters. We use a lot of custom fonts in this zoo, and because they're made by various different very talented individuals rather than Frontier, they can all work in slightly different ways, and they're a little bit confusing the first time you try and use them. So I thought I'd show you one of them and we'll go through how they work. So this particular font from the amazing Ricey just has one massive group with everything in it, so you need to select the letters manually like this. The most important thing to do when you're using them is when you move each letter into place, you switch from the relative axis to the world axis, and that'll keep them all on the same plane and make sure they all line up nicely. Some of the fonts have each letter as a different group, which makes it even easier. But the way I like to do it is to keep the backing of the font in, the sort of concrete or plaster pieces that you normally find at the back, and make sure all the letters are perfectly lined up on that, and then delete everything, and you can start moving it into the position where you actually want the font. If you want to get hold of the fonts that we use in this zoo, then just go to the Steam Workshop and search for ZSH Plays, go to my profile and go to Collections, and you will find my font collection. I'm pretty sure every font that we use in this zoo is in there. All the ones we've used so far were made by Ricey, Christina and Wyatt Andrews Workshop, I think. There's a few other really good fonts in there that I've used in other zoos, and pretty much all your font needs can be catered for by going to that group. Once you've got the font in the place that you want it, then we'll just line it up, make sure it's nicely centered, start thinking about a color. This one is flexi color, most of them are. You need to change both the colors on this particular font. Another tip, if you want things to be white, don't actually make them white, make them a light gray, maybe with a tiny little bit of yellow mixed in. It just gives a less overly bright color that will, certainly on a realistic sign like this, going to make it look a lot more realistic. Apologies for the pun in the name, but the original saloon was called the Bearing Saloon, and Bearing Gifts was just too good not to use. Anyway, hope that was useful. Let's get back to the build. So we need to do the inside of the gift shop now, and I'm going to go with quite an Alaskan vibe to fit the outside of it. We're not going to use an actual gift shop because I'm not sure we're going to have enough people this far into the zoo to get any use out of it. We've already built one gift shop, so we're going to race through this pretty quickly, using all the new souvenir pieces to decorate it so we can get it looking like this. I've got some pieces from Ricey's gift shop pack in here, as well as the in-game pieces. And then we're going to do some work on the back wall, get a big rack of t-shirts and tote bags up here, so it looks like people have got loads of things to choose from. I'm trying to pick the t-shirts that are more generic and less Planet Zoo-y. I've got that one white t-shirt in there because you can't really see what it says from the main part of the gift shop, and I like the look of it. We'll stick with the animals for the most part. We'll put some statues and things like that on these little counters that we've built for where the staff are going to go. Put some animal masks up on these beams just to add a splash of colour up there, trying to get this very tall building sort of filled from bottom to top, so there's a lot to look at. And then I want some traditional style kind of antlers or deer heads sticking out of the wall. Now we've got this reindeer statue which is perfect for that, except that the back half of it is going to be inside the shop, so we'll need to deal with that in a second. what we're going to do is spin this round, much like we did way back when we built the entrance. We're going to have this so that its head is poking out of the wall, and if we can get the angles and the position right, it's going to look like the traditional sort of deer decoration that you see in places like this. So that's it in, and then we'll cover up its rear half with another donation bin and some balloons, these red panda balloons here, and just keep building things in until you can't see the back end of the reindeer. Then we're going to use the back of this bark piece as the board that the head statue is on, and I think it looks pretty cool. Next up, we're going to put some more of Ricey's gift shop pieces in. These little lunch boxes are so cute. I love these, and you see a lot of stuff like this in zoos. That's really good. We'll put some final detailing into the roof so that the timbers going across are actually joined onto the roof and start making it look more realistic. We've got some netting hanging down as well, just to fill up some more space. And then we'll move on to the next part of the building. This is going to be the bar. It's based on the little food place that was joined on to the original building back in 1901. And you can see I've introduced some colour into the main building, and we're going to carry that on here as well. That's really deep red, really like that. So we're going to build the whole of this little extension out of wood of that colour. So we can just copy this wood down here. It's a much smaller building, like a long, thin building, rather than the more impressive one next to it. We're going to use this little bar arrangement, which is a combination of a workshop item from Toves and a bar that I made for Penguin Cove. And we'll get this down both sides of the building. This is somewhere I imagine adults can come in for a beer or alcoholic beverage of some kind, and the kids can have a milkshake or whatever. And then we're going to make the bar. This is based on the counter that we use throughout this zoo, but I want to make this one a bit more special. And these pieces from the barnyard pack, the metal planters, are going to make a really, really interesting bar. You see a lot of sort of polished metal like this in classy bars, and San Bernardino Zoo is a classy place, so we're going to have a classy bar. We'll use these to make the bottom of the bar, and with these uplighters I've put on the floor, you get a really nice shine on it. It looks really cool. I find I'm using quite a lot of pieces from the barnyard pack throughout this build. The really sort of old school, rustic, American style farm fits in pretty nicely with early 20th century Alaskan buildings as well. That's the bar done. Now some more font work for the sign. This is the actual name of the old building there, the sideboard, which is a cute little name considering I think it served food and it is basically attached to the side of a larger building. So we will copy this, get this onto the front of the building, and then we're going to swap the S out for one of the normal font S's because it's larger, just makes the sign a bit more interesting. And we use some of the European neon signs as well to get a bit of a design going on the front. Now, one of the key features of these kind of towns is that the buildings were always up on steps. I think because the main streets were just like mud. So I think they had like steps and sidewalks in that were raised so that the buildings were kept cleaner. So we're going to do that. We're going to drop in another building. This was originally built as a staff building. We're going to use this as a little implied education centre with a nice little colour change. And then I saw some huge telegraph poles in the reference images I was looking at. They were really tall. I couldn't see any wires either. I'm not sure if that was just due to the old school nature of the photo or whether they hadn't been put in yet, but we're just going to have these huge telegraph poles towering over the town. I think that looks really imposing. And then it's on to possibly my favourite part of the build, a fry bread stand. I had never heard of fry bread until I did my research for this episode, but apparently it is big in Alaska. Obviously, I've seen and eaten breads like this before, just not in this exact format and with this name. It is essentially, as the name would suggest, some fried dough which can be served either savoury or sweet. I think we'll go with the sweet option in San Bernardino. So we've got the pizza counter here. We're going to turn this pizza into some fry bread, just using font pieces, get them to the right colour, and then we're going to cover all the sort of cheese, tomato, mushroomy parts of this pizza with this, so we can get more of just a bread kind of look to it. I'm not sure how it will stand up to close inspection, but it looks pretty decent from back here. And we can just copy this down on top of all the others till we've got ourselves a nice little pile of flatbread. This is the souvenir stand, of course, that we built last week. So we're going to rip all the souvenir stuff out of it and put in a fryer and a fridge and all the stuff that we need to make our fry breads. So we're going to use this air conditioning as the first part of the fryer. We'll get one of these and then we'll get another one next to it. So we've got two fryers, we can get two fry breads done at once. We'll put a little grill in here as well, just to add to the effect. And then we'll get some of the aluminium or aluminum pieces, depending on whereabouts in the world you are, and use this to build the side of the fryer. We're going to put the frying plates, I think that's what it's called, I'm not a chef, but wherever they actually fry the bread, once the dough has been into the fryer, then they need to sort of squish it down and turn it into a fry bread. I believe that's the technical term for it. And then we're just going to take one of the little bits of sort of batter that we created and put that on top of the oven. We've got some smoke in there as well. That's going to sell the fact that we've got some cooking going on here. So we've got the batter pretty much where we want it now. And then we can move on and get onto the fridge. Before that, we'll drop a few plates in on the front. And then we need a spatula or something like that so they can actually work with the bread. And then we'll get the fridge done. So we're going to use those aluminium pieces again, and then I'll get one of the grasslands poles in to make like a door in the middle of it. And then we'll use some more metal pieces to get a top on there to cover up the bottom of these bottles on that really weird shelf that they stick through. And then we've got this piece. I don't think I've ever used this piece before. It's actually really useful. This just sort of block of metal. You can use this to add some detail to the top of it, make it look a bit more interesting. And then we'll put some handles on, and finally a backboard for the fryer to keep things nice and clean. And there we go, we've got our own little Frontier fry bread stand. Another thing I saw in the reference photos was just a big old pile of gravel and rocks. I was wondering if it would be possible to make that without using mods. So by raising the terrain, smoothing it down, we can actually get some gravel pathing in a circle on top of this hill here. I wasn't sure this was going to work, but it does, which is cool. The key is to make sure that the terrain has been smoothed enough. And then we're going to cover it in loads of the faux rocks, all randomly rotated, and then select them all and just drop them down so they're just poking through the gravel. We end up with a pretty realistic gravel pile, I like that. And then we can move on to the final thing that we're going to build today, a bear trap. Not that kind of bear trap, but don't worry. This is an ethical bear trap, which I saw in a zoo somewhere in the States. I can't remember which zoo it was, but basically the residents of Manitoba, I think it's pronounced, in Canada. Apologies to any Canadian viewers if I've massacred the pronunciation there. They suffer with polar bears coming in to town during the months when there's not a lot of food for them. And much as and I presume you love polar bears, they're not something you want to meet when you're walking down the street, especially if they're particularly hungry. So they have these traps set up which capture the polar bears humanely, and then they move them to a holding pen until the food stocks have improved for the polar bears, and then they are released back into the wild where they can happily go about hunting seals, etc., and nobody gets eaten. I thought that was a really cool thing to have in the zoo, so we're going to make a replica of that and have that as a piece of scenery in the town here. The whole concept of this town is it's sort of an oasis in the middle of the wild, so as soon as the guests leave this little town where they can get food, drink, fry bread, watch educational films, etc., then they're going to be heading into the wild to see some of the more impressive animals that we have here. So after the caribou, we're going to have the more impressive animals coming up. And this polar bear trap should act as a reminder that bigger things are coming. That's where it's going to sit, and that's the town pretty much done. Let's take a look at it. I think this is going to provide a really nice tranquil spot for people before they head off into the wild to see the rest of the animals. Here's the fry bread stand. I'm really pleased with this. Don't often do stuff like this on the channel. Here's the bar. I've gone for a really sort of classic feel with this one. And the polar bear trap. Really happy with how that turned out. We should probably let some guests in just for the cinematics. The town is called Stamford. That was a nice American town sounding name. We've got some more of the donation bin covers there. And here's the gift shop. We'll check it out inside. I have made it as cluttered as possible. I've thrown absolutely everything at it. I want to thank another creator for this as well, Robin Bird. I spoke to them a little bit about this gift shop and a few ideas thrown around to get it as cluttered and realistic as possible. So thanks for your help, Robin. Let's head up into the drone cam to take a look at where we started today. We've got our caribou habitat, a beautiful entrance, our little town, and now we're going to be here building a habitat with an animal bridge for cougar so we can open the area to our guests. Let's go. We have a very ambitious habitat to build today. I can't wait to show you it. What we're going to have is a habitat for cougar that is split into two parts on either side of the guest path, and there's going to be a bridge over the path that the cougar can walk across to get him from the large part of the habitat into the smaller part of the habitat, and it will take him right over the heads of the guests. Once the guests have come into the frozen north and visited the caribou habitat and our little town, then this habitat will either be the first or the last habitat they see, depending on which way they go. So I want it to be really impressive. These three boxes you can see here add up to the required size that we need for the cougar. And like I say, we're going to split the habitat into two and have the path going right through the middle of it, so it's really immersive. So we're going to take 2 of these boxes and essentially join them together to have a large habitat on the right-hand side of the path. And then we're going to take the other box and have that on the left-hand side of the path. And the bridge is going to join the 2 of them between those boxes you can see there. And getting that to work with a Predator in franchise mode is going to be a whole lot of fun, but we're going to make it. Now, if you remember these rocks we made back in the entrance episode, these are what we're going to be building the Cougar habitat out of. And we're going to be using these rocks a lot throughout this area. I really like the cold, dark grey look and the various different textures on them. So we're going to be doing a lot of modifying of these to make the actual habitats. There's about 50 rocks in each one of these little piles, and I've built them like that so that we can spin them around to any angle, and they're going to look really good, and they're going to look different, so it doesn't just look like one block that's been used to make the wall. The first thing we're going to do is make this wall here so we can get an idea of what it's going to look like as guests come into this habitat, and then we're going to build the viewing galleries. So there's going to be 3 viewing galleries, 2 on the right hand side and 1 on the left hand side, and then the animal bridge will run between them. We're going to use the rotation trick here to make 1 set of the habitat walls. This is a little small, I'm going to make this a bit bigger in a second, but essentially we're going to use this, and then we're going to use Goron's netting, the same one we used in the Caracal habitat. Now I've got to admit, I got a little bit lazy in the Caracal habitat with this. To be fair, it did take me a very long time to build, but this time, instead of just spamming as many of these as I can until it's covering the area, we're actually going to do some work on it. You saw me doing it there to get it to be perfectly spherical. That was not fun. And now it will fit perfectly over this habitat here once we drop it down into place. And then we're going to replace the top with some new pieces just to make it fit the really modern look that I want to have in this habitat. So these windows are FlexiColor, and they're pretty much the right size, so it actually makes a really good top. We'll use a couple of these, and that will be the top of the netting where all the poles join onto. And then on the other side of the habitat, where it's much bigger, we're going to use Goron's original netting blueprint. I've actually made this habitat pretty much the same size as it, so it'll only take a little bit of work on my part to get the mesh to fit exactly with all the rocks. Then we're going to drop a shelter in, just so we've got an implied holding area for the cougar. Any sort of big cat or medium-sized cat, you need proper holding areas with protection for the keepers and things like that, so they don't have to directly interact with the animal. You do not want to be messing around with a cougar. Now, this warning sign that we made in the entrance episode is going to be right at the entrance to this area. I love the idea of the guests going into the wild when they get to this part here and away from the safety of the town. And we're going to have another one on the other side as well. That's just a little bit of scenery setting, but now it's time to build the animal bridge itself. These can be pretty tricky to get working, and it's the first time that I've built one in San Bernardino Zoo. It's only the second time I've ever built one, so I'm going to take you right the way through the process of this. So firstly, we need an actual bridge for the cougar to walk across. So we're going to use these African hut bases and some other pieces to make a nice looking bridge. The design for this one is going to be influenced by Hogle Zoo in the US. They have a bridge for their tigers there. I really like the look of it, so we're going to be basing it mainly on that with a few of our own touches. There's a few different ways of building these, but the method we're going to be using here is the climbing method. So what we need to do is make sure that there is a climbable piece through the center of the bridge that the animals can walk across, because the animals' hitboxes when they're climbing are very different to when they're walking, and that normally enables you to make things much smaller than you would be able to if you were trying to make it wide enough for them to walk through. It's key as well to make sure that any climbable pieces other than the central piece they're going to walk on is set to non-climbable, so they can't escape, so we'll make sure we do that. And with a climbable log in the center for the cougar to walk on and 2 non-climbable logs on the outside, now we can start decorating. So we'll get some more logs in here so it looks nice. And then we're going to get some girder pieces to act as sort of structural supports. Don't want this breaking and the cougar escaping. So we'll get a couple of these underneath and just get them in a sort of position where they don't ruin the look of the logs coming out the side, but you can still see them so it looks more realistic. And then we're going to surround it all with mesh. So we'll use the Grasslands animal pole and some of the mesh pieces to create walls on the side and a ceiling for it as well, so that the cougar can't get out. And because we've got that climbable piece in the middle, even though this is a pretty realistic size, it's actually smaller than the one at Hogle Zoo, albeit cougars are smaller than tigers. The cougar is still going to be able to actually walk through this. Without the climbing method, I very much doubt the hitbox would allow it to get through here. And when the cougar does walk through here, ooh mama, it really looks good. There's a cinematic at the end of this video which I think might be my favourite thing I've ever filmed in Planet Zoo. There's just something about a predator being that close to the guests and up in the air that is so satisfying to watch. Alright, we've got one piece of the bridge completed, and what we're going to do now is duplicate this and turn it into a bridge. So this is where it's going to run from, between the two guest viewing points on the right hand side of the path, along to the rocks just beside the viewing point on the other side of the path. And we're going to run it along here, and then we're going to run it into the mesh that we placed down earlier. Then we're going to take some more climbable logs. We'll get the longest one that we can, and we'll run this down to the floor so that the cougar can get up here, and we'll do some more work on this part of it later to make it look better. And then it's on to possibly the fiddliest part of the entire process, which is joining this bridge up to the mesh, because the mesh on the bridge needs to perfectly join up to the mesh above the habitat so that there is no point where the cougar could escape. And that is not a lot of fun to build, but it didn't take as long as I thought it would. And with some adjustments to the poles and the mesh, and deleting a few of the mesh pieces that we already have, we can get a pretty seamless join on here. The mesh is probably the hardest thing to build with in Planet Zoo, so I want to give a big thank you again to Just Goron for uploading this set of mesh to the workshop. The more time you spend editing this piece, the more you realise how long it must have taken to put it together. The different layers and angles of the mesh are absolutely crazy. You can see some of them here, and I'm very glad that he's done that so that we don't have to. Getting the bridge right is only half the battle here, because we also need to get the barriers for the habitat set up in such a way that it works. So the way we're going to do this is to use null barriers. We're going to run these around the left-hand habitat that we've just been working on and the shelter that we've got here. And we'll put this inside the rocks so that it all matches up exactly. And then we're going to run the null barrier right across the guest path and then onto the other side of the habitat. And again, we'll follow the walls around here. And then when we get to the end, we'll run it back across the guest path and then join it up to the null barriers in the left-hand habitat. So what we end up with is a complete set of null barriers around the habitat. We can then put a keeper gate in here. So we'll put this wooden keeper gate into the shelter. And then what we need to do is add the glass viewing windows in separately. So we'll deselect all the other walls and then just put in one wall piece here and make that glass. And then we will select for it not to be the habitat barrier. And we'll do the same with the other two viewing windows. Once we've done all that, we should have a functioning habitat. And the next thing to do is make sure that the cougar can actually use it. That was not a quick process, but check this out. We've got the blue habitable area on both sides of the habitat and a green line across the bridge in the middle, and the cougar can access everything. You need to make a lot of very fine adjustments to the pieces near the bridge, but when you get it right, it is so worth it. Now it's time to make things look good. So what we're going to do is start raising the height of these walls with some more rocks and getting a much more varied kind of top to this. And we're also going to use the big sort of jagged teeth-like rocks that we made in the entrance episode as well. These are going to look really cool as you walk up to the habitat. They're really going to stand out against the silhouette of the rest of the rocks. So we're going to have these in random positions all the way around the walls. And we're going to also use them to join on to the poles in the mesh so everything looks nice and cohesive. We'll drop some more rocks into the viewing galleries to start getting these to look good. This is just literally 3 of the same long faux rock piece, but it looks really nice when you match it up with everything else. Sits the glass in nicely, and later on we'll use that same piece to make a floor as well so that you can't see the join between where the guest path ends and the habitat begins. And then there's just a bit more work to do on the mesh to get it so it lines up exactly with the edges of the habitat. I've spared you the hours of fiddling around with it that it took to get this to look good. I'll just show you a couple of seconds of it so you can see how we move the mesh pieces and the poles around to join them up onto the rocks. Now, building an entire habitat out of null barriers can lead to some problems with the guests, and we're going to solve those in Franchise Masters. When you've used null barriers to create all the walls in a habitat, you can come up with an issue, which is that our wonderful and extremely intelligent guests here will often spend their time stood right in front of a wall, staring intently at it, instead of standing where you want them to. So the way to fix that is to select the walls that are visible from the path and turn those into something solid. I like to use the log walls because they're the thinnest, and because they're hidden away under the rocks you can't see them anyway. And if we do this to all the null barriers that are visible from the path, The only place the guests can actually see the animals from is the viewing galleries, and that is where they're going to stand. If you remember to do this whenever you're using null barriers, your zoo's going to look a lot more realistic. Time for decoration and enrichment. So you can see I've already put a few plants into the habitat and some trees. What we're going to do is build a rock pile for the cougar to climb on. We're going to use, again, a modified version of those rocks we used earlier, turn this into something suitable for the cougar. We'll put a cardboard box on it so he's got a reason to come up here. He can play around with that, and then we'll make sure he can get up here with some more rocks. They're not as good at climbing in Planet Zoo as they are in real life. I really like the rocks that we created for the caribou habitat, so we're actually going to steal a few of those and put them in here because they're going to look perfect in this habitat as well. They join the floor onto the rocks really nicely. So we'll slide these into position and then sink them down so they're just peaking above the ground, and it provides a really nice transition from floor to rocks. We'll get another one of these in along here, and then we'll take a look at it. Now, another issue that I'm having with the habitat is glare on this glass. It gets glare in the morning and it gets glare in the evening. So the way we're going to solve that is by raising some of the rocks and moving some trees so that both at the start and at the end of the day there is some shade falling on these viewing structures. That means that the guests and us in the end cinematics are going to get the best view. There we go. Time to finish the planting. So I want to use a mix of different grasses and shrubs in here to make it look really nice. And as I suspected, I think it was in the Prairie Dogs episode, the latest update has changed the way plants work in this game in franchise mode. The animals now lose a lot more happiness if plants aren't appropriate for them, which is not a change that I would have made myself. So we need to be a bit more careful than we used to be here. A lot of the animals in the zoo that were on sort of 98, 99% happiness are now down to like 92, 93% happiness. But I'm not going to go back and change all of their habitats. But going forward, we need to concentrate on this a bit more. We're going to predominantly use the buffalo grass, which is American and temperate and suitable for the cougar. Pretty much anything American is suitable for the cougar, seeing as they live all the way from halfway up Canada down to Argentina. There's not much they're not happy with, but I am going to mix a little bit of the Yorkshire foggrass in there as well, because that's a really nice piece. If we just use a few of them, the cougars aren't going to mind it too much. We're going to put a sign up on the bridge to make sure the guests know exactly what they are looking at. So we're doing a little bit of detailing behind it here, and then we'll use one of the wonderful Rice's fonts to let the guests know what's going on. We'll do a little bit of decorating on the path leading into the habitat just to make sure this fits in really nicely and people really feel like they're going sort of into the wild as they get to this part here. I want this to look like the entrance to a forest, so we'll get some bramble bushes in, we'll get some more of the Yorkshire foggrass, and then we'll get some of the saltworts in, scatter a few of these around, and that is looking really nice now. The only issue I have is it's a little bit grey, so I'm going to spice this up a little bit with a waterfall. Now, normally the waterfalls in Planet Zoo are massive and very, very impressive. We've done some work before on making much gentler ones. What I want to try and do today is make a much smaller one by hiding one of the waterfall effects into the rocks, so we're just seeing the edge of it, and we'll use that to build a much more subtle waterfall. This is based on one I saw at Zoo Leipzig a few weeks ago. We'll put some glass panes in here to act as water, and that is Cougar Crossing done. Let's check it out. We've got a new animal on the Frozen North map at the entrance. You can see the rocks of the habitat peeking over in the distance, and we're going to travel beyond this point. I am so happy with how that looks. And it works perfectly with the guests. Even in franchise mode, it's high enough above them that they don't run away screaming, which is always useful. And here's our cougar making his way from the larger habitat into the smaller one. He's got his cardboard box to play with here. I've just realised now that I really need to put some sort of attachment on the end of the poles where they join the rocks, so I'll go back and do that. Let's take a look at the whole habitat from the air. Very happy with this rock work. It's a bit over the top, but I like things over the top. I think it looks cool. And let's see some more shots of the cougar playing around in his habitat. I love the rotating line feeder. It's such a cool enrichment item. Our cougar seems to be enjoying it as well. Let's look at where we started today in the drone cam, and this is where we are now. Today we're going to be adding your most requested animal into the Frozen North, the wolf. And we're going to build it up on top of this ridge here. So the first thing that we need to do is make this ridge start to look good. So at the moment it's just raw terrain. And what we're going to do is make an arrangement of various different types of rocks that are just poking out of the ground. And once we've got a nice little arrangement of that, we can start placing this all over that ridge at various different angles, so that we get the whole thing to look like a natural rock wall rather than the sort of smooth looking terrain that we've got there at the moment. We'll make something look a lot more realistic. This habitat is inspired by wolf woods that I've seen at Tiergarten Schönbrunn in Austria and some of the landscaping I saw at Prague Zoo. There's a lot of amazing natural rock work there, not just the normal sort of fake rock work that you see in zoos. We're going to get a lot of that done today, and we're going to end up with a wolf habitat that is on top of the hill here, so there's an amazing view for the guests and the wolves looking down over the town and the rest of the frozen north. I'm happy with the first arrangement of rocks that we've got here, some pretty big impressive ones, so we're going to drop these in all over this cliff here and start rotating them so they all look different, and we'll get some of these in as the larger rocks all the way down to here as well. And then what we're going to do is create a second set of rocks, just slightly different and a little smaller, and we're going to use a lot more of these to cover up the rest of it. This is where the habitat itself is going to end, this set of rocks here, and then we'll have the rock wall going down towards the town. So we're just going to keep placing these rocks along here till we've got something that looks really good. This is starting to come together already, and we want this entire cliff face to be covered with them so we get a really natural look. This is going to be visible when you're in the little town area as well. Let's take a look at it from the drone cam. It's already starting to look good. Let's leave that for now and move on to building the fences for the habitat. So we're going to build complete custom fences for this habitat. I want them really simple. I just don't want to use the default barriers. So we're going to use some mesh and wood to make the kind of barriers that you often see for wolf woods like this. So a pretty tall fence, an anti-climb barrier at the top, and then some wooden poles as well. I'm not sure wolves are great at climbing, but they can certainly jump pretty high, and with their claws as well, they can definitely jump to the top of this fence and then climb over, so we need an anti-climb barrier as well. So we'll get that in here, and then we'll get some wooden posts in. I'm really enjoying the East Asian wood set at the moment from the base game. I think I've been sleeping on that for quite some time. It's got some really nice wood pieces in there. They're all sort of slightly imperfect, and there's all sorts of different colors going on where the wood's aged. It's a great set, so we're going to use that for these. We'll get one of them in here, and then we'll spin it round so it's not exactly the same, and get it down the other end as well. And then we'll get one of the shorter pieces and use that for the sides of the anti-climb barrier. And while we work on the fence, let's talk about what animal that we're going to have in here. So for Planet Zoo purposes, we're going to have a timber wolf in here, but the signage will not say timber wolf. It's going to say northwestern wolf, because scientifically there is no such thing as a timber wolf. It's a, I think it's a subspecies name from like a century ago, which scientists haven't used for a very long time. It used to refer to a large number of the wolves across the whole of North America and Canada, but it's no longer recognized. And apparently the closest to the timber wolf is the northwestern wolf, which lives around Canada and does make it up into the Arctic. We're not going to use the actual Arctic wolves. They're white. They are used to very, very cold environments, and I can't imagine they'd be particularly happy in Southern California. So we'll be using the northwestern wolf, which has a much more diverse range. I think they'll be much better able to cope with the heat of Southern California than Arctic wolves will be. I spent about 15,000 conservation credits on the two wolves that we're starting this habitat with. I'm very happy I did, because the male wolf is pretty spectacular. We'll see him at the end of the episode, of course. Most of the habitats in the frozen north are going to be outside. I did a lot of research on that before making that decision, and a lot of it is informed by San Diego Zoo's Northern Frontier area, which has all sorts of polar bear, caribou, etc., and they're all pretty much in outdoor habitats. A lot of the animals will adapt to the kind of temperatures you get in Southern California. The polar bears that they have there, much shorter fur than the polar bears that you would see in the Arctic, because of course most of these animals, they do experience summer heat for a couple of months a year, and they all have adaptations to that. Their fur gets shorter, they use water to cool down and things like that. So we're going to be able to have a lot of outdoor habitats here, and I think the wolves are going to be perfectly happy in this habitat. There we go, that's the fences done. You can see how nice the view is going to be. Let's move on and create a viewing area. So the way I want the viewing to work in this habitat is mainly via use of what is effectively a hide, really, although there's a lot of glass in it, so the wolves will definitely know there's people in there. But it's one viewing area that I've taken pretty much directly from Tiergarten Schönbrunn, and it's really cool. It's on 2 levels. We can have some stairs in here, and it's a great place for the guests to be able to see the wolves. They'll be viewing all along the fences, but I'm going to do a lot of planting along there, so it's more sort of glimpses of wolves that you get. I think they do better in a more private kind of habitat, despite their fearsome reputation, so we will certainly give them a lot of privacy, and then most of the viewing will be from here. So we're going to put a little path in there, and then build the hide over it. This is a really cool kind of ramshackle hut. It will fit really nicely with the more American frontier style that we're going for in this area, although obviously it's Austrian originally. And we're going to use loads of different pieces of wood to make this, including some more of the Stasia set that I was talking about, and then loads from the Twilight pack, which is probably my favourite wood set. So many different sizes in that pack, makes it really easy to build with. There's going to be a little door here where our little angry vendor is standing at the moment, and then the stairs come off the side of the building like this. Now, we're not going to make these actually usable by the guests, because then we're going to have to put Planet Zoo paths in here. Nobody wants that. Certainly not the stairs either. It's going to ruin the look of it, because it's a really cool, almost like a treehouse kind of set of steps here, and I don't want to ruin that by putting the Planet Zoo steps in. Plus it means we can have them be just over 1 meter wide, which is how wide they are in real life. I know you can do the 1 meter path trick if you want thinner paths in Planet Zoo, but if you want stairs like this, you're still going to have to use the Planet Zoo stairs in there, and that's going to ruin the look of it. So this staircase will be accessible to me when I walk around the zoo, and to you guys when I put it up on the workshop, but it won't be accessible to the guests. But they will be able to go into the ground floor and view the walls through there, and then we'll be able to go up to the top floor as well. There we go, that's the steps in. We'll put some supports in to turn it into a proper staircase, and then we'll move on to the rest of the building. It's a pretty sizable habitat here. I wanted to have enough room to have a proper wolf pack. The way I want to do it is to sort of replicate how wolves live in real life, really. So wolf packs in the wild generally consist of an alpha male and female, and then 2 generations of their offspring. So depending on how good a year they've had, they tend to have between 2 and 5 pups, and then depending on how good the year goes, depends on how many of those pups survive. Hopefully not an issue they'll have in San Bernardino Zoo, but for that reason, typically the wolf pack will consist of between about 6 and anywhere up to 20 wolves. So we're just going to start with 2, and we're going to breed them, and we will keep the babies, and we will build up our own little wolf pack here, and I'll keep you updated with how that is going as the series progresses. Alright, we've got the second level of the building in now, and we're going to use some different planks on this top level to give it a different look to the bottom level to make it look more interesting, and we're going to take it to the next level with an extra piece of detailing in a Franchise Masters. If you want to make wood paneling even more realistic, what you do is you randomly select a few of the planks and move them forward a tiny bit, and then you randomly select a few other planks and move them backwards a tiny bit, and do that all the way across the build, and it makes it more three-dimensional and simulates the sort of more random positions that wood planks are in more rustic buildings like this. Gets you a really nice effect, only takes a few seconds, and it's well worth the effort. I even put a little grunge decal on this one just to tie the bits of wood together, and there you go. Let's finish this building off now. We'll put some more detailing into the roof, got some more planks here just to make that nice and solid. You can see we've got a little doorway for the guests to get through, but we've got my favourite part of the build to do now, the really ramshackle kind of bits of wood that hang down on this balcony here. We're actually using the bamboo pieces from, I think these are from the Tropical pack. Really good for this kind of thing. It looks a lot like the building that I saw at Tiergarten Schönbrunn. So we're going to put these all the way around, and they form a kind of border around the top floor. They essentially serve no purpose at this end because there's no floor here for people to stand on, so it's not like they can look through here, but it just looks really cool. And at the other side of the top of the stairs, the guests can actually stand there and look out over the walls, as well as going into the building itself. We'll put a big log along here as well, just to tie the 2 parts of the building together, and then a few last pieces of Twilight wood to finish it off. Then we're going to add in a couple of windows. These windows are absolutely tiny. This is what it looks like IRL. Don't know why they've got such tiny windows, but they look really cool, and we've got exactly the right piece to do that with the little stained glass bits from the Twilight pack. If you recolor the stained glass, you can make it just look like normal glass with the lead kind of lining between the bits of glass. So this looks really nice once we get it into the right place, and then we're going to have another one of these down the other end. Just need to move the planks so they line up exactly with it, and then we can start getting the glass in. So we're going to get some glass panes and put these in across both the viewing windows on the ground and top floors. I was trying to use a barrier for this, but because of that path I put in, it's just way too close. There's no way to get a barrier in, so we're just going to use the normal glass pieces. Barriers have slightly better visibility when you look through them, I find, so I try to use those when I can, but we're going to use the glass panes for this. We'll take a little walk up the stairs. You can see they work nicely when we're in explore mode, and then we'll just do a little bit of planting next to it so we can see how it's going to look. We're going to drop a bin right next to the door here to stop the guests from walking through the wall because the path is wider than the doorway, and then we're going to drop a vista point in hidden in this support pillar here. so that the guest will come in here to view the wolves rather than just standing along the fence. And that's the viewing gallery done. Before we move on, we have a new arrival at the Frozen North, and I wanted to show it to you. We have a baby caribou. He's absolutely gorgeous. I've named him Rudi because, hey, he's a reindeer. Let's get on to building the inside of the habitat and getting this finished. We'll start the inside with some holding pens. If I remember the care manual correctly, you need one 19-meter square holding pen per pair of wolves. I think that's correct. This is roughly that size. I think it's more like 16 meters, but that'll do. And we'll have 3 of these for hopefully our eventual wolf pack that we're going to have here. We'll just make this dead simply using a variation of the fence. Obviously, it's not going to be this tall, and we'll have these down one end of the habitat, like almost like kennels for the wolves. You can see the rocks that we put in right at the start of the video, and then we've got some trees that I've added in as well. Once we've finished the holding pens, we'll start planting up the whole habitat, adding in water feature, and just making it look generally beautiful. It's not going to have as many trees in it as the name would suggest due to their traversable area. Need to minimize those, but we'll get in as many as we can and just make it look really lush and attractive. We've got these down to the right height now, so we'll copy 3 of them down here to accommodate our new wolf family. Once we're happy with that, we'll move on and get all the planting done. Rocks are plants, right? One and the same. What we're going to do is build a little sort of shelter for them. This is going to be very similar to what we built for the lions, but this time I want to make sure the wolves can actually use it, because the lions couldn't get into theirs other than the cubs. So this time we're going to dig it down a bit more and make sure the wolves can actually use this as shelter. So I'll put some rocks down here, we'll dig out the terrain, put some stuff for them to sleep on in there, and just get a little dell that they can go down into to escape the heat of the sun, or just when they fancy a little sleep. And we're going to dig out another little area down the other end of the habitat where we have just a little arrangement of rocks and dirt where it looks like they've dug out a little bit of the terrain. That's something I saw in, it might have been Schönbrunn, it might have been somewhere else, I can't remember now. It was just a nice little touch. And then we're going to start filling the habitat in with grass, just using the buffalo grass as normal. And we'll also use it to put some trails in where the wolves walk around. I saw a lot of this in my research. It seemed to be very similar to cats in that they like to have certain places that they will walk, and they will always use the same little route. So the grass ends up getting worn down where they've been. So you can see just adds a nice little layer to the habitat of the dirt where the grass isn't, where the wolves have been. The last thing we're going to do is take that rock pile we built right at the start of the episode and use that to line the guest path. We want to keep the guests away from the fence, don't want anyone getting their fingers nipped off, and we've got a little secondary fence in there as well that we've used a few times in this area just to tie everything together. And that's the build done. Let's check it out. Here's the wolf house, as I've decided to call it. Really happy with how this one looks. I'm so glad I didn't put a path in up to the second level. Those stairs look so much better like that. And here is our first wolf. I spent 10,000 conservation credits on a black wolf because, wow, they just look so cool. I think he's 100% size as well. Just looks absolutely majestic on top of his rock. I've got him a mate as well. Here he is looking out over the area. You can see all the way across the frozen north from here. Down the other end of the habitat, we've got another one of the hanging feeders like we had for the cougar. I just love the animations when the animals use this. It looks really cool. And here's the whole habitat from the air. Got loads of clutter and rocks and dead branches and things like that in here. And the pool. And then it all leads up to this viewing area for the guests. There's another shelter for them as well. And as planned, they can actually use these ones and get in here at the end of the day when they want to go to sleep. Hopefully soon we will have some little pups sleeping in here as well. All in all, I am very happy with our little wolfwood. Let's see where we started today. And this is where we are now. It adds a whole lot more to this area. Next week, we're going to be leaving the frozen north to do a build I've been waiting to do since the start of this zoo. A huge, ultra-modern facility for giant and red pandas, based on one of the coolest buildings I've ever seen. We're going to be building it here, just behind the desert house, and in between the Indian forest and Africa. Let's go. Here's the building site for what I'm calling the Panda Garden. I've got the space requirements for the giant and the red panda marked out there. It might look like we've got a lot of space, but believe me, we are going to fill it. Now, what are we going to fill it with? Well, I've had a photo in my inspo folder, or a selection of photos, for over a year now of an absolutely amazing building. And to be honest, I've been kind of scared to attempt to build it because it's going to be a lot more complex than the buildings that I normally do. It's at Disney's Epcot's in the USA. It's a giant slab of 1970s futurism, which they built in the mid-1980s. It's still there today, although they've changed it a bit. It was called the Living Seas. It's this absolutely amazing modernist structure. These days it's called, I think, Nemo and Friends, and it's like a Finding Nemo theme. But originally it was more of a sort of sciencey water research base. I'm not going to be taking any influence from the inside of it, of course, but externally, that is what we're going to be building. Shape-wise, the front of the building is absolutely amazing. That's what really caught my eye. And then we've got various circular structures behind it. And we're going to start building it now with the roof. We're going to be making a lot of use of the circle trick in this build because there's a lot of circles going on. And to make it more manageable, we're going to be doing it in 4 different pieces. So the roof, and then the first section of the walls, then the second section of the walls, and then the entrance. And then once the building is done, we're going to be building a garden to surround the whole area, so that it sort of sets the flavour for the scene that is to come. Now, both the pandas live in China, of course, so I wanted a sort of Chinese theme for the garden, but with having such a modernist structure for the actual habitat, I didn't want to build a traditional Chinese garden because that's really going to clash. So what we're going to build is a modernist version of a traditional Chinese garden. It's going to be very broad strokes. I've spoken to my friend Romano Palacios, who knows a lot more about gardens and plants than I do, and I've done a little bit of research, just looked into sort of the main kind of themes that they have, lots of water, rocks, and nice views. They try to frame the views as well, although that's going to be very difficult to frame in an enormous building like this, but that is what's going to surround this, so that when people come out of the Indian forest or Madagascar or the entrance to Africa, then the scene for this habitat is set, so it's like its own discrete area. So what are we doing here? We're putting the roof in, and what we need to think about is that we are essentially building the roof, i.e. the externals of the building, and the ceiling and the internals of the building at the same time. So we're going to get some nice neutral colours to serve as the walls and the ceiling. And then we've got the more interesting colours on the outside. So we've got that black stripe that goes all the way around the building. And then we've got a dark grey roof. And then inside everything's going to be really neutral, so it can kind of fade into the background and not distract from the habitats. So we're going to bring this all the way across, fill it in with glass, and then copy it over here using the mud pillar technique. And now we can spin it round and get the circular roof built. So we'll start placing these down. This might be the most expensive build I've ever built. I actually ran out of money at one point, had to let the zoo run for a bit so that my funds built back up. And I've got another tip about making more money in franchise mode that I just discovered later on in the video. That's the first couple of sections of roof in. I'm going to make a couple of improvements now that I've looked at it, and then we'll carry on. As you can see, the roof section is made up of 2 sections of concrete, and I've left a little gap in between both of them, which is recessed slightly. And this is what the ceiling's going to look like. Really happy with that. That looks really cool. The ceiling in the original building doesn't have any glass in it because it's essentially a theme park ride, so you don't want any light in there to spoil all the lighting. There's a massive aquarium in there as well, but I've put glass in here so we can get some natural light in so the pandas don't spend their entire lives without seeing the sun. And now we're going to move on and do the walls. The walls feature one of my favourite architectural motifs, which is when you have alternating columns, one recessed, so you get this really nice textured look. This is taken directly from the original, but it's actually something that I've used numerous times in the zoo already, like in the hippo house and the night house. Basically, any excuse I have to use this technique, I will do, because I just love the way it looks. So we're just going to continue this along the whole stretch of wall until we end up with another piece, and then we can make another circle with this. The ground floor of the building isn't circular. It's got a really interesting, almost like a shell kind of shape to it, but we need to use circles to make it. And then we're going to start breaking the circles down and turning them into the proper shape. We're also going to put some windows in the walls as well to get even more sunlight in. We'll put one more in here, and then we'll start breaking this circle down so we can get the real shape of the building in. So what we're going to do is essentially delete half of this circle. So we'll go all the way along here, and then we'll go all the way along here as well. And once we've got rid of half of it, we'll select the original piece we used to make the circle and move it across to the other side here. That's where the entrance for the guest is going to go, that path there. And then we'll make another circle going round this side. And once that's done, we can combine the 2 circles together. And we end up with this. Bit rough at the moment, but this is where the building's going. We'll do a little bit of tidying up on the entrance part, and you can see just how big and impressive this building is. All right, that was the easy bit. Now we need to do the complicated bit. So the entrance to this building is a series of spirals with all sorts of cool artwork on it in the original, which I'm going to be replacing with a plant wall. And this is the part of the building which is why I first saw this building about a year ago and haven't attempted to build it since, but we are going to achieve it today. So what I'm doing is creating a curve at the top of this wall here. This is going to gradually rise along here, and then snake down at the end to form a sort of decline down towards the bottom. So we're going to be using these plaster blocks. I've spun them round the other way so that they are thinner in the direction we're looking at them in, so we can get more detail in here. I'm just kind of freestyling this, looking at the reference photo and trying to get the curve the same. And we're just going to keep adding more and more blocks and slightly shifting each one until we get down to the ground level. We should end up with something that looks really sleek. You know, we love a sinuous curve on this channel. And we'll keep copying these plaster bricks down until it is all done. There we go. Now we need to make one last circle to base the entrance off of. This is the really complicated bit. This part of the building here is essentially two interconnected spirals which not only go around in a circle but stretch from the top of the wall pretty much almost down to the ground, and there's another circle inside it. This was really difficult to work out how to build. Somehow we'll manage it. So at the moment this is the shape it's going to be, but it's all at the same level, and later on we're going to turn this into a downward spiral that connects with the ground. Next up we'll do the plant wall. We're going to start it off with these tropical plant panels, and then later on we'll put in a load of different grasses, Yorkshire fog grass and things like that to make it more interesting. So it's not just the same piece over and over again. And we're going to put a flower bed along the bottom as well. In the original, this is a really cool piece of art, like the sun descending into the ocean, but the ocean isn't really appropriate for pandas. And the whole sort of rising sun thing is more Japanese than Chinese. So I decided to put a plant wall in instead. Slightly off-white concrete, bright green foliage is one of my favorite combinations in this game. So that made a lot of sense to change it with anyway. And now we're going to start turning this entrance into the downward spiral I mentioned. So basically I take the top piece, rotate it slightly towards the ground, and then move it down so that it continues on from the piece before it. And as we keep going around, we'll just keep doing that until it gets to the height that we want. The recessed columns motif is going to poke out over the top, and then once we've done it all, we'll go in and move all of those down to the correct height, so we end up with this whole shell style kind of spiral. One of the unique things about this building I noticed when I was looking at it is that normally in a building you would highlight the entrance so everyone knows where to go. In this building, the entrance is essentially hidden behind first a garden with a sign and then the spiral that we're creating here. I thought that was interesting, and there we go. We don't do the craziest builds on this channel, but that's probably the most complicated thing we've ever built, I reckon. Now we just need to make a few adjustments to this entrance here, and then we can join the spiral onto the entrance so that the guests can actually get into the building. We'll add some bamboo in, and then it's time for Franchise Masters. So something I just discovered is that the bigger your zoo gets, the more you can charge people for food and drink. When we first started this zoo, I set all the prices for food and drink and merchandise as high as I could without the guests getting angry and refusing to buy it. And last week I was able to raise the prices of everything that the zoo sells by between $1 and $3, and everyone was still happy, presumably because the zoo is absolutely massive now. All the income you get from that can make all the difference in funding a zoo as big as this. So now you know. Let's get back to the build. Alright, we've almost finished with the entrance here. We're just going to put this flower bed in front of the plant wall and get some nice plants in there, and then we'll move on and take care of the Chinese garden. So we're going to use these plaster blocks again, run them along here, and then curve them in to meet the wall by the entrance. You can see we've got some glass doors in there now. What did we do before these glass doors were added into the game? We're going to place a load of mulch down along here, nice and simple, and then we're going to use the grapevines to create a sort of second level of foliage. I've never used these grapevines as grapevines, but they make great bushes. And then it's onto the garden. So we're going to take a section of the water terraces and use this to create an ornamental lake, and then also use it to sort of build up the area around here so that it feels complete and there's a continuity with the water terraces, and we'll change the color scheme to match with the building that we've got here. You can see my attempt at creating some of the weathered limestone rocks that are such a feature in Chinese gardens there. I was actually quite happy with that, but once I started combining it with all the modernism going on everywhere else, it just looked really weird. So we're not going to use those. They'll be going in a bit. And as well as the large garden this entire habitat sits in, we're also going to build a little rock garden for the sign for this habitat and area to go in, using one of Christina's amazing fonts as we do so often. And then we're going to use a mixture of large real rocks and small faux rocks to make a kind of gravel rock bed here. I really like how this looks when it's done. It also enables us to raise the sort of terrain inside the rock bed without actually having to do any terrain work, which is always useful. We need to get some water into this lake here, and it's raised off the floor, so we're going to use the glass barriers to do that. We'll just roughly put these in, get them as low as we can, and put the water in, and then we'll raise the concrete around it so that it forms the lake. Time for everyone's favourite part of Planet Zoo, the pathing. So we need to get paths all the way around here. And as you can see, we are right up against the back of the tiger temple. So we're going to remove some of the staff paths that the staff use to get into the tiger temple. I'm going to change the position of the door into the habitat, and then we'll get these nice paths all the way around here and start joining them up to Madagascar. So we want the guests to be able to get in here from the Indian forest and Madagascar, as well as a back entrance from the entrance to the African area as well. And we're just going to draw these paths in. I very rarely use gridded paths these days. I find if you just use normal paths, you can get them exactly where you want. And when you get the little gaps, and the longer you play this game for, the better you get at not having gaps, you can just cover them up with decals now. There's a decal that pretty much exactly matches this particular path. And obviously if you use a plain path, you can just use plaster panels or whatever. And any little gaps like the green one you can see on the left there, we'll just cover those up with decals and get rid of it. We'll get the paths going around this little circle here. This is going to be the outside area for the red pandas, because they're going to have access to indoors and outdoors. The giant pandas will purely be in one enormous habitat on the inside. And here you can see those decals I was talking about, which will cover up this little line here between the two paths. On the other side of the garden, we're going to have another sinuous curve, which takes the guests around to Madagascar. And we're going to use this gravel rock mixture again to fill a bed in there, and we'll put some little plants in. And we're going to use them again to create an island in the middle of the ornamental lake. This is the most obviously Chinese garden-inspired area of this garden. Really wanted to go all out with this, and it wouldn't be possible to make it look as Chinese as this without the use of Romano Palacios's bonsai pack from the workshop. So thanks for creating that and sharing that, because these bonsai trees are so cool, and they really help to sell the Chinese/modernist vibe that we're going for in this garden. We've got this big wall here which I'm using to cover up the indoor habitat for the tiger and make sure this whole area feels cohesive. And I want to cover this with a photo wall, which is going to be tricky because this wall is curved and the billboards aren't. So what we're going to do is take one of the larger billboards and spin it on its side so that we've got a thinner area to work with and we can get the curve better. We'll place one of those in here, and then we'll copy it across and rotate it around as best we can to fit it in with the curve of the wall. It takes a lot of adjusting, but eventually we can get it just right where you can't tell that this is essentially a flat billboard or a sequence of flat billboards arranged along a curved wall. It looks really good. The only problem is getting one image that's on two billboards, which are the wrong way round. We did this way back in the water terraces when we built the red crown crane habitat. I've got a tutorial on this as well. If you want to understand exactly how to do this, you can watch that. But we're basically going to take a screenshot of a panda that I just took in sandbox mode and spread it across multiple billboards. And then we're going to recolor it so it feels more like the kind of vibe that you would get in a zoo. You'll see that in the end cinematics. The last thing we're going to do today is get some panda footprints into the habitat to direct guests to that elusive entrance that we built earlier and make sure they know where to go. So just a few art pieces, a bit like we did in the night house, and we'll just make some cute panda footprints in black and white and lead them from the Indian forest up to the entrance to the Panda Garden. This is probably the most work I've ever put into one episode, I think. I've spent about 6 days building this. It has taken so long, but I'm really happy I took the time because I absolutely love how this building looks. Let's check it out. Consider me happy with this, very happy indeed. I love how it reflects in the water in the ornamental lake here. This is the little entrance garden that the guests will walk past. Really like the sign and that plant wall, and you can see the results of the photo wall here as well. And we've got our little island with the little panda statue and all the bonsai trees as well. Next week, we're going to be going inside to deal with this lovely roof, nothing else. So we need to get two habitats in here for the giant and the red pandas. The first thing I want to do in the panda habitat is get some rock walls in. And these ones that we built for the savannah will make a nice base. So we'll take these and start lining the walls with them. And then later on, we're going to add some different types of rocks to them to make them look more interesting. So we're going to have them fairly high around the back of the habitat here, so we block out a lot of this white wall, and then we're going to leave some of the walls showing as well, so we get a nice juxtaposition between the modernist building and a much more natural looking habitat. So we'll just place these along here, make sure they're not so far back that they're parking outside the walls. And we'll keep doing that until we get to the first of the windows here. And then when we get to the windows, we're going to make the rocks a little bit lower, so we still allow some light to come in here, whilst also getting a bit of a height variation in so it looks nice. So we'll graduate that, so this one goes down a bit, and then the next one that we place in will be a little bit lower, and then we'll just keep doing that until we get this area filled in. The giant panda is going to take up about half of the inside of this building, and we're going to be building the habitat slightly lowered, which we'll do here, so that the guests get a really good view. Now, normally with giant pandas, you don't keep a pair of them together on a permanent basis. You'll have them in separate habitats. And then when the female's ready to breed, or when you think the female's ready to breed, giant pandas are one of the hardest animals to persuade to breed on the planet, then you will introduce the male into the habitat for a limited amount of time and cross your fingers, basically. So we're in franchise mode here, so I don't have the room to build two separate habitats. What I'm going to do is build one habitat that's a realistic size and design it in such a way that it looks like it's two habitats with a passage between them that can be opened for the male panda at the appropriate time. Now you can see we've got a lot of glass in the ceiling here, but due to where the sun sits in Planet Zoo, I'm not getting enough light into this habitat for my liking. So what I'm going to do is add some lights into the ceiling. Now from up here, they are not going to make any difference to the lighting in the habitat. So each light is going to be duplicated and then placed underground, where it will magically light that little bit of floor that it's just under. And once we spin these round, we're going to have these lights on every two of the support struts in the ceiling. So we'll just rotate them round like so, and keep doing that all the way around. You can see that it starts lighting up the habitat in addition to the rays of lights already coming in from the ceiling. The lighting in here is really nice when it's all finished, because it changes throughout the course of the day as the sun moves. You get little pools of light all around the habitat. It looks really nice. Okay, that's all the lights in. We'll put some habitat barriers in. They're all going to be null barriers, so we'll just put a door in here, make sure we've got a lot of space for our pandas, and then we'll move on to the pathing. As well as lowering the habitat, we're also going to raise the paths, because what I want is the climbing structures for the pandas, which are going to be the most important part of the habitat, and we'll get to those in a minute, to be at the eye level of the guests, which gives them the perfect view. These paths don't need to just go past the giant panda habitat, they also need to connect up to the entrance and the exit, and take people past the red panda habitat as well. This path is where the red panda habitat is going to be, and this is also going to connect up to the staff area. All this staff area will be hidden away from the guests. Typical fun with Planet Zoo paths, but we get there in the end, and that is pretty much everything laid out. We're also going to put in the path that joins us up to the African area, which will be the back entrance, and we did the main entrance connecting up to the Indian forest in Madagascar last week. We'll use those same rocks again to decorate the paths, and while I do that, we'll talk about today's influences. So there have been two main influences on this habitat. The general concept of a big modern building with a giant panda and red panda habitat in it is taken from River Wonders in Singapore, which I was lucky enough to visit last year. Absolutely amazing place. And then the design of the giant panda habitat is mainly coming from Ouwehan's Dierenpark in the Netherlands. I pray I pronounced that right. My record with Dutch zoo pronunciations has not been great, but I actually watched a video and did a bit of research this time to try and get it right. The habitat that they have is a big, sort of classic, cheesy Chinese temple, but inside it is some really, really cool habitats which feature big climbing platforms for the pandas, all joined together by these kind of Indiana Jones style rickety log bridges for the pandas to walk along. It looks really cool, so we're going to replicate that here. These climbing platforms were built for the orangs in the treetop trail, and we want to build new ones using just the tops of these as a base for it. If we move one of them higher than the other, then we can get the ladders in that the pandas are going to use to climb between them. We're going to use this big fake tree to replace the logs in the original, and then later on we're going to do something really cool to these. We'll get to that in a minute. For now, we're going to move this fake tree into the center, so it looks like this is what the platform is supported by. Make sure it's exactly in the middle. We'll recolor it as well to make it fit more nicely with the wooden planks that we've already got there. We'll delete the original struts. We don't want any climbable pieces that aren't necessary here, because that's going to affect performance. And there we go, that's starting to look nice. It'll get nicer in a minute, but let's get on to the wooden bridges. So I've done some testing with the pandas at Tecton Zoo, and this Australian plank is wide enough for them to walk on. So what I'm going to do is use that as a measuring device, and then we're going to make something a bit more interesting using upside down bark pieces. So we'll get these so they are definitely as wide as that Australian plank, and then we can just copy them along. So we got like 3 of these here. There's a little gap in the middle which we can cover up, and then we can delete the Australian plank and start getting some logs in underneath as supports for the steps, I guess you'd call them. and then we can copy these across. So we'll copy one, and then we'll spin this round so they don't all look the same. And then once we've got 2 of them in, we can just start copying them until we've got a sort of log bridge, wooden bridge, ladder kind of thing. And then we'll drop it into here. So it's going to be angled downwards so that the pandas can walk up here from the floor of the habitat and get up onto the climbing platforms. And we're going to have loads of these in, so they've got a nice long path to walk between. And as usual, we'll be using food and enrichment items and things like that to give them a reason to come up here. Ideally, we want the pandas spending as much time as possible up on these climbing platforms so that the view for the guest is as good as possible. I've put a 3rd climbing platform in now, so we've got a really nice long path for them to go through so they spend as much time as possible up here. We'll make some more bridges to join them. I did start using this climbing piece, but the pandas didn't seem to like it, so I replaced it with another one of the ones that we've just made in the end. And then we're going to start making the walls look a bit more interesting, like I said earlier. So I'm going to drop in some of the natural rocks into these faux rocks that we've used here. And if we get the positioning right, just gives us a bit of a different color and a bit of a different texture. And we can drop these in randomly to different rocks all around the habitat, just get a really interesting look. This is that exact same rock piece, but now flipped onto its side, and we'll use this to join the soil in the habitat onto this rock wall. Makes it look much more realistic, instead of the rocks just sort of growing up out of the floor. And then we'll move back to those climbing platforms and start making them look really interesting. This is an upside down candelabra tree, and because it's upside down, the branches look like roots, and it looks absolutely amazing. It's got all this green on it, so it looks a bit like moss, and we're going to spam loads of these around here to get a really unique looking climbing platform. You can see these giant roots in the background as well. I'd love to take credit for this idea, but I've got to give full credit to another amazing creator that we featured on the channel many times, Drac. He discovered that turning the ombu tree upside down enables you to use its huge branches as roots, and he reminded me about that on Discord the other day, so I've decided to use his idea here, and that led to me turning literally every tree in the game upside down to see what other cool effects we could get. This is another one here. This is the common yew tree. That looks really good. Big chunky trunk upside down, copied around, looks great. You got to be careful with the hitboxes sometimes when you do stuff like this and make sure it doesn't impede the animal's movement. But these upside down tree trunks don't seem to have any effect on the pandas, so we can place as many of these as we like to get this looking exactly the way that we want to. And yeah, I'm not joking when I said every tree in the game. Most of them don't have any sort of extra uses, but a few do, and we're using pretty much all of them here. Once we've finished our crazy tree experiments, we can move on and give the pandas a reason to actually come up onto these platforms. So we're going to drop the arboreal feeder in here. This piece used to drive me mad. It's called arboreal. It's for animals that climb, but basically you have to have it on the floor so the keepers can reach it. But as long as we make sure the keepers can walk up these wooden bridges as well as the pandas, then we can put it up here, and this will work absolutely fine. The keepers will walk up here, put the food down, and then the pandas will come up to eat the food. Next up, we're going to put the implied habitat wall in. So we'll use this arrangement of rocks here and put this basically halfway through the habitat. You can see we've got a little viewing gallery here for the first panda habitat, and then where we've just been working will be the viewing for the second panda habitat, and we'll use a PVC door to split the two of them off. That way the pandas will be able to get between each habitat absolutely fine, but it'll also look like the habitat can be split into two to separate the pandas as well. Now we need to get some barriers in to stop the guests from getting into the habitat. The rocks we've already placed will do the job for the pandas, no need for any additional barriers for them. We're going to use bamboo pieces for this for theming purposes, so we'll recolor them so they look like kind of burnt bamboo, and then we'll just use the same piece 3 times to make the basics of each panel of the barrier. We'll put some rope in so that it looks like it's joined together nicely. Just 2 pieces of that. And then we're going to take the thinnest glass piece in the game, which is this glass panel here. This is a great piece because it's got metal on all 4 sides. So the glass doesn't just look like it's disappearing into the ground. All looks like it's one solid piece. And once we've made that piece, then we can just copy it down here so that the guests can't just step straight into the habitat. Then we're going to put something that I've taken directly from River Wonders in, which is coolers all the way around the walls. So they're arranged in groups of 3 at River Wonders, and I'm going to replicate that here. And again, we'll just use that same mud pillar that we've been using since the beginning of the last episode to rotate those around the walls. So they're all around the walls in groups of 3. And because you can actually see the cold air that they're kicking out, that's going to make the habitat more dynamic as well. Now we're going to make the floor of the habitat look more interesting by using the tree bark path to cover up the dirt. Now we did this before in the kangaroo habitat in Australia and it worked perfectly, and I decided to take it to the next level here and make the entire floor out of this path texture. Unfortunately, I discovered when I added the pandas in that that completely screws with their movement, and basically they would just stand in one spot until they started to starve, which was not ideal. It turns out, I think if you have pretty much the entire habitat covered in path, it really confuses the animals. Don't know if that's specific just to pandas. As much as I love the look of this, in the end habitat we've just got a few bits of that path here and there for effect, and the rest of it I've used loads of different types of dirt and sand textures to make it look interesting. Now, I told you a few episodes ago that I'd keep you updated on the wolf pack, and we have 3 wolf pups. The white one here is called Alaska, and the others are called Yukon and Ontario. They're all named after states in the northern United States and Canada, and oh my god, they are so cute. The way they do their little howls when their parents howl is unbelievable. Thank you for suggesting we add wolves into the frozen north, because I absolutely love them. Okay, that's the habitat side of things pretty much done. What we need to do now is put in an entrance hallway that's really impressive for the guests to enter in when they come through the front door, so let's get that sorted. Now, this is a climate controlled habitat, so we need 2 sets of doors here, one to get the guests into the building, and then a second one to act as almost like an airlock, so that all the cold air that we're pumping into this habitat doesn't just escape and they get replaced by the hot Southern Californian air outside. And then we need to make the entrance area that they come into look beautiful, so we'll copy in one of the flower beds from the front of the building, and then we're going to put a waterfall in, and as we normally do, we'll spin it on its side so you get the slower moving water, and then we'll fill the rest of this bed up with some plants and some bamboo. We'll use both thicknesses of the bamboo pieces, make sure they're at different heights so it looks more interesting, put some bramble bushes in down here, we'll get some other plants in as well, and then put some rocks to tie it all together. Bit of ivy in there, that looks cool. And then the final thing we'll do is cover up the back of the entrance with a load more bamboo pieces and put one of Roman's bonsais in here as well. That'll look great for when guests first walk through those PVC doors. Just one more piece on either side, and that is the giant pandas and the entrance to the Panda Garden complete. Let's check it out. Here's the little entrance that we just built. And here's the pandas, or the first of the pandas, just climbing up onto the climbing platforms that we built. Looks really cool in here. I'm so pleased that they're able to walk all the way along these log bridges. They can do it from both ends, and especially when the keepers have put food up on the feeding platform, they do it quite a lot. They are pretty ground-dwelling animals. Pandas, being bears, they don't climb all the time or anything like that, but they do it enough to make this habitat look really good. And on the other side, our other panda is using the tree scatter feeder. Guests have got a really good view from the first viewing point here. It's a shame we can't actually separate them. Obviously, each one can go into each other's habitat whenever they like. It's just one big habitat, but it sells the illusion quite nicely when they're on different sides of the big wall. Mixing animals like this is definitely something I'd really like to see added into any potential Planet Zoo 2. Look at this guy scratching away on his scratching post. And this is what it looks like when they're both on the same side. This is the area that we set aside for the red pandas in last week's episode. You can see the rock walls there, we'll be changing those later. And the habitat that we're going to be building for them today is mainly inspired by River Wonders in Singapore, which is also the main source of inspiration for the whole interior of this building. And one of the most striking things about that habitat is that the pandas have actual trees to climb up and sleep in, some form of pine tree, I'm presuming. And I want to replicate that here, which is going to be interesting because you can see the ceiling here is way lower than your average pine tree. So I'm just going through all the trees I can find that look appropriate and are also climbable, so the pandas can actually get up them. And then we're going to see which ones we can sink down so that they're not sticking through the ceiling, but they still look like trees rather than just sort of the top halves of trees. This one looks good. Let's find some more. I want this habitat to look very different to the giant panda habitat on the other side of this path, but also have some points of similarity as well, so they feel like they belong in the same building. And these trees are going to go a long way to helping us achieve that. This one here is really cool. Love the sort of gnarly branches on this one. And what we're going to do is set this up so the pandas can climb through the trees, get up onto those rocks at the back there, and get onto some climbing frames that we're going to put in front of them. So they got loads of climbing room everywhere. And we're going to use food and enrichment to make sure they spend a lot of time climbing. They do spend quite a bit of time on the ground, in my experience, or they seem to be happy to anyway from the zoos that I've seen. So we've got quite a big ground area for them here as well. The way we're going to keep them in the habitat is by digging down the terrain at the front here a little bit. We've got these rocks already, and then we're going to put some smooth concrete in front of those rocks so that they can't climb it, and the whole thing will be too high for them to jump over. We'll cover up the gap between the concrete and the larger rocks with these small faux rock piles. What an amazing piece this is. Don't know how people built anything in the game without this piece. And then we'll head over to the giant pandas. This is the climbing frame that we built for them, and I want to take a little bit of this and put it into the red panda habitat. That's going to provide some continuity, and the left part, especially with those roots on it, it looks really cool, so I want to use it again. It's too big for the red panda habitat, so we're just going to chop off a little bit of it. Just have one platform in the center so we can put the food and enrichment there and make sure that the red pandas spend at least some of their time up on that platform, and that'll ensure we get really good views for the guests. And with that in place, we can get the back of the habitat looking interesting. We've got a pretty small space here. It's nice and long, there's enough space for the pandas, but the back wall is going to be pretty close to the guest path, so we want to make it look more interesting than just a load of white concrete. So we're going to fill it with billboards and use some screenshots I took in a Planet Wild episode, and we're going to fill the whole back of the habitat with those, and then use some more rock piles to make that look a bit more naturalistic and sit that in nicely. And we're just going to get this nice sky with some trees as well going all the way around the back of the habitat. It's going to make the habitat feel bigger and look really nice. Then we're going to put some items on this central platform to ensure that pandas come up here. We've got some leaves for them to sleep on. We'll get a little herb scent marker up here and a termite feeder as well to make sure that they are up here as much as possible. And with that done, now we can start joining all the climbing elements together. So I wanted to use this cute little bridge in the giant panda habitat, but it was just too small. But it will certainly be good enough for the red pandas. So we're going to have this joining up some of these bits of rock at the back of the habitat, and then also joining up this new little climbing frame I've built to the main platform that we just put in. We're just going to have these running all around the habitat, so there's so many places that the red pandas can climb in. Put some supports in here to make it look a bit more realistic, so it's not just floating in midair. All these pieces are climbable, and don't forget that you can turn climbing off on climbable pieces if you want to make sure the animals always take a certain route or anything like that. Now we're going to make the rocks at the back a bit more exciting. So what we're going to do is we've put some natural rocks into them like we did in the giant panda habitat, and now we're going to match the color of them so we get a much more sort of mountainous feel in here rather than the more yellowy rocks that we've got in the giant panda habitat. This will just make things look nice and different, and it goes really nicely with the pine trees as well. It's looking a little dark in here, so later on we're going to add some skylights into the roof, and I want to put a keeper gate in as well so that we can see where the keepers get into the habitat. The billboards curve here, so what we need to do is use two doors and sink them into the billboards at a slightly different angle, so we end up with just the outline of a door and the handle there. It takes a little bit of fiddling about to get them to line up properly, but once we zoom out, that looks really good. And then we'll replace all this grass with some nice soil. You can see I've dropped some rocks and some logs in there as well. The plant choice for these animals, with it being just taiga and tundra Asian plants, is really limiting. I'm not a fan of Frontier's decision to update the way the plants affect the animals' happiness. So I'm using plants I probably haven't used in about 3 years in this habitat, but we do have one nice new one, this variegated ivy. So I'm going to put some of that around there. Just makes it look a little different to the one in the giant panda habitat. And then I want to put in an implied off-show area for the red pandas. So this air duct here is the correct size for a red panda to squeeze through it. And we're going to use this to make it look like they've got couple of little holes they can go through to get them into an off-show area. So we'll put these into the billboards here, and then we'll take one of the most useful pieces in the game, this little European brick, colour it black, and then use this to make it look like there is a sort of passageway here going through the billboard. Can't make an actual hole using these billboards, so we'll just do an implied one. And then we'll take some of these African stick pieces and use these to construct a little platform and join that up to the rocks that they can climb on. And then finally some brackets to hold it all up, and I think this sells the idea really nicely that they've got another little area they can get into if they want. There we go, that looks good. We'll put some skylights in the roof in a minute to get some more light into it, but now it's time for Franchise Masters. How many times in Planet Zoo have you selected an item that you want to copy, known exactly where you need to move it to, and then once you've selected it and tried to copy it, discovered that it is not moving on the axis that you want it to? Let's take this fence as an example. It's a straight fence. You know exactly when you copy it where you want it to go, but when you try, you can see here that unaccountably the axis it moves on is not correct and it's all off kilter. This drives you insane. So how do you fix it? You can try switching to the world axis, but that makes it even worse. Now it's moving in a completely different direction, and that's not what you want at all. So how do you stop this from happening? Well, here's the solution. When you first place a piece down, so we use that same arbor fence as an example, let's say you want to start building with this, you can spin it on the vertical axis like this, and that's fine. And you're probably going to instinctively line it up with the way you want it to go. Let's say we want it to go this way. You put it down, and then you'll start copying it. Now, when you've just got one piece, it's fine, it will copy in the correct way, but you're unlikely to just want to use one piece. You're probably going to want to have multiple pieces to create a group to make something that looks interesting. So let's try that. We put down that same piece, we spin it vertically to get it the way that we want it, and the way to solve this problem is not to spin it on the horizontal axis. Regardless of which way you want it to go in the final build, leave it in the orientation that it is when you place it down. If you leave it, then we can start adding extra pieces to it. So let's add some pieces on the side here. This is not the greatest fence you've ever seen, this is just for illustration purposes, but we'll place some pieces on the side of it, turn it into a group. You can see here, if we copy it, because we've got multiple pieces, the exact same thing that happened last time happens. It's off kilter. However, if we switch it to the world axis and then start copying it, as if by magic, it now copies perfectly on the axis that you want it to. And the reason for that is that we didn't change the horizontal axis when we placed it down. If you keep that in mind when you start building, then you're not going to have any problems with things being on the wrong axis. Thanks to MX Lenore NZ for that question. Hope that was useful. Let's get back to the build and start adding those skylights in. So I've got this African piece, which is a perfect circle, and it's really useful because it's flexi-color. So we're going to drop this down and then move it onto the area of the roof that we want it to be in and get it so it's just poking up. This roof is slanted, so you're not going to see all of it at this point. And then all we need to do is start deleting the panels that the roof is made up of and replace them with the smallest plaster panel. And we're going to take multiple versions of this and just place it around to fill in the gap that we've just created. And then when we get close to the African piece, we can start spinning them so they exactly fill in the gap around it without intruding into the space of the African piece itself. And if we keep doing this all the way around, what we'll end up with is the exact same roof that we had before, but now with a perfect circular hole in it that we can turn into a skylight. And then we'll take a piece of glass and drop it into that hole that we've created here. And once we've got the glass in, then we've got ourselves a perfect little skylight. And we're going to make 3 of these and have these in certain places around the roof so they throw a pool of light in onto the habitat itself and make it look even better. We'll put these little bamboo barriers in that we created for the giant panda habitat, and then we just need to finish off the building itself. So we're going to put an exit in. We use a similar theme that we used for the entrance, so some of these plant panels, some white plaster, slightly Chinese looking design on it there with the PVC doors. We'll drop in some more of the lamps that we created last week, and then we'll move on to the outside. So I've created a similar path to what we had in the entrance, this really sleek looking patterned white concrete effect that goes around here. This is the old monorail station by Africa that we're at. This is going to be the exit or the second entrance, depending on which part of the zoo you're coming from that you're going to go into. We'll put some of the new bush pieces down here. Love these pieces. I'm really happy with how this exit looks. It almost looks as nice as the entrance, but we'll see that in the tour in a second. And that is the Panda Garden complete. Let's check out the red pandas. Here they are on the feeding platform that we built with the termite mound here. Just remember, as long as the staff can get up the paths or the bridge or whatever you've built to get onto the platform, then you can put food up here. This little dude is having the time of his life on his termite mound, and the other one is in the background. You can see here, and you'll see better in the next shot, the little pools of light that we get in here now from the skylights that we put in. Let's jump into Explore Cam and take a full tour of the Panda Garden. We're going to enter the Panda Garden from Madagascar today. When we do the full tour of the finished zoo, I'll make sure to go in from the Indian forest area so you can see it from that direction. This view here, where we've got the Indian forest away on our left, and you can see the Panda Garden through the willow trees, is already one of my favourite views in the zoo. I've put a little garden in here. We've got some hedges on the left and some of the Madagascan plants, which then turn into some of the more Asian plants down here to lead us into this area. And then we've got the bed of plants that we put in last week. Everything is coming together really nicely. On the left here, we've got the off-show area for the tiger, which I've covered in the same motif that we've used for the Panda Garden, so that sits in nicely. Need to adjust some pathing there as she walks through the wall. And then we get to the Panda Garden itself. So on the left, we've got those big billboards with the panda photo on it that we did last week. And we've got a garden to the right. And in front of us here, we've got this beautiful ornamental Chinese-style lake. We might have some more Asian animals in the background there if we get any in the next DLC. And then down here, we've got the pandas' footprints, which lead us into the habitats themselves. I've done some more work on the plant wall here, a few different grasses and some more plants in here to make it look a bit more interesting. We've got some guests in there already. And here is the entrance sign with a font courtesy of Robin Bird. Let's go in. Here we've got the entrance area, and through the PVC curtain we've got the little waterfall we made last week. I've switched out the concrete for some more Asian style rocks there. I think that looks nice. And here is the first giant panda habitat. Oh, and there's one right there using the scatter feeder. Great little view here with their platform in the foreground. It's a shame, as so often in franchise mode, that the habitat is so big. I feel like pandas don't really need this much space. They're pretty sedentary, but it looks really nice. Let's check out the next bit. So as we go up this path here, we've got some of Lion's signs from the workshop down there. So good for making your builds look more realistic with very little effort. And then to the left, we've got the red pandas that we just built. There's one up on the platform now. Or possibly both of them, I think. One of them's just climbed down. There we go. I'm really pleased with this one. The fact that you can make it smaller just makes it feel more realistic. Got the keeper up there, filling up their water bowl. And you can see the light coming in through the skylights as well. I like that. Looking at this as it's finished, I might try and actually get some more plants down on the ground level in here. I think it looks a little bit bare. I'll have to check their traversable area. But they can climb all the way around this habitat. All the rocks at the back, the little rope bridges. Everything works perfectly, which is very pleasing. We've got the staff area down here. I've just put a door in to cover that up. Let's check out the other side of the giant pandas. Doesn't seem to be any of them. Okay, there's one just sat in the doorway there. Little PVC strip doorway that splits the two habitats, or one habitat as it actually is. But yeah, I'm really happy with this. The roof especially I think looks really cool. Got another one of Lion signs down there. Lots of great viewing for the guests. And like I say, I'm really happy with that roof. Let's head on down to the exit. We'll follow these guests here. And I'll show you where the area ends. So you come out here into that last bit we just built. You can see the African monorail station up there, and then we can walk around here, and this will join us up to the Somali wild ass habitat and the entrance to the African forest. And there we go, that's the Panda Garden. I'm really pleased with that. I think that's one of the best builds in the zoo. Welcome back to the frozen north. Today we're going to be building a massive mountain for the Dall sheep on the left of the map here, and a habitat for moose on the right. Let's go. The first thing we're going to do is build the mountain. This is going to be a real weenie for this area of the zoo. And before I go into the concept of it, I'm just going to explain what I'm doing here. So one of the little quirks in Planet Zoo is when guests are looking at habitat, they can often step off the path in the direction of the habitat. And this habitat is going to have a ditch running alongside the path to keep the animals in, which means the guests are going to look like they're just stood in midair, which is not what we want. So what we need to do is extend the path out. So I've got a floor piece here that pretty closely matches the path, and once we've recolored it, matches it a lot better, and a piece of concrete, and this will enable us to make the walls of the ditch and extend the path at the same time, so that when the guests step forward off the path, they're still going to apparently be stood on the path instead of up in midair. And now we've got the piece looking good, we can just run it up this hill along the path until we got it finished. So what is the habitat going to look like then? A couple of months ago I was at Prague Zoo and I saw one of the most amazing habitats I have ever seen. It was absolutely mind-blowing. So Prague Zoo is built in the middle of a beautiful forest with a cliff face running through it. So half of the zoo is at the top of this kind of cliff, and then the other half is at the bottom. And they've done something really clever with the cliff face itself. They've built habitats into it. So they've already got this incredible natural rock formation. It literally goes up at an angle of about 45 degrees, might even be steeper than that, maybe 50 degrees. And they've put fences up and they keep mountain goats, tars and turs on there. If you're not familiar with what they are, neither was I, but they're essentially mountain goats, caprids of some description. And standing at the bottom of it and looking up at it, it is just absolutely amazing to see these animals on the sort of sheer cliff faces that they normally live on, which you don't normally get to see in zoos. And I really, really wanted to replicate this here. We do have one problem. San Bernardino Zoo is not built with a giant cliff face running through it, so we're going to need to build it ourselves. And it doesn't make sense to just suddenly have this natural cliff face right at the back of the zoo. We'd have to terraform the whole map, and we're quite close to the edge of the map here, so you'd actually be able to see where the ground suddenly disappears back down again. So we're going to need to turn it into a man-made habitat, and that is where the second influence on this habitat comes in, which is the Mappin Terraces at London Zoo, which was built in the early part of the 20th century. We're going to combine the look of the Prague habitat with the look of the London Zoo habitat, so we can get the sheer cliff face but make it look man-made rather than natural. It's going to take the most rock work we've ever done in an episode. It's going to be a lot of fun. Right, let's get the mountain in. So we're going to use the terrain stamp tool initially to get the slope in, and where the camera was when I was lining it up is exactly matching the reference photo I took while I was there, so we can get this slope as close to the real slope as possible. It really is this steep, and then we'll just curve it around the habitat and get us a nice realistic slope. Doesn't look very realistic at the moment. There's going to be a lot of work to do to this, but we need to get a base in here using terrain. Now we'll get the rough rock texture out and cover everything in that, and we'll draw some smooth highlights in and things like that as well, so it's not all looking the same. But almost all this terrain is going to be covered in rocks in a second, so it doesn't matter too much what it looks like. And once this is done, we're going to start using the goat mountain enrichment item. I want multiples of these at the top so that we can get classic shots of the sheep actually at the top of the mountain. It draws in a whole wodge of terrain itself when you place it down, so we need to get rid of that. That's not too difficult. We can just match it up using the flatten to slope tool. It will have a bit of an overhang. That's absolutely fine because we're going to join it on using some of the faux rocks. We're going to use a load of faux rocks for this to get that sort of poured concrete look, and then we're going to mix some natural rocks in as well on the slopes because they're flatter, and it'll just give it a bit of a nicer texture. We've got these faux rocks here, and we're going to start building these all the way around this mountain here. What we need to do is essentially create a path that the sheep are going to be able to walk up to get right from the bottom all the way up to the top, and then onto these goat mountain enrichment pieces as well. And with the traversable area and the way it works in Planet Zoo, that is going to be quite the challenge, but we'll go into that in much more detail when we get to that. We're going to need a little sheep in the habitat already to sort that out for us and let us know where they can walk. And while we finish these rocks off, just in case you missed the announcement a few days ago, we have a new channel to watch this week, ZSH Zoo Tours, where I tour some actual real zoos, starting with the amazing Tiergarten Schönbrunn in Vienna. That tour is out now. I'll put a link to it at the end of the video, and we have tours of Prague and Leipzig to come, so there won't be any more real-life zoo tours on this channel. They will exclusively be on that channel, so if that is your bag, head on over to there. I'm putting a little slope in here so that the sheep can get up to their shelter, which will be at the top of the slope here, and then I'll put some fences in. We're just going to put basic normal fences in here. This is what they had in Prague. They'll almost entirely be hidden by rocks and tiny bits of foliage, so we don't need anything fancy there. What we're going to do now is get our first dull sheep in and start working out the traversable area and how we're going to get them to the top of this mountain. Alright, so we're going to select our little sheep here, and then we'll go to the heat map and the traversable area, and we'll see what we've got. So right now they can get everywhere, and the goat climbing mountain is accessible as well. So that's what we want, but obviously what we don't want is it to look like this. So we're going to cover the whole thing in rocks now and start working on this path that's going to take them up to the top. So it needs to look like a realistic mountain, and there might be all sorts of places where they can jump between the rocks, which will look great, but we need to make sure there's a solid walkable pathway for them to get all the way up to the top so that they don't end up getting stuck anywhere or anything like that. What we're going to do is build one piece of rock that's slightly angled upwards like this, and keep experimenting with the different faux rocks until we get something we're happy with. I want it to look realistic, but also like it is made out of faux rocks rather than like there just happen to be a giant mountain sat here. And once we've got that done, we'll start recontouring this mountain to make sure that the path is wide enough for the sheep to get up it. So we've got this piece here, and now we're going to copy it and start placing it all around this hill and sinking it in and just generating this path for the sheep to walk down. And we'll just keep using this one piece, change it every now and again so it doesn't look samey, and get the whole mountain covered in these rocks. Any gaps will either be left as they are here, or will be covered up with some of the natural rocks, so the whole thing looks really realistic. So we got the beginnings of the path in here, and now we're going to snake it round the other way. So they go from left to right as you look at it here, and then they go from right to left, and then they end up at the top of the mountain and able to get onto the goat climbing mountain. We're going to have another one of those goat climbing mountains, and then I'm going to basically build a fake one as well. You can't build these too close to barriers, the game won't let you put them there, and I want 3 of them. So what I'm going to do is have the real one that you see there, another real one to the left, and then I'm going to basically recreate it using the faux rocks so that we appear to have another one on the other side, and the sheep will be able to climb 2 out of the 3 of them. This is the side of the mountain using basically the same pile of rocks. None of this will be poking through the fence like this when it's finished. That'll all get adjusted. And then on the other side, we'll put in the other real goat mountain enrichment that's going to go in here. And if you've been to London Zoo, you can really see the mapping terraces influence now. Then we're going to start putting natural rocks in. So for some reason on the temperate maps, the rock texture is basically brown, which is not a colour of rock I often see living in a temperate country myself. So we're going to cover these up with these natural rocks that will basically do the same job, but with a colour that much more closely matches the faux rocks that we've got here. You can see I've changed the colour of the faux rocks as well, just experimenting to get something that I really like the look of. And now it's time to actually try and get a sheep to the top of this mountain. Little Embry here is telling us where she can walk, which is only as far as this end here. So let's make some adjustments to this rock, try and smooth it out and see what happens. And we'll keep going back to Embry, seeing what she thinks. Nope, still nothing. So we'll do some more adjusting, get a nice little curve going up round here, get rid of that rock and see what happens now. Nope, still nothing. So maybe this one is the problem, or maybe this one's a bit high. Let's move this one over here and then go back to Embry again. And there we go. Now she can get all the way up to the second level, and we're just going to keep fiddling around with that. I'll spare you the half an hour or so of my life that I spent doing this. And now you can see that they can get back across the whole mountain again, even though it's now completely covered in fake rocks. Now, dull sheep live in the very far north of America, and it's probably not escaped your attention that we are in Southern California here, so it is going to be a lot hotter than they used to. Now, sheep are enormously hardy animals. I don't think it'll cause them too much problems, but we need to make sure they've got lots of shelter in this habitat for when it is super hot and they want to get out of it. So I'm going to build them a cute little rock shelter here, just by digging into that wall a bit and putting some more faux rocks down. We'll get the ground all covered up, put some straw in here for them to lay on. And then at the top of the mountain, we're going to put some very simple shelters in for them as well. So they've got lots of different places where they can get out of the direct sunlight. This does have an effect in game. The temperature is lower when it's hot under shelter, but it does make enough of a difference for me, to be honest. When it's 30 degrees, the difference between being in direct sunshine and being completely sheltered can quite literally be the difference between life and death. And I don't think Planet Zoo recognises that enough. So we're going to help it along by hiding some coolers in the shelters so that the animals are genuinely cool when they go in there. We've put one of our normal hoofstock shelters at the end as well. And now all we need to do is finish off the sides of the mountain and the back so it all looks like a big man-made mountain rather than this weird triangular wodge of terrain coming out of the ground. And we're basically just going to use that same rock piece again, spun on its side, a few minor adjustments, and this looks really nice. At the back of it, we'll just put something even simpler down, just some concrete walls, and that is Sheep Mountain pretty much done. Now, before we move on to our moose habitat, it's time for Franchise Masters. Today's question comes from Frankie Rogers Games, who asks, where do you find your animal husbandry info, i.e. how to look after them, how do they breed, etc.? Well, apart from the basic info found in the Zoopedia, the place real zoos get their information from is called the Animal Care Manual. Each species has its own care manual, and all I do is go to Google and type in Giant Panda Care Manual, and there we go. The top result is the official husbandry manual for the giant panda, and this will tell you all you need to know and more about how to care for the giant panda. And you can find this for most species which are kept in zoos. They are an absolute treasure trove of useful information. I don't always use them, but when I need them, they are absolutely vital. All right, let's move on to the moose habitat. Every time I see moose kept in zoos, they're always in a similar kind of habitat. A wooden fence, a field, a few trees, and that's pretty much it. And I think it's about time that San Bernardino Zoo had a realistic filler habitat like that. But obviously I don't want to dedicate a whole episode to building a really simple habitat. So we're going to polish this off very quickly. And for a bit of a challenge, we aren't going to build a single thing in this habitat. Every single item in this habitat is going to be reused from elsewhere in the zoo, just like real zoos do. So this is the fence from the Wolfwood that we built a few weeks back. I've just chopped off the anti-climb barrier at the top, no need for that with moose. This is the generic wooden fence that we built in the Africa section, which we're going to use for the back of the habitat. We are right up against the treetop cafe here. We're going to put our usual hoofstock barn in at the end. And then we're going to take the standoff barrier that we, I think, originally built for the Malayan tapir in the islands. And there we go, this is already starting to look like a nice little habitat with the addition of the lake in the middle, and we haven't built a single thing. Then we're going to take the rock piles that we built also for the Wolfwood, place those in, and then we can just start doing some terrain painting and putting some trees and bushes and grasses down. and we're going to have ourselves a habitat in about 2 minutes. This was a lot of fun to build. You see so many habitats like this in zoos, although to be fair, they don't normally have a lake in the middle of them. That was a little touch because moose are big fans of water and often eat underwater plants. But you see so many habitats like this. Filler habitats are normally called because you can't spend millions of pounds on every habitat in the zoo. So it's a lot of fun getting one of those into San Bernardino. We'll take a look at the moose at the end of the episode, but let's check out the finished sheep mountain. The sheep are climbing the mountain. The guests are not floating in midair. This is very pleasing. Let's watch our male here make his way up and take his place at the top of the mountain. I think all that work with the traversable area was worth it. And look at the view from up here. Here he goes. And there he is. I love the animations on this goat mountain. This is only the second time I've ever built for the Dull sheep, and it's a lot of fun watching them run around and jump around on this mountain. And what a pro this guy is, walking right past the camera. Let's head over to the other side of the frozen north and check out the moose. I've forgotten how big male moose are. They're absolutely enormous, but I think they've got enough space. You can see the treetop cafe here. I'm actually tempted to extend the habitat back a little bit into the palm trees and stuff that you can see there and give them a bit more room. Let's check out where we started today. 2 habitats in 1 episode. Let's see where we are now. Ooh, that mountain looks so good in the background there. Today, we'll be building a habitat for the gorgeous Arctic fox and finally getting an update on San Bernardino Zoo's monorail system. We'll be building for the Arctic foxes here in this cute little spot in the frozen north, just next to Cougar Crossing, the moose habitat, and the Wolfwood. Let's go. The main inspiration for this habitat, believe it or not, is one particular animation that I really want to see. So recently I made a video where I reviewed all the Planet Zoo DLCs, and as part of making that video I watched every trailer that Frontier released for each different pack so I could edit into the video. And what I saw in the trailer for the North America pack was the Arctic fox doing that cute thing they do where they dive headfirst into a pile of snow, normally when they're hunting small rodents that are under the snow. And I realized I've never seen that animation in the game. The reason for it is because they only perform that animation if you've got genuine snow in the habitat. And the only build I've done for Arctic foxes was in Tecton Zoo, and it had a roof on it, so there was no snow in the habitat. Now, seeing as this zoo is in Southern California, snow is going to be in pretty short supply, so I've been trying to work out how I could pull that off. After doing some research, I found out that in, I believe it's Zoo Leipzig, in their polar bear habitat, the keepers will actually bring in fake snow for the polar bears to play in. They make it using almost like an ice machine. I thought it'd be fun in this habitat to design it so it looks like the keepers bring in a little pile of fake snow for the Arctic foxes to play in, and then we can have a little area where they can do their diving into the snow animation. We'll build that in a minute, but first we need to get the basics of the habitat done. So I'm building some rock walls to go around this little area here. This little corner is going to be one of those habitats for smaller animals that zoos like to use to fill up the spaces and the corners in the zoos. I love little habitats like that, and we really don't have very many of them in San Bernardino Zoo. We like big habitats here, so I thought it'd be fun to build a little one like this. And the Arctic fox is one of the few animals in the game that really don't need a lot of space, which is so unusual in franchise mode. Can't pass this opportunity up. So we're going to do what we've been doing recently, which is using primarily the faux rocks and then mixing in a few of the natural rocks as well to get a more interesting texture. I've built this one block of rocks here, and I'm trying to keep that ridge at the top that one of the rocks has in it all the way along, so it looks like there is a ridge at the top of the whole rock face. I think that's going to look really good. So I'm just adjusting that particular rock and making sure that it forms a nice line all the way down the walls so that the whole thing feels like one continuous rock face. Then we'll mix those other rocks in like I said. We'll just put 1 or 2 of these in, nothing too drastic, and then we'll curve the rock wall round to fill up the back of the habitat. And there we go, that's the rock wall done. I love the terrain you can see going up towards the rock wall, so I want to keep that. And what we're going to do is make it look much more realistic with the terrain paintbrush. So we'll cover the whole thing with the rough rock texture and then go into some of the smoother bits and cover that with the smooth rock texture. And then we're going to turn the intensity way down and paint little bits of dirt and grass in as well. And what we'll end up with is a really realistic looking piece of what looks like natural rock going up into the rock walls. Love how that looks. Let's get on to the little snow patch. What we're going to do is take the tops of some of that rock wall that we just created and make a fairly rough circle so that the snow has got somewhere to be put. So we'll move this round. I don't want it going up onto that hill there. We want a flat surface for this. So we'll just keep rearranging these rocks until we've got a roughly circular area where the keepers could place the snow. And having the rocks around means that the snow will, until it melts, stay in the area rather than sort of spreading out, because it needs to be nice and deep if they're going to be diving into it. Presumably the keepers would hide treats under the snow for the foxes to dive in and find. There we go, that's looking good. We'll just copy that and make the other side of the circle with it. We want a spare bit of space for them to get in with no rocks in the way, so it won't be a complete circle. Now in real life, if you put a decent amount of snow in, it's going to stay for quite a while, regardless of the heat, but not in Planet Zoo, so we need to hide a cooler under here. So we'll put that in, and then we'll adjust the range so that it is just cooling the area where we're going to put the snow in. There we go, that looks about right. And then we can go in and actually paint in the snow. Thanks to our cooler, we can use the terrain paint for this. So we'll paint some snow in, we'll be on full intensity. And once we've got a nice patch of it, we'll change the brush size down to the smallest and just paint a few details in. Got a franchise masters on this if you don't know how to do this, but essentially it's just keyboard shortcuts. We'll paint some more snow in, and then we'll turn this into an actual pile by raising the terrain so the foxes have got somewhere to dive into. And there we go, that's the snow pile done. Let's move on and get some more enrichment in for the foxes. We're going to use the aquatic bedding platform for this. I think it's one of the most underrated pieces in the game. So good for any sort of wood style builds like this, like you often see in zoos. And it comes with these poles as well, which just fit perfectly and hold it up. I'm basing this on an Arctic fox habitat I saw at the Highland Wildlife Park in Scotland, which was really cute, and it's on 2 levels. So we've got this first platform here, and then we're just going to copy it and have another one slightly higher, and we'll put some ramps in so the foxes can get up here. And as usual, we'll put some enrichment items on here so that they've got a reason to come up here. Water bowls, a cardboard box, I think, maybe some food as well. We'll need to make sure the ramps are wide enough for the staff to get up as well. So we'll make them using these Australian plank pieces. Ended up making these twice as wide in the final build, I think, just to make sure that the keepers could get up there. But it just looks like a nice, realistic, fairly low-budget climbing platform. We'll put another one in here so they can get up onto the 2nd level, and then we can start planting up the habitat. We'll start off with some buffalo grass, sinking it down into the ground as always, and concentrating it around the margins of the habitats where the foxes are going to squish it down less, and it'll also be harder to get to in terms of cutting and things like that. This end here is where we're going to have a little house for the foxes as well, so they can get out of the sun when they want to. We'll put some different bushes and shrubs in as well. This path that you can just see in the background is the staff access for this habitat and for the cougar habitat next door. We'll do one final bit of terrain painting, and then it's time for the monorail. I hope you're sitting comfortably because it's story time. The San Bernardino Skyway opened in 1962 and was the first zoo monorail in the USA. Inspired by Disney World, by the end of the 1960s, zoos all over America had their own monorails. But over the years, they became less of a novelty and more expensive to run until by 2013, there were only 3 zoos in the US with monorails. The main issue was the company that manufactured them went out of business, so spare parts became impossible to source. And as we speak, there is only 1 zoo monorail left in the US at the Bronx Zoo. San Bernardino Zoo was no exception to this, and sadly, the San Bernardino Skyway closed in 2013. What you can see here is me building the monorail track a few months ago, and viewer, I have a confession to make. I hate it. It completely ruins the look of the zoo. I'm so sorry if you were looking forward to it. I normally say we on this channel, but I am owning this one. This is entirely my fault. I should have been building this right from the start. It destroys all the sight lines we've so carefully constructed in this zoo, so unfortunately it had to go. But this does give us an opportunity to add some lore into the zoo. So I've been doing some work around the old monorail station, and this is what we have. I've left one piece of track coming out of the old monorail station, decorated as it was back in the monorail video, but with some new color schemes. I've hidden the beginning of the guest path with a little panda souvenir shop at the back entrance to the Panda Garden, put some signage on the trucks now that they're not moving, and we've got a little heritage sign outside the entrance showing what it used to look like back in its 1960s heyday. I've also prepared this little montage as an apology for the lack of monorail going forward, so you can see what it would have looked like when it was built. The monorail station will of course be staying. I love the station, and I love it when you see old buildings preserved in zoos, but the actual track won't be getting any bigger. And on that bombshell, let's get back to the build. Alright, time for some fences. So you can see in the background my first attempt at these, just a fairly basic mesh fence, but I wanted something more interesting, and I remembered a really cool fence that I saw at Zoo Leipzig, which had the new style of mesh that zoos have started to use, where the mesh only goes vertically. There's no mesh going across horizontally like normal or diagonally, and I'm going to try and make that here using the Grasslands pole. It's slightly thicker than it should be, but this is the thinnest metal piece in the game, so this is as thin as it's going to get. And we're just going to use this piece and connect it between these two pieces of wood here. And then I'm going to put a little thing on there just so we can measure it out, so we can make sure each piece of the mesh is the right length apart. I guess mesh isn't the right term for this actually, I think it's just wire, but I think this will give it a really interesting look. And we'll build one of these on a grid piece so it's nice and easy to move. Once we've finished putting all the vertical wire in, we can delete those spacing pieces, and then we can just sink it down into the ground where we want it. And then we'll just put a fence post in on one side, delete the grid piece, and now we can just copy this around the habitat until we've got the fence in completely. It would be great if this new style of fencing was actually in the game, so we didn't have to make it ourselves and we could get the mesh a little bit thinner. But this is a decent approximation of it, and I've not used anything like this anywhere else in the zoo, so it gives it a really interesting look. We've got a lot of terrain changes happening on this path and all around this habitat. So the way I'm going to put it in is I'm making sure that the tops of the fence match up all the way along, and I'm not worried about the piece of wood at the bottom. We're going to go back in and edit that, so we can just select this on its own and then just rotate this so that it follows the curve of the ground on each piece, and at the end we'll end up with a really natural looking fence that follows the ground's contours. If you look at the left hand side of the habitat where we are here, this is where we're going to build the little house for the Arctic foxes, and as you can see it is a really strange shape. So how are we going to deal with that? Well, what we're going to do is just build one piece of the building. So we'll build it again on a grid piece like the fence, and we'll use this wood from the Twilight pack and just start building up a wall. As we always do, we'll make sure each piece is rotated or flipped in respect to the one below it, so the texture isn't always the same and it looks nice and natural. Just checking the height. Want it to be high enough for the keeper to get in, but not so high that it looks ridiculous for the little foxes. We'll put a couple of larger pieces of wood at the top and the bottom just to make it look nice. Get a bit of an overhang as well. Always good to have something that casts a shadow on your building, just makes it look more interesting. Lighting and shadows are so important. We'll get a simple corrugated roof on, and then line this one piece of building up with that fence. And now, because this one piece of building is the same width as the fence is, we can just take it and then move it along to the next fence and then rotate it so that it matches it. And then just make sure it joins up nicely with the piece that we've already got. So we'll slide this along here, make a few final adjustments, and we're going to get a really interestingly shaped building. Don't worry about all the flicker on the roof. That is what happens when you have grid pieces on top of each other. We're going to sort that out in a minute. We're going to put an Arctic piece in as well to cover up the gaps, make an adjustment to that fence so it fits in nicely, and then we'll just move each of these grid pieces either up or down just by 1 pixel, and that'll stop them from flickering, make the roof look good. And then it's on to the final thing that we're going to do in this build, which is some education. So I said when we started the Frozen North, I wanted to get more education and signage and things like that into this area of the zoo. So I found a really nice education piece in San Diego Zoo in their Arctic fox habitat. And we're going to recreate this here using some pieces from the Barnyard pack and a few other pieces. So we've got some new custom signs around the zoo with more detail on them than we normally do. We've got things like the polar bear trap and the custom food stands. And this is just another thing that's going to make this area feel more realistic and more unique and more like the things that you see in a modern zoo. So we've got a basic framework for this stand. This is going to be one of those things mainly designed for kids where you have a question on a piece of metal that flips up. So when the piece of metal is down, there's a question on it, and when you flip it up, the answer is revealed underneath. I'm using one of the smallest wood pieces in the game, sunk down into these pieces here to create the white area where the text and the photos would go. And then we're going to take some of the wall hooks from the conservation pack and use them to make the bits that flip up and down. So we'll sink one of these in, get it into the right position, and then we'll just copy it a few times so we've got something wide enough that it could have a question written on it, something to do with the Arctic foxes for kids to guess the answer to. And then once we've got that in, we'll put some bolts so that it's got something to swing up and down on. This is just the smallest European hinge piece. And then we can just copy a few of these onto the surface and then place it down outside the habitat. We'll make sure it's low enough that kids can see it. And then we're going to do one final thing, which is to just put a little bit of a secondary barrier in here so the guests don't get too close to the fences. I'm using some of the temple rubble pieces here. I used to use this for pretty much every habitat I made in previous zoos, but we've been using the faux rocks to do this for a very long time now, so I thought we'd go a bit old school here. I really like how they look in front of this habitat. They're a lot more jagged than the faux rocks, and I think they suit this area really well. And that is the Arctic fox habitat done. Let's take a look at it. Here we go. I think it's a really cozy little corner, this. I'm pleased with how it's turned out. I think those new fences are pretty effective. And here's our little Arctic foxes. Really, they should both be in their summer coat, seeing as it's never really winter in California. But here we go, and this little dude is going to do what he does. It's so cute. I'm going to try and breed some more dark or piebald ones, so we end up with a more realistic group of foxes, all in their summer coats permanently. But this is a nice start. And the guests get a really good view of the little snow patch as well. He's going to do it again. Can't stop diving into the snow. So yeah, I think eventually the white one will go back to the trade centre and we'll get more of a realistic family going on. Here's the education piece that we built. Here's where we were at the start of today. And at the top right, here is where we are now. This area is perilously close to being finished. We've just got 2 areas left now. And next week, we're going to be adding in something rather more ferocious than an Arctic fox. This is San Bernardino Zoo in 1965. This archive footage shows the bizarre habitat for polar bears, which the zoo built in 1962. It has, for obvious reasons, been empty for many years. And today, we're going to transform it. In this episode, we're going to build that old polar bear pit and then transform it into a great habitat for something rather smaller. Let's go. I hope you enjoyed that little bit of lore there. I've been wanting to build something like this for absolutely ages. Now, San Bernardino Zoo may not be real, but the habitat we're building today is. It's taken from Stanley Park Zoo in Vancouver. It was actually built in 1962, and it actually held polar bears. The Stanley Park Zoo is closed now, and believe me, if you've seen the habitats they had there, you will not be surprised. They had several habitats just as crazy as this one. They all look like they were built by the Tecton Group in 1930s. Had they had some kind of psychotic episode as they were designing it, they are not good at all, but there is just something about them that I really like. There were actually polar bears living in this habitat until 1997 when the last one died, and the zoo was then closed. Although if you're ever in Vancouver and you want to see this crazy habitat, it is still there now, just stood in the middle of a park outside Vancouver Aquarium, obviously empty. In terms of San Bernardino Zoo, I'm imagining that this was built back in the 60s for polar bears, and at some time around probably the beginning of the 1980s, when zoos started to get their act together in terms of animal welfare, it was decided that that needed to stop. The polar bears were moved out, and it's basically been sat there empty and unloved ever since. And when the zoo started developing the new Frozen North area, this habitat sat in the middle of where they wanted to build, so they needed to do something with it, and they decided, rather than destroying it, to save money like zoos always want to do, and reconfigure it to work for a smaller animal that would enjoy living here much more. Where did the polar bears go? Well, we'll find out in a couple of weeks' time. Let's talk about what we're doing in the build, because this really stretched my skills. So we've got this circular concrete pool here, which was all our poor polar bears had back in the 60s. And what I've done is put some glass barriers in so we can get some water into the pool, and then we'll drop these down so they're hidden by the concrete. Now, the way this habitat worked was that the polar bears were essentially marooned on an island of concrete with this pool in it and some crazy shapes going on around the side of it. And that was all set in the middle of a pit so that they basically couldn't get out, and then the guests would stand around walls at the edge of the pit and look at the polar bears. Now, this whole build is pretty much made up of circles and triangles, none of which are particularly easy to build in Planet Zoo. So we're going to be doing a lot of work with these little plaster blocks to create the shapes that we need, and we'll create one piece of shape. And then once we're happy with it, we can start copying that around to create the actual overall shape of the habitat. This is the first of those completed shapes. And what we're going to do is move this along around the edge of the pool and then rotate it so it follows the line of the pool. And we can start building up the rest of this concrete island that the polar bears lived on. Once we finish building the classic habitat and we start turning it into a modern habitat, one of the first things that we're going to do is enable our new animals to access the bottom of the pit, which will be filled with a nice substrate for them so they don't spend their whole lives walking around on concrete, which isn't great for animals' feet, and they can choose where to spend their time. That's the basics of the island done. It does have a certain beauty, but let's move on to the outer wall. The wall is made up of concrete blocks, one long one at the top and then smaller ones underneath. And I want you to be able to see the gaps between the blocks. So we've got this rectangular block at the top, and then we're going to take this square block underneath it and move this across here, and then we're going to copy it and make sure that there's a little gap between the two blocks so you can see where the joins are, like so. There we go. And then we'll get some more of these in underneath. We're building this above ground for obvious reasons, but most of it will be sunk into the ground when we're finished, when we dig the pit out, and it's all going to be covered in decals and things like that to make it look nice and old and like it's been here since the 1960s. I've got no idea how many plaster blocks it's going to take to finish this, but the answer is definitely a lot. So we're going to put another little row of them down here. This meets the ground, but we need one more below that so that when we sink it down, we've got a nice deep pit that would have been deep enough to keep polar bears in if they ever managed to get off the island. Then we're going to create a fence around the top to keep the guests safe. So we're going to use this little bit of aquatic fence here, get this onto the edge of this top block, and then we're going to take the, I think it's the European fence post, and connect that up to this aquatic fence post. So we get a simple metal design that matches the original. There we go, we'll put that one in there, and then we just need to recolor it so it matches the sort of unpainted look of the other one. Probably get very hot in Southern California, this, but I'm figuring metal was a common thing to use even in hotter places back in the 60s, so we'll keep that as it is. It looks pretty cool as well. Once this is all rotated around, I really like that. And there we go. That is the wall. We're going to drop this down to its correct height now with the help of our angry vendor there. So that is what it's going to look like from the path. And then we just need to raise some paths so that the guests are at the right height to look into it. So we'll raise the terrain here so that we can put paths on it, just get it level with the bottom of his shoes here, and then we can start raising this terrain all the way around the habitat so that we can get the paths in. And oh my god, this is one of the hardest paths I've ever had to put in. It might not look that complex, but getting this close enough to the edge of the habitat to look good, whilst not creating terrain inside the habitat for when we're going to create the pits, was an absolute nightmare. And if you find paths a nightmare, later on in this episode I'm going to be giving you some tips on how to best use them and the quickest ways to get them working. So with the paths in, we can dig out the pit. We'll use the terrain stamp tool for that and gradually reveal that island that we've already built. And once the terrain's all dug out, you got the basic idea of what the habitat is going to look like. Next up, we need to join the gaps between the paths and the habitat. We're going to use these concrete pieces here and just spin these round. These give us an almost seamless join between the path and the habitat. And now we're going to build the curved slope and the diving board. Yes, I said diving board. The polar bears had a diving board. So we're building a circle and then we're going to spin it on its side. And that is our curved ramp. So we'll bring this in here, and you can just see here for scale, this is who is going to be moving into our habitat at the end of the episode, the raccoons. I've wanted to get raccoons into the zoo since day one, hence why there used to be a big picture of raccoons on the outside of the zoo, but I've been waiting for the right place to put them. Hardly a massive animal for American zoos, what with them being considered a pest there, but they live all over the United States and beyond in temperate and colder forests, so I thought this would be a great little spot to put them, and they're small enough to give us an excuse to build this ludicrous polar bear habitat in the first place. The diving board is triangular. I'd love to build it out of plaster or concrete to match everything else, but we just don't have the shapes to make it work in the way that I need to, so we're going to use art shapes, just the standard triangular art shapes, and then we will copy them loads of times to make them three-dimensional. Then there's another little platform that the bears had access to, which again we'll build out of the little concrete blocks until we get the right shape. Looking good. Next up is a big pile of rocks next to the modernist pool. I assume the bears would have climbed on this or something. Maybe they jumped in from there when they didn't fancy using their crazy diving board. And then we'll put some steps in. These steps are going to lead back to the indoor quarters for the animals, and they're going to be rotated so they match up nicely with the circular piece of concrete that they're stood on, and then lead the animals back into the indoor quarters that we'll build in a second. The original habitat was slightly larger than this. There was a second, even smaller island that the polar bears had access to, but we are running pretty low on space in the frozen north, so we're not going to build the second, smaller part of this build. You can see the wall starting to carry off to the right there. That's where the second part of the habitat was. But bear in mind, they had, I believe, 4 polar bears in here. It might even have been 6, I can't remember, but an insane amount for a space this small. It's nowhere near big enough for one polar bear. But thankfully, those days are gone, and we're going to have something much more suitable in here by the end of the episode. The decision to combine modernist architecture with rustic stone walls like this was an interesting one on the part of the original designers, but we're going to copy it here. There are some nice colours in there. I do like the way it looks. There's a big chunky roof on top of the build, which contains loads of trees and plants. I couldn't see, no matter how many reference photos I looked at, if that was just on top of the building or if the ground actually sloped up at the back. And this essentially is what the habitat looked like in its heyday Now it's time to start modernizing. The first thing we're going to do is start aging this habitat to make it look like it's been here since the 1960s, and we're mainly going to do that with decals. So we're going to be using some of the fairly major damage decals, and then loads and loads of the grunge and moss decals. I'm basing this on most of the reference photos I've seen of this habitat, which are of it now. It's quite a popular thing to take photos of in Vancouver, this crazy old polar bear habitat, empty and just sat on its own in the middle of a park. Must be a really bizarre thing to discover on your walk through the park if you're not expecting to see it there. So I've got loads of reference photos for what it looks like now, and we're going to try and get it really close to that without going too far into the realms of it looking like it's falling to pieces or anything, because obviously this is still a very much an active habitat. And then once we've finished adding in all the moss and the cracks and the little discolorations in the concrete like we've got here, then we can start making it a suitable home for the raccoons. Most of the improvements that we make to this for the raccoons, I'm going to be using wood to differentiate it from the original habitat. We've got a little feeder for them here, and I'm actually going to use a little bit of metal and plastic just to make it sit in a bit better on that ramp there, and then the rest of it will predominantly be using wood. We're going to put some leaves in the pool just to add a little touch of realism. We'll have some floating on the water and then some sunk down to the bottom of the water. We've got a little ball for them to play with in there as well. And then we're going to start mulching up the roof so that we can get all the plants and trees up here. This is one of the most beautiful parts of the habitat, possibly the only beautiful part of the habitat, but the contrast between the vegetation up here in all different colors and then the stark concrete below makes for a really interesting visual. This was pretty much all temperate trees up in Vancouver, obviously a very different climate to Southern California, so I'm not sure how successfully you can grow some of these trees here. I'm sure the zoo's botanists will be able to find plants that do survive in Southern California that have similar shapes and colors, so that's absolutely fine. We'll get some bushes in as well, and then just start adding loads of different plants and stuff up here to really bring this to life. And once the garden's looking nice and full, we can move back to the habitat and start finishing that off. So what we're going to do is get loads of piles of rocks around the base of the central island. This is exactly what they have in Vancouver. So using these temple bricks again, love these temple bricks, rediscovered these last week and now I can't stop using them, but they are very, very close to what they actually had in Vancouver, so very pleased I rediscovered them. And then we can set this habitat up so that the raccoons can get from the island down into the pit below, so they got way more room and lots of different things to interact with. I always think, especially with intelligent animals like raccoons, it's not so much how much space they have, although obviously there are requirements for that, but it's even more important that they have things to do and ways that they can display their natural behaviors. So with the choice of being down at the bottom on a natural substrate, fairly out of sight of the guests, little bits of vegetation to play with, and up on the concrete with all sorts of things to climb on and jump on, swim in the pool, the ramps, the diving board, etc., although I can't see them using that. I think this will make a really cute habitat for the raccoons, certainly better than for bears. Right, just one more thing to do, and then this habitat is complete, and that is a big sign. So we're going to use the raccoon sign, and as we do so often, use multiple copies of it to make it look three-dimensional, and then we're going to use a mixture of Leaf's Balboa font and Ricey's Balboa font to create a sign just to let people know what is in here and give it a much more modern looking facelift. And again, we will copy the letters behind each other and then make the ones at the back darker so we get a nice three-dimensional look on this as well. And there's a few more things that you'll see in the end cinematics, but that is the habitat done. Let's check it out. Meet the raccoons. I really like how this looks with the contrast between all those trees and the greenery and the orange and red behind, and then the stark white concrete, and then all the crazy stuff going on around it. It's never going to be a conventional habitat, but I think the raccoons are going to be really happy here. We've got one in the pool, and then we've got this melanistic raccoon, his name is Rocky, obviously, that I was very happy to find on the market. He's off to explore the lower level of the habitat, and I'm pretty happy with this. I think it's a really nice use for an old habitat in the zoo that was definitely past its best. And we finally got raccoons in the zoo. It's been a long time coming. As Rocky wanders off into the undergrowth, let's take a look at how the frozen north is getting along. Here's where we started today. And here's where we are now. You can just see it on the right hand side of the screen. The rectangle below it is where next week's inhabitant is going to go, the Wolverine. Here's the building site, back in the frozen north. Let's go. Now, with this being the penultimate habitat, and more on that later, I want it to be a really good one, so I picked two of what I think are the best Wolverine habitats that I've seen. One at Columbus Zoo in the US and one at Gaia Zoo in the Netherlands. And what I'm going to do is basically combine the two of them. I really like the guest part of the Columbus Zoo habitat, and I really like the Wolverine part of the Gaia Zoo habitat, and we're going to basically mix them together and create something really cool. We'll start the build with the Columbus Zoo part of it, which is the entrance and then the guest viewing, which is in a really cool little kind of wooden hut with loads of moss on the roof. It's a really pretty little build, and I want to get a very close replica of that in here. We're going to start it with this custom concrete forecourt. So I've got a load of concrete slabs which I've placed so there are gaps between them to make them look realistic, and then underneath them I'm just squeezing these ones in so we can get a nice curve on it that you can see here, and there's going to be flower beds in the curves. We'll get some decals on it as well to make it look even more realistic. We'll drop one in there and then a load more, and there you can see the curves that I was talking about where the flower beds are going to go. Then we'll move on to the building itself. We're going to use some Arctic wood for the floor. This is going to be a direct replica of the cute little cabin at Columbus Zoo, so we're going to need to raise the floor off the ground slightly. So we've got these in here, and we're going to use them as a grid. So we'll select the grid with the path tool, and then we can put raised paths in here that exactly match up with that floor. And then we can join it on to the path hidden away under that concrete and get a nice little slope in like so. And then we'll drop the wooden path down so it's just above the path and the guests' feet won't be sinking into the floor. Looking good. There's some decking that extends out in front of the building, so let's build that now. We'll take this piece, recolor it so it looks like natural wood, use a couple of them to make it a bit sturdier looking, and then we'll group those and use that to build the rest of the decking. And then we'll make the wooden slope to cover up this bit of path here. Ignore those doors there, they're from the Arctic pack, they're just there as a placeholder. We'll make something much better looking than that in a second. So once we've got this wood in the right place, we can slide it up there and then rotate it to make it look more natural, and then we'll just copy this down along this slope so that path gets covered up. Again, we'll leave some little gaps so it actually looks like wooden planks rather than one solid piece of wood. And then we'll use one more of these Arctic pieces to join the decking up with the floor. And we can also use it to hide those curbs. We'll just slide it along until that curb is completely obscured. There we go, looking good. And then we'll finish off the decking. While we do that, let's talk about the penultimate build. This Wolverine habitat is the final piece in the puzzle in the Frozen North in terms of filling in all the gaps, except of course for the massive hill at the back of the area where the polar bears are going to go, and that is what we're going to be building next week. When we started this area, I was working on the assumption that the next Planet Zoo DLC would be out within a matter of weeks really, and I intended to squeeze a couple of animals from that DLC into the few tiny little spaces left in San Bernardino Zoo. However, that DLC has not been released yet, it hasn't even been announced yet. I have no idea when it's coming out other than the fact that it's going to be this year, and what I don't want to do is essentially tread water and spend weeks trying to find little areas of the zoo where maybe we could squeeze in an animal and just keep building essentially unplanned habitats until the DLC gets released, and then attempt to find even more space that doesn't exist or extend the borders of the zoo to get some of those DLC animals in. That's not what we want to be doing. This zoo's been very carefully planned and we want to keep it that way. So next week we will build the polar bears, and then I will tackle my enormous list of things to be done before we take the grand tour of the finished zoo. Alright, let's get back to the build. We're building a custom bench here. It won't be functional for the guests. The bench at Columbus Zoo looks exactly like this, so we're just going to have a non-functional one that looks good, and then we'll drop in the standoff barrier we've been using throughout this area to serve as a fence to lead people up to the viewing cabin. Once we've done that, we'll get working on those doors. So we'll put some door posts in here. I really like this East Asian wood piece, but the colour's not really right, so I'll switch that out in a minute. And we're going to use the back of the small Arctic door to create the doors for this building. So we'll get one of those in the right place. We've switched those beams out now, and we'll start putting these beams all the way along the front of this building and using them to get the structure of the building in before we start filling it in with the rest of the pieces. So one more of those across here. We'll just line that up, and then we can get the front of the building in. Now to do that, we're going to use a piece, and I need your guys' help here. This is a base game piece, the log wall panel. Was this in the game from day one? Because it is absolutely awesome. The different colours on the logs, all the different patterns of sort of scars on the tree trunks, they just look absolutely amazing, and I don't think I've ever used this piece before, so I'd be interested to know, has this been added in a later update, or has this been there since day one and I've just never used it? If you know, let me know in the comments. We'll put some windows into the cabin now, so I'll just put two of the normal windows next to each other and then drop in some shutters from the Europe pack, Get those in the right place, and then we use a couple of pieces of Indonesian wood to make the windowsill a bit more substantial. Not quite wide enough, so we'll copy that across and then rotate it as always, make it look a bit different, and get a nice chunky looking windowsill in there. I love how all the different wood textures look together. We'll drop some hinges in to the doors just for detail, and then we'll move on to the rest of the building. One of the great things about this log piece is it's actually three-dimensional at the sides as well as on the front, so you can put it like this and you can actually see the log sticking out, which looks really good. You'll see what I mean if I move the camera. There we go. And now it's onto the roof. We're going to use the driftwood from the Oceania pack for this. Just find one that's the right size. That one looks good. And then we'll recolor it to match the rest of the building. You can even get a little bit of moss on the top of it, which is cool. And then we'll use that to build the supports for the roof. So we'll place those along here and then get some normal logs in, which are going to go all the way across the front of this roof here. We'll place these in freehand. No need to be too precise with this. It's supposed to be old and rickety. A little bit of detailing that matches exactly what we see in Columbus Zoo. And then we can build the roof itself. So this roof is absolutely covered in moss. It looks amazing. Don't know if you could get moss all over a roof in Southern California, but you could certainly either fake it or use some sort of plant that gives a similar effect. So we're going to use these grass panels because they've got a recolorable wood bit on the side and grass on the top, which actually kind of looks like moss, especially once this is all finished. And the roof itself is kind of slumped, sagging down in the middle, really rickety looking roof, which I really like. I'm assuming it was built like that rather than that being a result of age. So we're going to replicate that just by slightly changing the curve of each roof piece. We'll have the pieces at the end higher and the ones in the middle lower. And once we've got it into exactly the right position, there we go. Really happy with how that roof looks. Next up, we're going to drop some individual log pieces into the sides of the building to make it even more three-dimensional, and that looks really good. We'll do the same on the other side. And once those are in the right position, we'll move on to the final part of the roof, the pitch at the top. We got very lucky with this because this pitch roof piece is absolutely perfect for what we want. All the tiles in it look like they're about to fall off. They're all wonky and different shapes, different colors, exactly what we want. All we need to do is put some more moss up here using the decals, and we can get the look that we're going for. Once the moss is done, we're just going to drop some smaller plants into the grass panels that we had before, and then we're going to add a chimney. We're just going to use this one piece from the Oceania pack and then cover it in hosta, going from the large hosta at the bottom through to the medium and then up to the small at the top. Is it hosta? Hosta? I'm not sure, but that looks really nice. And then the last thing we're going to do on this side of the building is a little bit of gardening. The garden at Columbus Zoo is very green, but there's a very different climate there, so we're going to have a lot more yellows and browns and just a few darker greens mixed in. But we're trying to get a sort of Arctic-y look with plants that grow happily in deserts like the creosote. I think we do a pretty decent job. One more thing to do before we start building the habitat itself, which is give the guests a way to actually see the habitat. So we're going to build a big viewing window here in the middle of the cabin. So we'll line the floor with some wood and then get two big glass panels in here and join those up nicely in the middle. And then we're going to put some decals on it. So this is something that zoos do more and more these days, which is to get decals on windows just to let guests know that there's glass there, stop birds from crashing into it, and it looks kind of cool as well. So we're going to use just two different decals, one of the mountains and one of the trees. I'll just keep playing with the shapes until I get something that looks like a little green landscape going across the bottom of the glass. It's dead simple, but I really like it, and it makes me want to add it to every window in the zoo. And that's the viewing window done. Now we can move on to the habitat. The habitat is going to contain a few elements I like from Columbus Zoo and a few elements I like from Gaia Zoo, and we'll just mix the two of them together. And we're going to start with these mud walls. We built these for Hippo Falls originally in 3 different colours, which I really like. We'll just need to make a few modifications to them so that they work for Wolverines, mainly getting rid of those roots because they look very climbable, and Wolverines are a lot better at climbing than hippos. We're right up against the raccoon habitat from last week here. You can see the keeper gate there, hence why there's only going to be one more habitat in the frozen north. And in front of the walls, we're also going to have some hot wire. According to the animal care manual, they need 3 strands of hot wire. So I've modified the hot wire we originally made for the meerkats and just made it a bit sturdier. We're going to do some terrain work now. We're going to dig the hole that you saw the digger digging at the beginning of the episode. Big shout out to PS Vision Gaming for an amazing blueprint there. And what I want is a little water feature near the viewing window at the front so the guests can see the Wolverines in the water. It is recommended to have water for Wolverines along with lots of stuff for them to climb. And as always, I've put some concrete underground so that we have a little base for the pool, so we can just adjust that, get the colour right, and it'll make it look more realistic. I'm also going to have a holding pen at the back, again for realism purposes, although rather than just sticking it behind the building like I've done before, we're actually going to open this up so the Wolverines can get in here. Just need to move some of the walls around. This is basically the same holding pen that we built for the islands. I think the cassowaries have this one in their habitat, although there's no climbing apparatus for them in there. That looks like a good spot for it. We'll put it down there, and then we'll start adjusting these walls so that the Wolverines can get in here. Having these big walls in front of it will just make this basic holding pen essentially invisible to the guests, which is good. I want to add something to it as well, a little door that can be open or closed. It's just a nice little touch, and for practical purposes, it also means I can close it when I film cinematics and make sure we get lots of shots of the Wolverines in their habitat rather than in their little holding area. Once that's done, I'm going to chuck in some plants and a few rocks, and then we'll take a look at this. This is just a group of temple pieces from the South America pack. This replicates the lower level of a weird kind of step/cave area they have in Columbus Zoo. I didn't want to do the whole thing because I've got a different idea of what I want to have for them to hide in when they're in the habitat itself. But I've just used a few of the temple rubble pieces to make this little thing here, and it also provides a nice end to the water feature that looks really good. I'm also trying to introduce some greenery without going too overboard considering the climate. What we're going to use rather than caves is our sleeping logs that we built for the desert house. Haven't used these in a while. One of my favourite things I've ever built, I think. They're so simple, but they just look really good. We'll have a couple of these in here, one for each Wolverine, and the view through this glass is starting to look really good already. We'll put a few more plants in, like I say, trying to keep it fairly realistic in here. I'll make a little custom plant here out of a few of these different bushes, and then we'll get something else that I've taken from Columbus Zoo, a big log that stretches over the water, and then it's onto the climbing. So I'm trying to combine the climbing branches together here to make one long branch. I cannot even tell you how long it took to get this to be actually climbable by the Wolverines. I reckon I spent an hour after I'd finished building it, just fiddling with it until they'd actually climb it, but you'll see the results of that in the end cinematics. We're almost done with the habitat now. I'm just doing some more planting at the back here to cover up most of the mud walls. Really, there should be a lot more trees in a Wolverine habitat, but we're a bit limited by franchise mode here, and that's the habitat done. Let's check it out. Here's the guest cabin. I've made it a little bit bigger because this is a bigger zoo. I'm really happy with how close to the Columbus Zoo building it is. And here's the view from inside with one of our Wolverines having a little swim. This habitat catches the light just right in the afternoon. It looks absolutely gorgeous, if I may say so myself. Let's check out the results of the climbing marathon. Well worth the hassle, I think. I've only actually ever seen a Wolverine once in real life at the Highland Wildlife Park in Scotland, so it's really good to get them into the zoo. This one's going to go for a little wander. The habitat looks so good in this light. Like I said earlier, there should be a lot more trees in here for these guys because they are forest animals, but the only way to do that was to make the habitat absolutely enormous, and I didn't want to do that, so I'm going to keep it like this. It's time for our little Wolverine to have a little sleep. And while he goes to sleep, we will check out where we started today in the frozen north. And this is where we are now. This area is absolutely packed now. If you look at the top of the screen here, we're going to be building what should be, if we can get it right, the ultimate polar bear habitat. So for the last time, let's go. This habitat has been planned as the climax to San Bernardino Zoo since day one. I'm so excited to start building it. And whilst I lay out the paths, I'll tell you what the plans are. So originally, this was going to be based pretty much on my favourite polar bear habitat that I'd seen in real life at the Yorkshire Wildlife Park. But obviously this zoo is not set in the north of England, it is set in Southern California. So over the past couple of weeks, I've been doing some research on how San Diego Zoo keeps their polar bears. They've got an amazing polar bear habitat. I've been there in real life and I've seen lots of videos of it as well. And the polar bears there seem to be very happy indeed. And I wanted to replicate that here, because there's a big challenge with keeping polar bears in Southern California, of course, which is that it is very hot there, and it is not very hot in the Arctic. In Southern California, building a massive habitat for the bears is not enough. You need to think about how you are going to keep them cool, and this habitat will be designed with that in mind. We'll go into that in more detail later, but for now, that is the paths in. Let's get on to the barriers. There's going to be 3 viewing galleries for the guests here, and I'm going to build all the barriers out of glass initially, and because we're in franchise mode, to keep this to a realistic size, we're going to build it to hold 1 polar bear. Polar bears are solitary animals. They don't spend time together in the wild, so our polar bear will be perfectly happy on his own. And then when I convert the zoo to sandbox mode to upload it to the workshop, I'm going to put another one in here as well. One of the main ways they keep the polar bears cool at San Diego Zoo is with a really large water feature, and we're going to build an even bigger one here, including a deep water section which we're just building here, which is going to have the underwater viewing gallery for the guests. This water will be permanently cooled to around 10 degrees C, something like that, and that will keep the polar bears nice and cool when they're in it. And then there will be cooled rocks throughout the habitat and lots of shelter so they can always get out of the sun when they want to. That's the water in. It's time to start building. The first thing we're going to build is a themed sign to announce the area. There's going to be two entrances into this habitat. An entrance into the over and underwater section coming from Sheep Mountain past the Wolfwood, which is where we are here, and then one to the land viewing, which will be coming in from the moose and Arctic fox habitats. We're going to have at least two of these signs. I might even use three, so I want it to look good. And I'm basing this on the entrance to San Diego Zoo's Polar Bear Plunge. We'll change it a bit and call it Polar Bear Bay. Still a nice alliterative name, but with a mixture of snow rocks with the ice rocks in front of them, it looks really cool, no pun intended. And now we can move on to the viewing gallery. This is heavily based on San Diego Zoo, although with a slightly more modernist look because it's us. And the way I'm going to build it is these fence panels, or glass panels rather, are exactly 4 meters apart. And I'm going to build one section of the viewing gallery that exactly matches up with these. And then we can just replicate it along this line of glass here. And we only need to build one section and we can get the whole thing done. So we're going to firstly cover up these glass dividers here. There's nothing really wrong with them, but they're just stock, and I don't want it to be stock, so we're going to cover it up with a few metal pieces. And then we're going to build a guard along the bottom of the glass here so that the guests aren't kicking it or anything like that. Maybe kids can sit on it as well. And we'll get some more metal in so that the glass is actually joined on to the concrete more realistically. And then we'll get a bit of wall above the glass and a roof in. I put a flat roof in first of all, but I didn't like that, so we're going to swap that out for a pitched roof later on. And then we're going to start covering up the girders with white, because that's the color scheme that we're going for here. And the roof isn't Flexicolor, so we need to do that manually. So we'll just get these metal pieces, change the color on them, and then cover up all the visible girders with these white pieces to make everything match. And we only need to do this once, because once we've got that done and we've swapped out the roof for the pitched roof, we can then just copy this down at this length of glass here, and we've got ourselves a viewing gallery. We'll put some benches in here, real ones this week, so the guests can actually sit down. We'll have these on every second archway so that the guests can sit down in half the archways and walk through the other half. And then we'll move on to the underwater viewing gallery. So we're going to cover up this slope with the same 3D printed floor pieces that we've used for the main viewing gallery. I'm using these longer panel pieces so that the grain is going the same way as it is on the floor in the main part of the viewing gallery. So we just need to get these into the right place, join them up perfectly with the floor, and then this will seamlessly move down to the underwater viewing gallery. This needs to go quite a way underground because we need 4 meters depth in the water so that the polar bears will dive, and we will see them doing that in the end cinematics. So we'll just keep copying this one panel piece until we get to the bottom, and later on we'll come back and build an actual building here so that it's all underground. But for now, we're going to copy the first viewing gallery that we made over to the other side. So this is where the guests are going to get the main close-up view of the polar bear on land. With a habitat this size, we need lots of different places that the guests can see the polar bear from, otherwise it risks getting lost. So we'll place this viewing gallery down here. If we zoom back, you can see just how big it is. Although there'll be a small piece of land made of rocks in front of this viewing window here as well, so the guests get a mixed view. And then we'll take some of the rocks that we built for Sheep Mountain and start landscaping the area so that everything feels like it belongs together and it all feels like it's part of the frozen north. And while I do that, I'll just take the opportunity to say a big thank you for watching this series. This is episode 83. We started it in January last year. I had a big zoo planned, but it's got bigger as we built it, and I did not expect the series to last this long. So thank you so much for watching over the past 20 months. I can't believe it's been that long. Thank you so much for watching. Right, let's get back to that underwater viewing gallery. We're going to put a roof in here to match the main viewing gallery. And then we're going to continue the motif of this sort of browny grey concrete along the bottom as well. This is where the big viewing window is going to be. We'll fill the space in above it with some of these girder pieces and use loads of these so it looks like a solid sheet of metal. It'll be nice and dark and make sure the focus is on the viewing window itself. And then we're going to join the glass pieces together so that it's one big uninterrupted window. This again is taken from San Diego Zoo. It's a really amazing underwater viewing experience. We'll place some more metal down alongside the glass so that joins in with the concrete again. And then we're going to build a barrier to keep the visitors away from the glass. This is quite an interesting design, not seen one exactly like this before, again at San Diego Zoo, so I thought I would copy it. So we're going to use lots of different sizes of metal pole to create this. It's pretty sizable and it juts out diagonally towards the guests to make sure that they are far away enough from the glass that they can't be tapping on it or anything like that. And that reminds me of something else cool that they do at San Diego Zoo, which is they feed the bears exclusively on fish, which has a much lower fat content than the seals that they would eat in the wild or the red meat that they're often fed in zoos. And that reduces their body fat, which keeps them much cooler. It effectively keeps them in their summer state rather than their winter state all year round, so they're nice and comfortable. All right, time to move on to the habitat itself. So these rocks copied from Sheep Mountain look really cool, but they also look very climbable, so we do not want the polar bears to climb out. So we're going to replace the bottom of the rocks with a completely smooth piece of concrete so that they can't climb up it. So we'll get this sunk into it and then just adjust it. The other rocks will stick out very slightly to give it a bit of texture, but not enough that the bears would be able to climb it. And then we'll put some other rocks on top of it to disguise the harsh edges of the concrete. And once we've got this correct, we can basically just copy this all the way around the perimeter of the habitat. We'll make adjustments here and there so it doesn't all look the same. This will make it look really nice and also ensure that we don't have any escapes. That's one piece done. We'll start copying that across here. All of the glass that you can see that the habitat barriers are built out of will be covered up, apart from, of course, the actual viewing windows themselves. And once they're all covered up, as usual, we'll replace them with log walls so the guests don't try and see through the rocks. And for ease of measuring, I've built it essentially as a rectangle, so we're going to smooth off all the edges with these rocks and then adjust the barriers to fit so that we don't just have a big old square habitat, because nobody wants that. I've decided we are going to have 3 of these entrance signs. I've decorated it with a load of rocks now. Really happy with how that looks. So we've got one at this end, one at the other end, and one in the middle. And then we're going to take care of the keeper gate. I want this to be integrated into the rocks. So we're going to have the back of the gate just visible and then move these rock piles around so that all you can see is the gate, and it will look like the gate has been painted to match the rock work. So it's nice and subtle and the guests don't really notice it. So we'll just do a quick colour change on this bit of concrete here. And there we go, that's looking good. And the habitat's really starting to come together. Next up, it's time for a shelter for the polar bears. So we're going to use a nice arrangement of rocks that I have crafted from the walls and make a really natural looking one. Don't forget, if you need to move something with loads of different grid pieces in it like these, you can always save it as a blueprint and re-import it like that, which is what I've done here. And once I've got the size right, we'll put a front on it, get some arches in so that the polar bears can get in and out, and then we can just delete the rocks behind the arch so there's an entranceway for them. There we go. And then we'll put a roof on. This is going to be super simple because the guests can't see it, so it'll just be a nice flat roof, all made out of concrete pieces, and then we'll leave a bit of a gap so that we can get some glass in so there's some natural light in there. And once we've done that, we can move on to one of the standout parts of the build, something I was really looking forward to doing and making sure it was really accurate, and that is sunshades. So these sunshades were built by Simply Savannah. They are made of art pieces, and each one of them is 2,300 pieces. Now, I do not want to be placing 2,300 pieces to make an exact replica of something that somebody else has already made. So we're going to be using her blueprint and then changing it to exactly fit what we need in our build here. So the first thing we're going to have is 3 of these sunshades across the habitat, and they're going to be joined on by these big chains that cover the whole habitat. I think it's tension wire rather than chains in San Diego Zoo, but the grassland pole is a little too thick, and I really like the way these chains look. And to be honest, you can't actually see that they're chains unless you have the camera as close to them as this, and they just look really good when you see them through the viewing windows. So these shades are going to be really important in keeping the polar bears cool. We'll have 2 of them on the water and 1 of them on land, which along with their shelter and another little shelter that I'm going to build for them and all the trees is going to give them loads of space to move around in, both on land and on water, that is going to be undercover. And from a visual perspective, there's something really cool about having these chains just covering the whole skyline of the habitat. You can see how they look from the viewing gallery here. And now it's time to move on to the landscaping of the habitat itself. We're going to start by lining the bottom of the water with rocks. So we're going to use the tiger rocks. I think I tried every rock before I picked this one. This is one that I like the look of best when you see it from above the water. We've got this really bright blue water in here, and that is to match what they have at San Diego Zoo. Looks really attractive. And then we use the terrain paint as well. So I want a rough rock texture over pretty much everything underwater, just leaving a few spots here and there of something else. And we'll do the same on these cliffs here. And then at the bottom, we'll use the smooth rock texture. And that way, anywhere that there aren't rocks, any little gaps will still match in nicely with the rocks. And once we've got all of those laid in, it's starting to look really good underwater here. We'll move on to putting in some coolers into the rocks, like I mentioned earlier. So we'll just get a cooler, we'll get the angle on it exactly right so that we can sit it into this rock, so just the top part of it is showing. It's a little bit more adjustment required, and then that will be a nice cooled rock that will keep the polar bears cool. I want it to be visible because you'll see the air coming out of it as well, so we need somewhere for the air to come from. Next up, we'll start dropping some rocks in to cover up the terrain where it meets the water. This is going to look a lot more realistic than just having the terrain paint, although I'll leave a few bits of that here and there because as long as you don't have too much of it, it looks pretty nice. And we'll do the same thing in all the different level changes throughout the habitat. You can see how many different heights of terrain there are in the habitat. That's another thing that's really important for polar bears. Like all bears, they're very intelligent. They get bored very easily, and sadly they often display repetitive behaviors in zoos when they're not enriched enough. They will not be doing that in San Bernardino Zoo. This habitat is so massive, we can actually use the Planet Zoo log in it, This is such a great piece, but such a ridiculous size. It's like a redwood or something just lying around in the zoo. But this habitat's so massive, I think we can get away with it here. So we're going to use it to bridge this little hole in the terrain here. Nice bit of enrichment for the polar bears, a little bridge for them to walk across. Well, quite a large bridge for them to walk across. It is really important for polar bear welfare that they have a view of the horizon, because that's what they're used to in the wild, which is why this is built on a hill and why there are more even higher parts of the habitat inside it for them to get up onto. We've got an additional smaller shelter for them here for a bit more sunshade, and we're going to put some bristlecone pines in here as well. Not really an Arctic tree, but very much a Californian tree, and I think the sort of dead look of them and all the gnarly shapes will look really good in this habitat. Onto the signage, and this is the last thing that we need to build in this habitat. So in San Diego Zoo, I saw a really cool set of signs with an irregular shape, so I'm going to make that out of these art pieces. And then we'll use some of Lion's amazing sign pieces to get some writing or semi-writing on it. So you can see it's got this diagonal bottom, and then the rest of it is the sort of shape that you'd expect a sign to be. And then I've taken the writing off of Lion's signs, and we're going to sink these into the art pieces and then recolor them so that it all sits in really nicely. And we'll use this sign a couple of times in the underwater viewing area. Looking good. It's on the wall now on top of the Arctic mural. Love the way it looks. Let's check out the final habitat in the zoo. Here we are at the entrance. I added some banners in as well. Let's see what our polar bear thinks of it. He looks pretty happy, gambling along. There's so much land and so much water in this habitat. He should be very happy here. Love this view. It is absolutely huge. I added a waterfall in as well. You can see that in the background there. This is the view that guests have from the first viewing gallery. There's not quite as much in terms of trees and rocks and all the sort of filler stuff that I normally put in to make sure the traversable area is enough for the bear. But there's a reason the polar bear is probably the hardest animal to build for, and that is it. You have to make the habitat so big, but I'm very pleased with how this one looks above the water. Let's see what it looks like underwater. There we go. It's nice to have an animal big enough for the 4-meter depth requirement to actually feel vaguely realistic. It does look absolutely amazing through that window. Let's take a close-up look through the guest viewing window as our polar bear pops up. Like I say, he will be getting a friend when the zoo is finally finished in next week's episode when we do the grand tour. Take a quick flyover of the whole thing here. And this is one of the views across the horizon that the polar bear has towards Sheep Mountain. That was Polar Bear Bay, and this is the Frozen North. Back in June when we started it, I think we only had 4 or 5 habitats planned, but there were so many other animals that you guys wanted to add, I couldn't resist. And here it is now. I am so pleased with how this area looks. It's got a really different feel to the rest of the zoo, but everything hangs together really nicely. I hope you thought that polar bear habitat was a fitting end to the zoo. I will see you next week for the grand tour of San Bernardino Zoo. After over 18 months of building, this is the biggest and I think the best franchise zoo that we've ever made. And today we're going to tour the entire thing. Let's go. Well, here we are at the entrance to San Bernardino Zoo. We built this way back in January last year. I think it's fair to say I'm still really happy with it. It's absolutely monolithic. I just wanted it to be a massive slab of concrete. And all these animals decorating the front of the building is an idea I got from the entrance to the Mandai Wildlife Reserve in Singapore. So these are all just reward statues buried into the faux rocks. We've got a little fountain here with capybara in it and the name of the zoo. And then we've got this big mural over here with some of the animals that you can find in the zoo. And these banners run throughout the zoo as well. These are like 3 billboards on top of each other. Really like that. The zoo's entrance here, this is the transport hub. This is where you arrive at if you've come via one of the zoo buses, which we can see here. And then there's some of the zoo's car parks over here if you've arrived via car. And we've got some ticket machines over there in case you haven't already bought your tickets on the internet. And we've got these screens as well, which I added fairly recently. I really like that, just with the zoo's logo animated on it. And then to get up into the zoo itself, we're going to take the elevators. This is a blueprint built by Shifty. Really cool blueprint. Guests use these as well. So we'll go in here, and then we'll head on up to the main part of the entrance. And here we are at the top. You can see Iguana Falls in the background there. And then we've got a load of sort of food and drink and souvenir counters and things like that over there for the guests. Little desert garden in the middle. And then some big windows above and there to get loads of light in here. This is one of the first things we built for the zoo, Iguana Falls. We've got two big exhibits here. One for the green iguana, and then one for the Antillean iguana over here. And I've designed them as much as possible to look like two big exhibits rather than four exhibits stuck together, which is what it is. You can still see that glass in the middle there, which I've covered up as much as possible. But there's no mods in this zoo. It is a franchise mode zoo. I didn't use any mods, so not everything is perfect. But I like the challenge of trying to do stuff like this without using mods or sandbox mode. And over here, we've got the overlook, which takes you into the rest of the zoo. This would have been the zoo's original entrance or part of it. This part is built in a Spanish colonial revivalist style, which was very popular in Southern California, where this zoo is set back in the 20th century. And then the much more modern entrance that we've just walked through. And then over here, we've got some smart lockers. These were made by one of Planet Zoo's best blueprint makers, or best builders, I think, Viejoja. These are really cool. They've got a working ATM there, so guests can come up here and dispose of their bags or whatever while they walk around the zoo. This is where the zoo's monorail station would have been back when the zoo had a monorail. Now we've just got the smart lockers here. So let's head on over to the overlook. This is possibly my favourite spot in the whole zoo, this, because you can see pretty much the entire zoo up here, which is why I designed it. We've got some benches for the guests to sit on here. And as we go over here, you can see the entire zoo pretty much. We've got the flamingo pool, the first thing we ever built down there. We've got the tree frogs away over there. You can see the Panda Garden in the distance. The big hill is where Africa sits. And then there's the Night House, Penguin Cove, the Flying Fox Forest, and Australia over here. So let's go down the path and check out the water terraces. So there are two paths that lead you out of here. We've got the jungle path over there, which takes you down to Amazonia. And then we've got the water path here, which takes you down to the water terraces, and that's the one we're going to go on. Get a great view of Australia from up here. And then as you wind your way down, you can see the red-crowned cranes. You can either wind down here, or you can take a more direct route down these stairs and get into the water terraces. Let's take a look at the cranes first of all. Here they are. Just the two in here, and I think there's a chick kicking about somewhere as well. We've got some billboards in the background to give a nice backdrop to the habitat. Over here we've got the Tree Frog Oasis, which is the first exhibit that we built for this zoo. Another one of my attempts to make the exhibits more interesting. So there's 6 frog exhibits in here, all hidden away in this big load of rock and plants. So we've got the golden poison frogs in here. And then we've got the red-eyed tree frogs in here. And they also live on the other side of the big waterfall. See one down there. And then finally, Lehman's poison frog around here. There's also some free-roaming peafowl in this area, which was not fun to do in franchise mode. Don't know where they are at the moment. Oh, there's one. So they go around there, and they'll roam all the way around this area here as well. And then over here, we've got the flamingo habitat. First thing we ever built. I wanted a habitat in episode 1, because I thought it would do better on YouTube than just building an entrance, and it seemed to work. Yeah, we've got about 30 of them in here now. This habitat still works really nicely. Apart from a couple of little more rock islands that you can see there, I haven't touched it since episode 1. But you can see so much of the zoo behind it now, which is really cool. And that's the water terraces, still one of my favourite areas in the zoo. Really influenced by some concept art I had for the next stage of the Mandai Wildlife Reserve in Singapore. They're building a new entrance, and it's going to be very similar to this in terms of all the curves and the sweeping concrete and lots of greenery. Let's head on to Australia. And we've got some pretty cool exhibits here as well. I really like exhibits, if you couldn't tell. So on the left-hand side, we've got the blue-tongued skinks. See if we can see any. Okay, there's one just up there. And another one over there. And then on the other side, oh yeah, we've got this, I forgot about this. We've got this sort of Aboriginal rock art garden as well. With a little information board there telling about it. That's a blueprint from Lion, or a modified version of a blueprint from Lion. I've used versions that I've created of his signs throughout this zoo. They're so good. The little pretend writing on them. It works really well. We've got the Death Adder over here, principally because the name's really cool. Let's head on into the Australian section itself. You can see the platypus pool up ahead. Let's go there first. The lore for this part of the zoo is that it was originally built back in the 1930s by the Tecton Group, who were crazy modernist zoo designers. Built everything out of massive slabs of white concrete like this. And the platypus habitat is the last remaining one of those habitats. All the rest have been replaced over the years by much more modern habitats. So we've got this pretty crazy habitat for a platypus here. Not the most suitable platypus habitat you've ever seen, but I do think it looks pretty cool. There he is. And then the rest of the area is heavily based on Taronga Zoo in Australia and features much more modern habitats. So we've got the outback over here, which is all based around a sort of fake Uluru. We've got kangaroos over this side. There's one now. I used a lot of the bark chippings path to make the floor of this habitat, which makes it quite hard for the animals to traverse, but looks really cool. And then over the other side, and it's split by a ditch that you can't really see, which is hidden away on the left here. We've got emu. Love emu, they're such crazy birds. If they take the path over here, we've got Crocodile Creek. This is based on the gharial habitat at Singapore Zoo. Pretty much a direct replica, and they actually used to have saltwater crocodiles in it. But I've got the saltwater crocodiles here, with them being Australian. There they are. This is one of my favourite habitats in the zoo. Love how it looks. I love how you can see the giant Balinese temple in the background as well. And the crocs just look awesome swimming through here. We've got some seating up here for the guests. And then we come out here and move on to the next part of the Australian area, the Wallaby Walkabout. This is based primarily on a habitat of the same name at Yorkshire Wildlife Park here in the UK. We've got custom entrance gates here. Little hand sanitising station I made before they introduced those into the game. And then here's Wallaby Walkabout. Lots of dry Australian bush style foliage and lots of wallabies. It's a cute habitat this. Got a little house away in the distance there. And we've got fences just to tell the guests not to sort of walk anywhere. But it doesn't stop the wallabies from being able to go all the way across the habitat, so the guests can get nice and up close to them. And we've got a lot of those in here. It's a lot of fun to walk around this habitat. There's also a little food place here, just to keep our franchise guests refreshed. And then here's the wombat habitat. So I wanted this one to feel a little bit like a filler habitat. So there's a path here that curves around back towards the entrance to Australia. And I wanted a habitat that looked like it had been fairly cheaply made to fill that space. So it's all wood, along with the little Aboriginal dot motif that I've used throughout this area. And then in here are the wombats. There they are. We've got a little baby at the moment. Little family together, finding some food. And then opposite that is the koala lookout. So we'll go up here. This is based directly on a habitat at Taronga Zoo. So we've got this raised path, and then we've got little viewing galleries, which take you right up to where the koalas are eating in the enrichment tree feeders here. Sadly, with it being Planet Zoo and franchise mode, koalas spend most of their time down on the floor, like that one you can see there. And then finally, on the other side of the Australian area is the most recent habitat in here. I added this shortly after we finished the area, which is a habitat for the Tasmanian devil. Here we are. So I built this with severe jet lag, having just got back from a trip to Singapore and Bali. I went to all the zoos in Singapore, but I'm pretty happy with it. It's made almost entirely out of the new rock pieces that we got in the Oceania pack, along with the Tasmanian devils. And I think I get away with how simple it is based on how good those rocks look. Got a little canoe in here for theming. It's also one of the viewing domes in here. And we've got their inside habitat here. Again, super simple, but I think I had about 3 hours sleep in 36 when I built this, so you'll have to forgive me. And that's the Australia area. Let's move on and check out the islands. This is the entrance to the islands area from Australia. The first thing you see is this huge Balinese arch. I spent a lot of time researching Balinese architecture before I built this. And then after I built it, I actually went to Bali and saw some of this stuff in real life. It is absolutely incredible. The architecture there is amazing. And the first habitat that we come to is the clouded leopard. I built this to sort of bridge the gap between Australia and the islands. So this was not in the original islands tour video that I did. Not sure where the clouded leopard is. They're pretty shy, so I purposefully built the habitat to have loads of foliage in it so that they wouldn't be sort of on display at all times. There we go. And then we pass under the archway and into the islands itself. In front of us are the Gibbon Islands. This area is based on animals from Indonesia and the Malayan archipelago. So we got some southern cassowary here. These are found in Papua New Guinea, which is the southernmost of the islands that this area is based on. And it goes all the way through Indonesia and the Malayan archipelago as well. Got some little babies in here. And then if we take this path back here, we can go around and see the Malayan tapir. So the habitat for the tapir is based on one at Singapore Zoo, which is one of my main sources of inspiration for this zoo, along with San Diego Zoo and just loads of the best zoos all over the world. We can see one here. So it's a really simple habitat, this one. A little bit of water for them. And then just kind of a bit of dirt and foliage, really. They've got a little house at the back there. And then there's a viewing gallery around here where we can see them. Love the new Malayan tapir design. Much more accurate than the old one. And we can take this path down here. This will take us to the zoo's new exits. The zoo now has 2 exits, which makes a lot more sense than the original way I had it. You can just see it away down there. And then around here, this will bring us out to the Gibbon Islands. So this habitat was a real challenge to build. What I wanted to do is simulate the way that the Gibbon Islands are built in real life. So they are completely surrounded by water. Problem is, you can't do that in Planet Zoo because you need to have a gate that the keepers can get into the habitat via. So what I did, oh, they're all on display up on their ropes today. That's cool. I think there's only 3 in here. So under that sort of flowing water there is actually a hidden path that allows the keepers to get in, because the water level's just below the path, and then I've used the special effects tools to make it look like the water actually goes above the path. Really pleased with how this habitat works. It goes all the way across to here. So there's a second island that they can get onto there, and then they've got a Indonesian style house on a third mini island. And then we've got Asian small-clawed otters here in their own little habitat. These are so cute. Got some babies in at the moment, going down the little water slide. So this is the second island for the gibbons here, which they can reach via these giant ropes. So you can see one swinging along there. Wow, they are really playing ball today. And then in the background here, we've got the habitat for the proboscis monkeys. I was lucky enough to see these at Singapore Zoo last year. They are absolutely fascinating. This habitat isn't based on that one. Just a sort of design I came up with. I wanted to use this sort of aviary style shell. Originally I designed to have them kept in here via the water that keeps all the animals in this area, till I found out, as you can see there, the proboscis monkeys love swimming, so water is not a very good barrier to keep them in a habitat. So I came up with this sort of aviary style design with a viewing window here. I wanted glass as well, just to protect them from disease. They're very delicate and very rare, these animals. And then if we make our way back to the main path where the cassowary were, if we go the other way, then we come down here to the Asian water monitor and the Komodo dragon. So the Asian water monitor is up first. Got this big Balinese style building for them. Here he is. And he can swim all the way along this habitat here, and it just gets deeper and deeper as it goes along the path until you get to their feeding area down here. And then on the other side is the Komodo dragon. Oh wow, that is exactly where I wanted him. This habitat is based on a habitat at Singapore Zoo, which has this rock formation here that they can climb up on. He's in a hurry, it must be feeding time. Yeah, this is pretty much an exact replica of Singapore Zoo. I'm very happy with this one. And then the final habitat in the area is the Treetop Trail, which again is based on Singapore Zoo. This area is the area of the zoo that's most heavily influenced by Singapore, seeing as it is set in and around Indonesia. So we've got this little access path down here, and then we come to the Treetop Trail, which is a big raised path where you can see orangutan and siamang. I was really pleased with this entrance signage here. And then we've got the orang statue up there as well. And then we can go up and see, there's a siamang there. You can always hear them pretty much anywhere in the zoo, they're so loud. And then we've got various climbing platforms for the orangs as well. The orangs spend a lot of time on the ground in Planet Zoo, but I think I just saw one down here. Yeah, there he is. That's the male on one of his climbing platforms. I've got a siamang with him as well. Just occasionally like this habitat works exactly how I wanted it to. Just primates climbing everywhere. Way up here, you can see the latest addition to the islands, the Treetop Cafe. This allowed guests to eat and get a view of this beautiful habitat at the same time. So let's go and check that out. So just past the entrance to the Treetop Trail is the entrance to the Treetop Cafe. We've got some stairs here, got some disabled access background there as well. I think these guests are looking at a moose, which is visible in the frozen north from this area now. There, yeah, there's a little baby moose just getting into the water there. But let's go up to the cafe itself. This is based on the Treetop Cafe at San Diego Zoo. Got a little view into it from here. And then all these stairs lead up to various different tables where you can get a view of the zoo. There's a bar away over there. And these tables are sort of the best tables for the view into the Treetop Trail. Not a bad view while you eat. See an orang and a siamang from here at the moment. This is another one of my favourite spots in the zoo. And if we go up here, we can see the bar. A little bar in there. And again, more views here. At this side, you're looking out into the frozen north. You can see the flying fox forest away over there as well. And yeah, I put a lot of trees in. I don't really want a big view of the frozen north from here. Kind of spoils the tropical vibe, but you do get some little peeks into the moose habitat. And that's the islands. The Treetop Cafe isn't the only major restaurant in the zoo. There's also the Palm Cafe over on the other side of the water terraces, and we're going to go and check that out now. The view from the roof of the Palm Cafe is pretty spectacular now that we've got the rest of the zoo in. And downstairs, it looks pretty nice as well. It sits in front of the desert house, so let's go there now. We've got our picnic area over here. And then the desert house. So we built this when the arid animal pack came out, and the first thing that you come to is the meerkat habitat. Little group photo going on there. So this is the little meerkat habitat. Probably the smallest habitat in the zoo, I think. But then they are only small. And behind it is the desert house. So we've got porcupines in this habitat on the left here. This habitat starts outside. Doesn't look like there's any of them out here at the moment. And then goes off inside. And then over here we've got a similar setup for the sandcats. Again, a little outdoor parts. There's one now. And going indoors as well. This was inspired by Chester Zoo. Not the look of the place, just the concept of having habitats that have indoor and outdoor parts, where the indoor part is all connected into one building. They do that a few times at Chester Zoo, and I really like that. So if we go in, this is my favourite interior in the zoo. Love this North African theme. So we've got the sandcat interior here. And then over here we've got the porcupine interior. They must all be in their burrow, which gives us an opportunity to check out our new burrow cams. Just installed these. Yep, I can see some porcupines up there now. Here they are, snoozing away in their burrow. And then at the back of the building, we've got habitats for Dama gazelle on this side. Really nice view there. And then on the other side, scimitar horned oryx. Originally these were mixed habitats. We had addax in here as well. But it was quite hard to manage, and it didn't really make sense to me to have Dama gazelle in both sides of the habitat. So we just have the two species here now. You can see the Panda Garden away in the background, and the old African monorail station up there as well. And I just love the view from inside here. We've even got a desert horned viper in here as well. They're tucked away in the middle where the two habitats join. So again, I wanted to make it sort of look like one giant habitat here. And there's actually a join here, and that join is mainly covered up by the desert horned viper. There's one. And that's the desert house. We're going to move on now to a part of the zoo which has a whole load of new stuff in it that you've never seen before, because I only built it this week. And that is the East Path. So the East Path takes guests from the desert house where we are here, all the way down to the islands, and goes past the petting paddock, the night house, Penguin Cove, and the Flying Fox Forest. And there was a whole load of undeveloped land here, which has all been filled in now. We've got these new lamps here, which I've put in. These go all the way down the path. There's a staff building over here. That's always been here, although I've done a lot of tidying up on that. And then the first new thing that you're going to see is the desert garden. So I left a big space in front of the night house that you can see in the background there for the next DLC. And that still isn't out. I've still got no idea when that's coming out. And the zoo is finished. So we needed something to go here. And I think this desert garden does a really nice job. Looks really beautiful. It's full of what would be native plants here in Southern California. And it just gives the guests a nice chilled place to go. Have a little walk, see the plants. There's a little souvenir shop here as well, or a souvenir shop. And I think the night house makes a really nice backdrop for it as well. And then over here is the petting paddock. So this is the zoo's petting zoo. Got a farm theme, built it when the Barnyard Animal Pack came out. It's based on a few different US zoos. I wanted that sort of American farm kind of feel. So we'll go through here. We've got a Herman's tortoise exhibit up here. That looks like we've got an animal talk going on at the moment. So we've got our tortoises over here. Again, trying to do something interesting with the exhibits, make it look like they're mesh rather than glass. And a little join so that the tortoises, you can see one there, can get from this side of the habitat over to this side. And then in here we've got the farmyard itself. We've got chickens and goats in here. There's the goats, and there's the chickens, and the guests can wander anywhere they like in here, of course. It's always fun seeing them interact with the animals. There's a playground over here. Some of that was built by Wix, some of that was built by me. I like these little chicken bouncers, springers, whatever you want to call them. Thought that was a neat little idea. And there's also the alpaca paddock as well. So in here we have alpacas, as you would expect. And again, the guests can wander around and interact with them. We've got one with different colours here. Very cute. I love the fur simulation on these guys. And it's just such fun having a completely different area like this in the zoo. You can see Australia in the background there. One of our drones up there where we get the aerial shots from. And then if we continue down the east path past the petting paddock, we come to Penguin Cove. So this is a big area for two types of penguins. The little penguins, which we have in Little Penguin Beach here. Really nice habitat. Lots and lots of rock work, and oh my god, there are so many penguins in here now. You can keep loads of them because they're so small. Got a little underwater viewing area here. I love building for penguins in this game, as you'll know if you've watched my channel. And yeah, this is one of my favourite habitats in the zoo. Especially in this light, I think it looks really beautiful. We've got a little path up here, which takes us into a raised viewing area where you can get a better look of the penguins on land. Through this glass here. There we go. Watch them waddling down towards the water. Lots of babies in here as well. And then there's another path down here, which takes us to the newest part of this habitat, the kids' splash zone. Just put in here. I've used the grass path to get that sort of cheesy fake grass that they like for areas like this. And then a little splash zone for the kids over there. And on the left is Penguin Cove itself. This is based on the Penguin Cove at Bird Paradise in Singapore. One of the coolest zoo habitats I've ever seen. And we've got the king penguins in here. It's on 2 levels. It was an absolute nightmare to build. But we've got a huge underwater viewing area for the king penguins here. You can see them swimming around in their icy wonderland. And then if we go around the corner here, there's a lift which will take people up to see the penguins. Like the lifts at the entrance, there's a hidden path that you can't see here, so the guests will actually use these lifts. And they will come out here. There's a little coffee shop in case the guests get cold. And a great view, lots of billboards used to give an Antarctic feel. If you ever get the chance to go to Singapore, I cannot recommend Bird Paradise highly enough. In the real habitat they have rockhopper and gentoo penguins as well. And it's just absolutely amazing. And then finally on the east path, before you'd get back into the islands where we've just been, is the Flying Fox Forest. This is based on the Fragile Forest at Singapore Zoo, which is an absolute wonderland of different types of jungle animals. But the main draw in that habitat for me was the Malayan flying fox, the largest bat in the world. And that is why I built this. Now, we don't have the Malayan flying fox in the game, but we do have the spectacled flying fox, which is very similar, but not as big. And the main thing with the Malayan flying fox is, unusually for bats, it is diurnal, i.e. it is awake during the daytime. So you can go in, there we go, you can go in during the day, and these enormous bats will be flying around everywhere. So just by renaming the sign, I've made the spectacled flying foxes into the Malayan flying foxes. There's 2 walkthrough exhibits hidden in here, one right up in the ceiling covered with trees and bamboo, and one closer to the floor. And we've got 2 paths to get us up there so that the bats are flying all around you. There's also a new addition here, the giant Malaysian leaf insects. I've decided to put another animal in here, and these were the most appropriate. Not the most exciting exhibit, I've got to admit, but it just blends in nicely and means that we don't just have the one species in here. If we go up here, we get to the main part with the bats. This is very close to how the Fragile Forest works, with the bats swooping all around you. It just looks amazing in here. I was quite impressed with myself, I've got to admit, to get this working as well as this in franchise mode. So the walkthrough exhibit that's hidden up in the ceiling here has to have a path going to it so the keepers can get to it. So there is a set of stairs which are mostly hidden, which you can see away over here, that go down to the outside so that keepers can get up here. And then we are currently stood in the second of the walkthrough exhibits, which is how we've got the bats flying all around us. And yeah, I just think it's very immersive in here. There's one eating some fruit up there. I would love to have the Malayan flying foxes in the game because they're even bigger and more impressive than these ones. But I'm pretty happy with what we've done with this. Next to Penguin Cove is the Forest at Night, the zoo's night house. Before we get there is another new little build in the zoo, which is this historic photo archive, the entire history of San Bernardino Zoo that I just put together. So we've got the Tropics house here on the zoo's opening day back in 1923. We've got the platypus pool in the 1930s, the old polar bear pit in the 1960s. We've got the San Bernardino Skyway. We've got the Panda Garden, which we'll be seeing in a minute. And then the zoo's entrance back in 2023. This takes us round to the night house itself. Got some more of the new directional signs there. You can see Sea Lion Shores there, which we'll go and see after the night house. But yeah, let's go in to the Forest at Night. Let our eyes adjust to the darkness, and here we are. I love it in here. All the different lighting, the pinks and the greens, and then the illuminated footprints on the floor. I think it's really cool. First animal you see is the kiwi. As you can see here, there's a little baby one over there. Pretty small habitat to make sure that they are visible. Got some little nest boxes at the back there. And then over here, we've got the Chinese pangolin. Just saw some of these in real life for the first time a couple of months ago. They are so cute. Tiny little baby there. And then there's a display of Goliath bird-eating spiders over here. Yuck. I'm not a big fan of spiders, and these are some big spiders. I'm pleased with how the exhibit looks. And then my favourite part is in here, the Egyptian fruit bat. So through these doors, here they are. I just went to a very similar habitat to this at Chester Zoo with fruit bats in it. And it's so cool as they fly past you in the darkness. Got loads of these in here now. There's only a few when we first built it. They've been breeding like mad since then. Yeah, I think this is a good job of making as good a night house as we can do in Planet Zoo, considering it doesn't really support night houses or nocturnal animals, really. So we'll take the exit from here. Yes, the night house does finally have an exit. And this leads us round to Sea Lion Shores. You can just see the big shade structure for the bleachers there. That was a blueprint built by Toves. One of the few blueprints in this zoo. And then up here, we've got the sea lions. So this is all based on Houston Zoo. Their sea lion habitat is amazing. Oh, there's one. Yeah, really like the view from here. Lots of different viewpoints here. We've got above the water here. And then if we go down here, we've got an underwater view. Or the first underwater view, I should say. We've got an education point there where they do staff talks. We can go up into the bleachers there. Or we can walk round to the other side where there's an indoor viewing and a what was an underwater tunnel at Houston Zoo, but it's just a viewing dome here because the way you build underwater tunnels in Planet Zoo is super janky. And I didn't want anything that janky looking in the zoo. So to the right is the other underwater viewing. You get a better view here because it's darker. There's no glare on the glass. In fact, you can see one there. And then around here we've got some terrapins as well. There's one. And then over here you can go into the underwater viewing experience. It's really cool under here. Oh, it's feeding time, so yes, there we go. Get an amazing view of the sea lions from down here. I love the spooky underwater noises as well. And from Sea Lion Shores, we will go and check out the latest area in San Bernardino Zoo, the Frozen North. So out of the sea lions, we reach a crossroads in the zoo. Ahead of us is the Africa area, which we'll be exploring at the end of the video. And then to the right is the Frozen North. And then over to our left here is a staff area. We've got the zoo's vets and surgery centre away across there. That is the back of the rhino house. And then you can just see the top of the vet surgery peeking up over there. But we're going to head into the Frozen North. So this is the latest area in the zoo, all themed around animals that live in the northern parts of the United States and Canada, and the rest of the Arctic. You can see what animals we have here. And the first ones we come to are the caribou. Really like how this entrance looks now that it's all finished. You can see Sheep Mountain way in the background there. We've got the town in front of us, and these big mammoth skeletons as well. Past the entrance we have the town of Stamford, which is like a little themed town with gift shops and drinks and things like that for the guests. And then over here, the first habitat, which is for caribou. This is set up to almost look like a sort of domestic setting where the townsfolk keep their caribou. And I'm coming over to say hello here. Got a little stream in the habitat that continues all the way down to Africa and the moat for the lions over there, so it kind of makes sense. There's some big barns for them as well. And then over here is the town itself. So all these buildings are functional. There's an education centre in there. And then Bearing Gifts, apologies for the name. That's based on a real building in the town of Nome in Alaska. Although I added the pun, I must admit. This is a functioning gift shop for the guests, with all the stuff that they could possibly want to buy in here. And then next door is the sideboard, which is a little bar. So the parents can get a beer if they want one. Kids can come in and get a milkshake or whatever. I like that bar that I made. There's a lot of workshop stuff in here from Toves and Ricey as well, I think. But I made this bar. Really like the metal on that. We've got another zoo map there, or a Frozen North map. And then over here we've got our fry bread stand. This is another functioning build. It's based on the pizza stand. But I've modified the pizzas to look like Alaskan fry bread. Got one cooking away over there. We've got some restrooms over there. And then here we go into the Frozen North proper, starting with Cougar Crossing, which is a cougar habitat built on in two parts, so the cougar can cross between them on this bridge up there. I'll show you that in a cinematic. I'll see where he is at the moment. It's not in there. Might be over this side. Nope, can't see him. It might be in this part of the habitat. There he is. Really sort of busy habitat, lots of stuff for him to do in terms of climbing and enrichment and things like that. But we'll check him climbing from one part of it to the other. Probably my favourite feature in the Frozen North, certainly my favourite feature in this habitat. And then past there we've got the Arctic fox and the Wolverine. So we'll go and check out the Arctic fox first of all. This is quite a small little habitat for them. They are only small after all. But it does have a little snow patch, the idea for which I stole from San Diego Zoo, over there, which they can dive into. There they are, they're so cute. And opposite that is the Wolverine habitat. This is primarily taken from Columbus Zoo in the US. I really liked this cabin, which is like the viewing spot for the guests. Really nice rickety old cabin there. And then inside, just big glass viewing windows to see into the habitat. You can see a Wolverine over here. and they've got lots of climbing and water as well, and a little off-show area behind the wall that you can see at the back there. I think he's just walking into that now. And then across from there, we've got the moose habitat. This is another little filler habitat. It's supposed to look pretty cheap. I've never seen a expensive looking habitat for a moose, I've got to say. But they are very impressive. Male's absolutely enormous. And lots of water for them. Moose are big fans of water. Like to eat underwater plants and stuff, so I put a lot of that in there for them. And then over here, we've got probably the craziest habitat in the zoo, Meet the Raccoons. This is the habitat that you saw the historic photo of with a polar bear in it, based on the Stanley Park Zoo in Vancouver. So this was built in the 60s for polar bears. Absolutely horrific habitat. It's like a modernist madness. Who knows what they were thinking when they thought this would be good for polar bears. But I think with a few adjustments makes quite a cute little habitat for raccoons. Lots of things for them to climb on, a little pond to swim in. Much more suitable for them than a polar bear. And there's a little nod to where it came from on the wall over there, a little polar bear sign. You can see the flying fox forest in the background there. And then up the hill we come to the larger inhabitants of the frozen north. You can see here Polar Bear Bay, which was the final habitat completed for the zoo. And then to the left of it is the Wolfwood, so we'll check that out first. We've got this viewing cabin here, which is based on one at the Tiergarten Schönbrunn in Vienna. This is really cute. It's on 2 levels. So there's a lower level here, where the guests can view the wolves, which actually functions, as you can see. Oh, we've got one of the little pups eating what looks like way too much food of him there. And then if we go outside, there is a functioning for us, but not for the guests, staircase up to a 2nd level, where you can get an uninterrupted view, or another view through glass here. You can see another one of the pups over there, all gambling about. Oh, is he going to try? Oh, he's not big enough to reach it. That's very cute. I've not seen that before. Got a big melanistic wolf in here somewhere. The dad of the pack. Haven't seen him yet. Ah, there he is. Such a cool animal. One of the advantages of franchise mode, it is much easier to get animals with colour morphs than it is in sandbox mode. And then over here we've got Polar Bear Bay. You can see the sheep mountain in the background. In fact, let's take a quick look at Sheep Mountain first of all. So as we come around the corner, you can see them. Big mountainside, loads of fake rocks and enrichment items here to get them to climb up to the top. They can get up onto both of those peaks there. This is based on an amazing habitat I saw in Prague Zoo, built into the side of a cliff. So I decided to make a fake cliff, so our sheep had something to climb on. And then the climax of the area, Polar Bear Bay. So this is the end of the zoo. Can't go any further than this. The staff building for the polar bears is up there. And then, there he is. Here is Polar Bear Bay. So we've got this big glass viewing window here, where you can see them swimming through the water, and a bit further off on land as well. Design the viewing here so you can see both above and below the water, depending on your position. So if you crouch down, you can see through it as well. Based on San Diego Zoo. And you can see off in the distance the other viewing gallery, which gives you a completely different view. You get a much clearer view of him when he's on land, when you're stood here, although obviously you can still see him down in the water there. And there's also underwater viewing, so we'll take a look at that now. And that's Polar Bear Bay. Made a really, really big habitat here, which franchise mode demands, but to be honest, polar bears demand in real life anyway, so I was very happy to do that. Now from here, the next place in the zoo you would naturally walk to would be Africa, but we are going to fly back to the entrance because I want to go down the jungle path and check out Amazonia and make our way to Africa from there. Alright, back up on the overlook, it's time to head down to Amazonia. So this is the jungle path that takes you down to Amazonia. So it's an elevated path. You're walking above the water terraces, just past the cranes. The views from up on this path are really nice now. I built it to have amazing views, but obviously there was nothing to see when we built this. Amazonia was the first area in the zoo after the entrance that we built. But now you can see all the way across the zoo from up here. You can see the Panda Garden in the background. And as we come into here, we can see the zoo's research centre. We won't be visiting that on the tour today, but we can see it from up here. And then we can see Amazonia itself. So I've left a little bit of construction work here. This is where the old monorail station would have been. And when I first started the zoo, I intended to build one here, but decided I didn't want a monorail in the end. But zoos have always got a little bit of construction somewhere, so I thought I'd leave that in. And then we pass under the Amazonia Arch and into Amazonia. So we got the dwarf caiman habitat over here. Pretty sizable habitat, this being franchise mode. A very sizable habitat for a dwarf caiman. Although I have seen one probably almost this big at River Wonders in Singapore. Ah, there they are, just down there. Very cute. And then on the other side, we've got the mixed habitat for capuchins. You can see one up there. And capybara. And this is the whole point of this river walk, really, so the capuchins have something to run over. And they can go up to their little house just above the waterfall up there. And then down in the water, we've got our capybara. Got a little riverboat house at the back. And yeah, it's great with the capuchins up there, capybara down there, and then caiman away on your right. You are basically surrounded by animals. We've got the spectacle caimans in this side of the habitat. And then over here, we've got the Tropics house. This house is built almost entirely out of materials from the Tropical Pack, and that is why we built it. And those pieces are absolutely brilliant for building sort of classic old buildings like this, because they're all weathered, and you can choose exactly how much weathering you want. So this would have been built back when the zoo first opened in the 1920s, and it's been upgraded since then. Got some nice new signage on it, and inside it's a proper walk-through jungle rather than just sort of a load of tanks like it would have been back in the 20s. Got butterflies away in the distance. We got sloths up here. There's one now. And then there's also giant tortoises and armadillos. And if we go up the exit here, we've got more butterflies here. The other butterfly one is set back from the path, so we can have them flying around everywhere. This is an actual walkthrough exhibit that the guests are walking through, so you can see the butterflies land on the guests and things like that. Very nice. Now here we've got the most recent habitat in Amazonia for the collared peccary. Just a nice, simple, very muddy habitat, which is what I wanted for these guys. Never seen anything too elaborate for pigs or peccaries. You can see the boundary fence of the zoo away up there. You can go back to where we started there, or we can go up here and see the jaguar dome. This is a habitat I still really like, based on a few different zoos I found in Europe. But I really like the concept of this massive steel aviary to keep the jaguar in. You've got a lot of height in a jaguar habitat, similar to a leopard habitat. They like to climb, so I thought I'd give them lots of things to climb. A little bit of influence from Yorkshire Wildlife Park in here as well with some of the climbing. And it's a huge habitat, lots of different places for them to hide, etc. So can't see them right now. Here they are. Got a mother and two cubs in here at the moment. That's Amazonian giants, our giant Amazonian insect display there. See the guests looking in here. There we go. We've got an Amazonian giant centipede there. They are huge. And then over on this side, Brazilian wandering spiders. Not sure I can make any out in here. No, but I think we've seen enough spiders today anyway. And then from Amazonian giants, round the corner, we have the Explorers Club monolith. This is where the names of all the people who joined the Explorers Club, i.e. became a channel member, have got their names. So all the way from the first name on here, JP, round to this side, and then round to this side as well. Thank you so much to all of you who've joined, supported the channel for the past year. And then down this hill, we've got the entrance to the Indian forest, where we're going to go next. But we just need to see the giant otters, and they are away here. Massive underwater viewing window that you can see here. And this habitat works really nicely, because you can have quite a lot of otters in here. There is normally a few of them swimming around that you can see. But yeah, I really like this habitat. Let's move on to the Indian forest. This is inspired by some concept art I saw for the Jungle Book. Disney's The Jungle Book. It was a lot darker than the final cartoon turned out. We've got an aviary here with all sorts of Indian birds in it, the peafowl, and then loads of prop birds made by Drac, and a few by Jaguar X as well. Little sign down there. I remember to add the peafowl onto it since we built it. It's quite effective, I think, with the birds, the prop birds that is away in the distance. And then as we climb up the hill here, get a little clue as to what else is in this part of the zoo there. And the first thing that we come to is the sloth bear habitat. This whole area basically exists because of the Eurasian Animal Pack. I really, really wanted to get the sloth bear into the zoo, because I'm a big fan. So I decided that the tiger temple that I already had planned would be expanded into an Indian forest area. So we've got a little peek through here, we can see some of our sloth bears. And their habitat actually goes under this path, so there's some more viewing on the other side. Don't know if there'll be the other one over here or not. Probably not. Nope. Oh yeah, and there's some giant forest scorpions hidden away in a little exhibit here as well. These guys work really well for smaller exhibits like this because you tend to be able to see them. There, we got two there. And then the end of the area is the tiger temple itself. So we go over this bridge over the sloth bear habitat. And you can just see it appearing in the distance now. There we go, we've got the tiger temple. So we've got multiple viewing for the tigers here. There's actually two tiger habitats. So on the right here is the first viewing window. But we're going to go this way and check out the second viewing window, which is just next to their water feature. So the male tiger lives in here. And then we have a habitat for the female and cubs away to the left. Oh, there we go. It's going for a swim. Very lush in here. You've got a waterfall away in the distance there as well. And then away around here is the habitat for the female and cubs. Made a few improvements to this since the last time you saw it. There's a cub there. And the female will be kicking about somewhere. And then we've got a little peek through into the male's habitat here next to the water feature. I'll show you him using that. There we go. And then round here we have the Panda Garden. So there's two entrances into the Panda Garden. I showed you the sort of main entrance last time when we toured it in the Panda Garden episode, so I said I'd show you the other entrance in this tour, so here we go. We've got the little garden here. And then if we follow the panda footprints, it takes us into the Panda Garden itself. We've got both types of panda in here, not that they're particularly closely related to each other. We've got the giant panda here. That's one of their habitats. It's all one big habitat, but designed to look like two. And then over here we've got the red pandas. Red pandas can climb all over their habitat, which I've made much more mountainous looking than the giant pandas, just for a bit of variety. I'm not sure where they are. There's one asleep down there. And there's one climbing up here. They've got all these little climbing things away at the back as well. This is based on the panda house at River Wonders in Singapore. And then on the other side we've got the main part of the giant panda habitat. And here we are, up on their feeding platforms. And that's the panda house. There's an exit out here which takes you up to Africa. We're going to visit Madagascar. So this is the other side of the Panda Garden. And way up here is the other viewing gallery for the tiger. We're going to go into Madagascar, starting with the Fossa Forest. This is modelled on Chester Zoo's fossa habitat, which is really nice. So we've just got the one fossa in here. normally hiding away as they do in real life. Got loads of foliage in here so they can do that. There's a little peek through for kids here, and then away around here is the lemur walkthrough. So we got ring-tailed and black and white rough lemurs in here, all in this aviary style structure to keep them in. There's one now. And they got loads of climbing, so they can climb all the way around the habitat. This is based on the ring-tailed lemur walkthrough at London Zoo. Got all these panelling around the paths so that the lemurs can get up there and you get closer to them, like this one here. Although sometimes the keepers walk on it as well, which is a bit goofy, but nothing I can do about that. And if we come out here, this leads us back on to the other end of the east path that we were on earlier, and brings us back to the desert house. But before we get to the desert house again, we've got a habitat that's just been upgraded to sea, which is the prairie dogs. This is the second time I've changed this habitat since we built it. But after going to some real life prairie dog habitats, I realised we really needed some glass in the front of it, like this, so that you can get a much better view of them. So I've replaced a lot of the front of the habitat with glass. And now, if we bend down, you can get a really close-up view of these little guys, like this one here, which is really cool. And that is the final thing in the zoo until we get to the last area, Africa. So we'll head through the picnic area, back to the desert house and the entrance to Africa. The first thing you come to past the desert house is the Somali wild ass habitat. And this bridges the gap between the desert house and Africa. So we've got these guys here. And then away up there, you can see the entrance to Africa. Africa is the largest area in the zoo, and the one that took the longest to build. It is pretty big, and I wanted to convey all the different parts of the African continent in the area, rather than just doing a savanna or anything like that, and for the most part try to avoid cheesy theming. So we start off in a forest, like an African rainforest, with some exhibits up here. Got some Goliath beetles, Goliath frogs, giant African land snails as well. And then we continue on up the hill to the first big habitat, which is a mixed one, which now is for Red River hogs and bongo. We did have a carpy in here originally as well, but I thought it was a bit too full, so I ended up removing those. We've got the old monorail station here, from back when the zoo had a monorail in the 60s. And then we got the habitat here. So I was getting a lot of stressed animals in here. There's nothing you can do about that in franchise mode if you've designed the habitat like this, so I decided to get rid of the carpies. So they've been traded. I still really like the habitat and the way it looks. I think it's a better fit with just the bongos and the hogs in here. Feels less cramped, there's a lot more room for them. And then up to the top of the hill, there's a gorilla mountain. I wanted a cool backdrop for this habitat, so I thought a big mountain would do the trick. These are lowland gorillas, not mountain gorillas, but zoos often have theming like that. Doesn't have to be too specific. And I liked the way the lava rocks looked to build that big mountain at the back. Lots of climbing for them in here. And we've got this water feature away down here, which keeps them in the habitat. Got multiple viewing as well. So that's the main viewing. And then round here, we've got another viewing window, which is next to their little feeding part here. And then there's indoor viewing up here as well. Got some food trucks as well. Need lots of those in franchise mode. And some more restrooms down there. And then up into the indoor viewing. They might all be outside at the moment, so I'm not sure. But we get a good view of the silverback from here. They can climb up on this rock here, so you get really close up to them. And there's a quick glimpse into their inside area here, but there's none of them in there at the moment. Nice view across the rest of the zoo from here as well. And then if we go back round to where we came into this area, we find ourselves going down towards Hippo Falls. This is one of my favourite habitats in the African area. Came together really nicely. Got a big load of waterfalls here. And then viewing in here. Oh, there's one of the hippos now. Well, both of them, in fact. So you can see them above the water from here. And if we're quick, we can run round to the underwater viewing gallery. And we should be able to see them down there. Follow this guy down this hill. And there we go. We just caught them. Going off into the distance there. Obviously when they come along here, it looks really cool. And there's another viewing gallery to see them on land away up there. And you can come out here and go up into the savannah. Oh, there's one of the giraffes now. This crazy giraffe house is inspired by Blijdorp in the Netherlands. But we got zebra and giraffe on this side of the savannah. This is a pretty sizable habitat. And it's split in two by a guest path up here that we're going to go to now. Got some little meerkats who live down here as well. They can go all around the habitat, but they tend to stay in this area. There's one there. Because that's where their burrow and all their enrichment is. That's the main entrance into the savannah there. And then over here we've got rhino and ostrich and springbok as well. So you can see both sides of it from this covered viewing area here. Looks like there's a talk going on. Yep. There's one of the ostriches. And on this side is the giraffe feeding platform. And I put another animal talk point up here, so guests will actually come up here when it's time for the talk. It'll look like they're able to feed the giraffes. Nice view as well. And you can see right across into the elephant habitat from here. In fact, I can see a couple of elephants. And you can also see across the rest of the savannah. So let's head on over to the elephants. So there's two habitats, one for females on the right. This is based on the elephant habitat at Chester Zoo. And then in the centre, and this is based on a zoo in Seoul, is a forest that both sets of elephants can access. They'll be allowed in here like once or twice a week so that they don't destroy all of the trees. And then on the other side of the elephant forest is the habitat for the males. We've got two bulls in here. And then round over this side is a habitat for caracal. So we'll head over there now. Here we go. I think we've got babies in here at the moment. See if we can see them. No, it might be in the other part. I've designed it again so it looks like two habitats. It's actually one. There's a little join there where they can get in between them. IRL, that would be sort of closed up and you'd have maybe the male at the front and the female at the back or something like that. This being in franchise mode, I've just had them both mixed in there. This amazing netting was built by Just Goron. I can't take credit for that. I just took his blueprint and then spent a very long time hacking away at it until I got it to fit this habitat. And then back at the elephants leads us on to the final habitat in the zoo, although we do have one little exhibit animal that you've not seen, that I'll show you in a second, which is the habitat for the lions. This is based on the lion habitat at Singapore Zoo. It leads down to the sea lion shores and to the frozen north from here. But here's the lion habitat. Big moat to keep them in. Lots of shelters inspired by Singapore Zoo for them. And then a building at the back. Not the biggest habitat, although I feel like lions don't actually need that much space, being as incredibly lazy as they are. And then the final thing to see is the zoo's massive gift shop / exit. So this would be where you exit the zoo. If you've got the zoo bus here, and there'll be a bus at the back that will take you straight to your destination. If you came by car, your car would be parked at the front of the zoo and you'd use the other exits that we saw earlier. I really like this building. It's pretty huge. And based obviously on the building at the front of the zoo, just a modification of it. It's a staff area away down there. access for the lions away over there. And then in here we've got this water feature, which I really like, based on something I saw in Singapore. And then over here we've got a little display for fire salamanders. I thought it'd be nice to have an animal in this building. So just a little fire salamander display here. And then on the other side, the zoo's main gift shop. Although being in franchise mode, there's little mini gift shops scattered all over the zoo. This is the proper working in-game gift shop. All the pieces, nice water features. And then down here, the guests can actually buy the gifts. And once they've gone here, they are going to get the zoo bus home. And it's past the thanks visiting sign and then out into the zoo's exit. And that is San Bernardino Zoo. Let's take a look at it from the air. Thank you so much for watching this series. Thank you especially to those of you who joined the Explorers Club. And I'll see you again very soon with an exciting new project in Planet Zoo. Bye.